Welcome, dear listeners, to a gentle journey into the heart of spring's embrace. As the day draws to a close and the world outside whispers with the promise of new beginnings, we invite you to unwind with us. Tonight, let our soothing stories, free of interruptions on Patreon, transport you to magical and peaceful places where dreams dance lightly on the breeze. Cozy up now, feel the warmth of your blanket, and let the calming narration guide you into a world of wonder. We hope your day was as beautiful as a spring blossom, and now, may the stories ahead bring you peace and delight. Story 1. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young soul named Rowan. Rowan had always felt a little different, as if there were a secret song playing just beyond hearing, a melody that tugged at the edges of their heart. Lately, subtle changes had begun to unfold within them, not alarming or sudden, but gentle and persistent, like the first tender shoots of spring pushing through the thawing earth. Their skin, once plain and pale, now held a soft luminescence, catching the light in ways that made it seem as though stardust had been woven into their very being. When Rowan felt uncertain, which was often, their fingertips would tinge with a faint silver glow, a visible echo of their inner turmoil. The village itself was a place of simple comforts, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and the air always carried the scent of baking bread in damp soil. But Rowan's home felt increasingly distant, as if the walls were shrinking with each passing day. They spent hours wandering the edges of the forest, where the trees stood like wise old guardians, their leaves rustling secrets to those who listened closely. It was there, in a sun-dappled clearing, that Rowan first noticed the garden. This was no ordinary garden. It lay hidden behind a curtain of weeping willows, a place where magic breathed in the soil and danced in the petals. Flowers of every hue bloomed in patterns that shifted with the light, and the air hummed with a quiet energy. Rowan felt drawn to it, as if the garden recognized a kindred spirit. On days when doubt clouded Rowan's mind, the blossoms would droop slightly, their colors fading to muted shades. But when a flicker of courage stirred within Rowan, a single bud might unfurl, revealing petals the color of dawn. One afternoon, as Rowan sat by a pond within the garden, tracing the silver patterns on their own hands, an old woman emerged from between the trees. She moved with the grace of a flowing stream, her hair like spun moonlight and her eyes holding the depth of ancient forests. She introduced herself as Maeve, the keeper of the garden, though she seemed more a part of it than its caretaker. "Change is the garden's first language," Maeve said, her voice a soft murmur that blended with the breeze. "It speaks in seeds and seasons, and it listens to the heart's quietest whispers." Maeve became Rowan's mentor, appearing always when Rowan needed guidance most. She never offered grand advice or hurried solutions. Instead, she taught through small, patient moments. She showed Rowan how to plant seeds, not just in the soil, but in the soul. "Every feeling is a seed," she would say, kneeling beside a patch of earth. "Water it with kindness, and it will grow into something beautiful." Rowan's journey of self-discovery began with tiny victories. The first came when Maeve handed them a packet of seeds that shimmered like opals. "These are clarity seeds," she explained. "They bloom only when you understand something new about yourself." Rowan spent days tending to them, whispering fears and hopes into the soil. At first, nothing happened. But then, after a morning when Rowan admitted aloud that their glowing skin was not a flaw but a part of who they were, a single sprout pushed through, its leaves edged in gold. As weeks turned into months, Rowan's changes became more pronounced, yet always gentle. Their hair, once a simple brown, began to streak with strands of lavender and moss green, shifting shades with their moods. When Rowan felt joy, it shone like sunlight through leaves. When they pondered deeply, it darkened to the hue of twilight. Maeve encouraged them to see these transformations not as oddities, but as reflections of their growing wisdom. "You are like a caterpillar in a cocoon," she said one evening, as fireflies lit the garden like floating lanterns. "The outside world sees stillness, but inside there is a great becoming." The garden responded in kind. With each small step Rowan took, learning to speak their mind without fear, offering help to a neighbor, or simply sitting in silence until peace settled over them, a new section of the garden would awaken. A vine of night-blooming jasmine curled around an arbor when Rowan mastered patience. A patch of bluebells chimed softly when they forgave an old hurt. The magical elements were subtle, woven into the fabric of everyday life, reminding Rowan that growth was not a destination, but a continuous breathing process. One crisp autumn day, Rowan faced a greater challenge. The village was preparing for the harvest festival, a time of celebration, but Rowan felt a familiar ache of isolation. Their changes were becoming harder to hide, and whispers had begun to ripple through the community. That night, under a sky embroidered with stars, Maeve led Rowan to the heart of the garden, where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches draped like a protective cloak. Beneath it lay a cocoon, large and silken, glowing with a soft inner light. "This is the cocoon of acceptance," Maeve said. "It has been waiting for you. To enter is to embrace all that you are, without reservation." Rowan hesitated, fear tightening their chest. But then they remembered the small victories, the first bloom of confidence, the shifting colors of understanding, the way the garden had mirrored their journey. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped forward and touched the cocoon. It parted like a curtain, and they slipped inside. What followed was not a struggle, but a gentle unfolding. Inside the cocoon, Rowan felt surrounded by warmth, as if wrapped in a blanket of moonlight. Images floated through their mind, seeds sprouting, rivers flowing, seasons turning, all symbols of patient change. Time lost its meaning, and in that sacred space, Rowan realized that metamorphosis was not about becoming someone new, but about revealing the truth that had always been there. Their fears melted away, replaced by a deep, resonant peace. When Rowan emerged, the transformation was complete. Their skin now glowed with a steady, gentle radiance, like the moon on a clear night. Their hair flowed with colors that shifted in harmony with their emotions, no longer a source of anxiety, but a canvas of their inner world. The garden, in response, erupted into a symphony of life. Flowers of every color bloomed at once, their fragrances blending into a perfume of pure joy, and the air itself seemed to sing. Maeve stood waiting, her smile as warm as the embers of a dying fire. "You see," she said softly. The cocoon was not an end, but a doorway. Rowan looked around, seeing the village through new eyes. The whispers had faded, replaced by curious, kind glances. The harvest festival began, and for the first time, Rowan joined in without hesitation, their presence adding a new magic to the festivities. Children gathered around to hear stories, and Rowan found themselves speaking with a confidence that felt both earned and innate. As the festival wound down, Rowan returned to the garden one last time with Maeve. The old woman gestured to a new path that had appeared, winding away into the forest, lined with bioluminescent mushrooms that pulsed like gentle heartbeats. "Your journey is just beginning," Maeve said. "There are other gardens, other souls waiting to find their way, but you will always carry this one with you." Rowan nodded, feeling not an ending, but an expansion. They had learned that change was as natural as breathing, and that self-discovery was a lifelong dance with the unknown. Sitting by the pond, they watched their reflection, a being of light and color, rooted in patience and growth. The garden around them settled into a contented hum, and Rowan knew that wherever they went, they would plant seeds of kindness, tend to the cocoons of others, and remember that every ending is a seed for a new beginning. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Rowan took the first step on the new path, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, their heart beating in time with the slow, steady rhythm of the world. Story 2. In the vast, velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars whispered secrets to the void, there drifted a small, solitary ship shaped like a silver teardrop. Its sole occupant was Kael, a being from the planet Chroma, where emotions painted themselves in living color across the skin. Kaelin's form was slender and graceful, with skin that shifted in hue like a tranquil sea under changing skies. When he was content, it glowed a soft, sunny gold. When curious, it shimmered with aquamarine ripples. But lately a persistent grayish blue had tinged his surface, for Kael felt a deep loneliness, a yearning for connection in the endless night. His ship, the Starlight Weaver, hummed gently as it navigated the Serenity Nebula, a cloud of cosmic dust that glittered with pastel light. Here the silence was not empty but full, like a held breath waiting to be exhaled. Kael had come to study the nebula's gentle energies, but his heart ached for a friend to share its beauty with. One evening, as he floated near a cluster of lavender-hued gas, a faint, melodic distress signal reached his sensors, not through words, but through a cascade of harmonic chimes that trembled in the air like wind through crystal bells. Intrigued, Kael guided the Starlight Weaver toward the source. There, tangled in the tendrils of a glowing nebula vine, was a vessel shaped like a spiraling seashell, its surface etched with delicate patterns that pulsed with light. This was the ship of Lyra, a being from the world of Symphonia, where communication flowed through music and harmony. Lyra's body was composed of subtle, overlapping layers that resonated with sound. She had no mouth, but instead an array of fine, silvery filaments that vibrated to produce melodies. When she saw Kaelin's approach, her filaments trembled with a nervous, staccato rhythm, and her ship emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a hesitant song. Kael, unsure how to respond, let his skin bloom into a warm, welcoming amber, hoping to convey peace. But Lyra misinterpreted the color as a warning. On Symphonia, amber hues were associated with caution. Her music sharpened into a protective chord, and she retreated slightly, causing her ship to shiver. For a time they hovered in uncertainty, two strangers adrift in the starlight. Then Kael remembered an old Chromian tale of friendship born from shared silence. Slowly he directed his ship to project a soft, radial light, not unlike the nebula around them, and began to shift his skin through a sequence of colors he associated with calm. First a gentle green, like new leaves, then a soothing violet, like twilight. He paired this with a simple, repeated gesture, touching his heart with a slender hand. Lyra watched, her filaments stilling. She sensed no malice in the colors, only an earnest attempt to connect. Tentatively, she responded with a low, humming melody that mimicked the rhythm of a heartbeat, slow and steady. Then she added a brighter, ascending scale that evoked the joy of discovery. Kaelin's skin brightened to a cheerful yellow, and he nodded, understanding dawning. They had found a bridge, not of words, but of feeling. Together, they worked to free Lyra's ship. Kael used the Starlight Weaver's gentle tractor beams to untangle the nebula vines, while Lyra's harmonies soothed the plants, which responded by loosening their grip. Once free, Lyra played a grateful, flowing tune that wrapped around Kael like a warm embrace. In return, he glowed with a rosy pink, the color of gratitude on chroma. As they traveled side by side, they discovered a small, asteroid-like body hidden within the nebula, its surface dotted with caves that sparkled with natural crystals. Here the air was filled with the faint, sweet scent of star blooms, flowers that absorbed starlight and glowed with a soft, internal radiance. It felt like a sanctuary, a place where the cosmos itself seemed to breathe in peace. They decided to create a shared shelter, a haven they could return to. Kael used his knowledge of light and energy to cultivate the star blooms, arranging them in patterns that cast a calming glow. Lyra, with her harmonic abilities, tuned the crystals to resonate with soothing frequencies, creating a natural music that echoed through the caves. They called it the Nebula Nook, a place where time slowed and worries melted away. But their friendship was soon tested by a misunderstanding rooted in their differences. One day, while exploring a deeper part of the cave, Kael stumbled upon a patch of luminous moss that reacted to touch by flashing rapidly. Startled, his skin flared into a sudden, vivid red, the color of alarm on chroma. Lyra, who was nearby, interpreted the red as a sign of anger, for on Symphonia, red notes were used in music to express conflict. Her filaments tightened, and she played a sharp, discordant melody that filled the cave with tension. Kael, confused by her reaction, tried to explain by shifting to a calming blue, but Lyra misread it as sadness, which on her world was conveyed through minor keys. She responded with a mournful tune, thinking she had upset him. For a moment they stood in silence, the air thick with unspoken confusion. Then Kael had an idea. He slowly approached a large, central crystal and touched it, letting his skin cycle through colors while Lyra watched. He showed her red for surprise, blue for calm, yellow for happiness, and green for curiosity. Lyra, understanding, began to play corresponding melodies, a staccato for surprise, a legato for calm, a lively allegro for joy. They laughed not with sound but through their expressions, Kaelin's skin shimmering with amused silver speckles, and Lyra's filaments dancing in a playful arpeggio. The misunderstanding had become a lesson, deepening their bond. Their circle of friendship grew when they sensed another presence in the nebula, a being of pure empathy named Orin from the planet Empathia. Orin was small and nebulous, like a wisp of cloud that shimmered with inner light. He communicated not through sight or sound, but by projecting emotions directly into the hearts of others. Shy and solitary, Orin had been hiding in the darkest corner of the cave, afraid of startling the newcomers. Kael and Lyra felt his presence as a gentle wave of warmth and caution. They approached slowly, Kael glowing with inviting gold, Lyra humming a soft lullaby. Orin, sensing their kindness, emerged, and a profound connection formed. Without words they shared feelings. Orin conveyed his loneliness, Kael his joy in finding friends, and Lyra her musical dreams. Together they expanded the Nebula Nook, with Orin using his empathic abilities to harmonize the emotional energy, making the space even more peaceful. In the quiet moments they would gather in their shelter, watching the distant stars through the crystalline ceiling. Kaelin's skin would mimic the starry patterns, Lyra would compose melodies inspired by the cosmic dance, and Orin would weave their collective serenity into a blanket of comfort. They learned that kindness needed no translation. It was a universal language, as constant as the stars themselves. One evening, a rare celestial event occurred, a slow, graceful dance of twin stars orbiting each other, casting a dual light that painted the nebula in shades of pearl and sapphire. As they watched, Kaelin's skin glowed with awestruck silver, Lyra's music rose in a harmonious duet, and Orin enveloped them in a feeling of profound unity. They realized that their differences were not barriers but gifts, each adding a unique hue to their shared tapestry. Years passed, and the Nebula Nook became a legend among starfarers, a beacon of friendship in the cold depths. Kael, Lyra, and Orin continued to welcome other lonely travelers, teaching them that connection could transcend worlds. And every night, as the cosmos hushed to a whisper, they would sit together, wrapped in the soft light of their sanctuary, knowing that no matter how far they roamed, they had a home in each other's hearts. In the end, it was not technology or words that bound them, but the simple, enduring power of kindness, a light that could bridge any gap in any universe. And as the stars twinkled their approval, the friends drifted into dreams, forever intertwined in the cosmic dance of friendship. Story 3. The cottage at the edge of the Whisperwood was a quiet place, and the boy who lived there was a quiet soul. His name was Kael, and he often felt as if he were made of the same fragile glass as the morning dew on the spiderwebs. While other children's laughter rang like bells in the village square, Kaelin's voice was a soft rustle, a thing felt more than heard. His greatest unease was not with monsters under the bed, but with the simple, terrifying fact of change. Each evening, as the sun bled orange into purple behind the ancient trees, Kaelin would sit on the worn wooden steps of his porch and watch the world settle into dusk. It was on one such evening, as a cool breeze carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine, that he first noticed the shimmer on his skin. He held his hand up to the fading light, and there, just along the curve of his thumb, was a tiny, iridescent patch that caught the light like a pearl. It didn't hurt, but it was different. It was change. A flutter of panic rose in his chest, and he quickly tucked his hand into his pocket. The next morning the patch had grown, spreading over his knuckles like the delicate mother-of-pearl lining of a seashell. And with it came a strange new sensation in the garden behind the cottage. The small, struggling patch of earth where he tried to grow herbs seemed brighter. The wilting sprigs of mint looked a little more perky, their leaves a deeper green. That afternoon, feeling confused and a little afraid, Kaelin ventured deeper into the whisperwood than he ever had before. He walked until the sounds of the village faded completely, replaced by the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines and the chatter of a hidden creek. He found a clearing where the sunlight fell in dappled pools upon a carpet of soft moss. In the center of the clearing stood an old woman, her back to him, her hands buried in the soil around the roots of a great, ancient willow tree. She did not turn as he approached, but her voice, warm and granular like honey, floated towards him. The soil here is thirsty. It forgets how to drink sometimes, just like young hearts forget how to hope. Kaelin stopped, surprised. How did you know I was here? The woman finally turned, and her eyes were the color of rich, dark soil, crinkled at the corners. She wore a simple cloak the color of moss, and her silver hair was braided with living vines. The woods tell me many things, she said, her gaze falling to his hand, which he had unconsciously pulled from his pocket. And so does the light you carry on your skin. Do not hide it, child. It is not a flaw. It is a promise. She introduced herself as Anya, a tender of the wild things. She gestured for him to sit beside her on the moss. You are afraid of this change, she said, not as a question, but as a simple statement of fact. Kaelin nodded, his throat tight. I don't understand what's happening to me. Understanding is a seed that needs time to sprout, Anya replied, patting the earth. For now, just watch. She pointed to a chrysalis hanging from a low branch of the willow. It was a dull, brittle-looking thing, seemingly lifeless. What do you see? A cocoon, Kaelin whispered. Yes, but what is inside? It is not the caterpillar anymore. It is not yet the butterfly. It is in the in-between place, a secret, silent workshop where magic is happening. It is not a place of death, but of patient becoming. She looked at him, her eyes kind. You, Kaelin, are in your own in-between place. She taught him his first lesson that day. She had him cup his hands, and she poured into them a handful of seeds from a small pouch at her belt. They were tiny and brown, utterly unremarkable. These are Heartsease seeds, she explained. They will only grow when they feel a shift in the heart of the one who holds them, a small victory over a fear, a moment of quiet courage. Try. Kaelin stared at the seeds, feeling foolish. What small victory had he won? He thought of walking into the deep woods alone, despite his fear. He had been afraid, but he had done it anyway. As he held that thought, a single seed in his palm glowed with a soft, amber light and sprouted a tiny, green tendril. Anya smiled. There, your first step, the garden at your home will feel it too. The changes on your skin are simply the outside reflecting the inside. As you grow brave, you will grow beautiful. And so it began. Kaelin visited Anya in the clearing whenever he felt the shimmer on his skin spread or change texture. It was never a sudden, dramatic event. Some days a patch on his forearm would take on the soft, velvety texture of a moth's wing. Other days a swirl of color like that of a twilight sky would appear across his collarbone. Each change was preceded by a small internal shift. He found the courage to speak to the grumpy baker in the village, offering a compliment on the smell of fresh bread. The man had grunted, but a hint of a smile had touched his lips. That evening, Kael saw that the pearlescent sheen on his hands had deepened into a soft, luminous gold. In his garden, the struggling rosemary bush burst into a cloud of tiny blue flowers. He spent an afternoon patiently helping a lost fawn find its way back to its mother, his own fear of the deepening shadows soothed by the creature's trust. The next morning he awoke to find delicate, fern-like patterns etched in silver along his wrists. Outside his window, the vegetable patch, which had been stubbornly barren, was now dotted with the bright yellow faces of volunteer marigolds. Anya was always there in the clearing, a steady presence. She never gave him direct answers, only gentle guidance. She taught him to listen to the language of the trees, which spoke in rustles about resilience. She showed him how a river stone is smoothed not by force, but by the patient, persistent caress of the water. Transformation, she would say, is rarely a roar, it is most often a whisper. The seasons turned. The air grew crisp, and the leaves of the whisperwood blazed with color. Kaelin's changes became more pronounced. His skin now held a constellation of patterns, swirls of mossy green, streaks of sky blue, patches that shimmered like sunlight on water. He was no longer a quiet boy made of glass, but a young man who carried a quiet, steady light within him. His cottage garden was no longer a struggling patch, but a small paradise, a tapestry of blossoms and herbs that thrived in a riot of color and scent, each plant a testament to a fear faced, a kindness given, a lesson learned. One evening, as the first snow of winter began to dust the branches of the whisperwood with a delicate sugar, Kael went to the clearing. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that it would be his last visit to Anya in this way. She was waiting for him, a serene smile on her face. The willow tree was bare, but it stood with a majestic grace against the gray sky. "You have done well, Kael," she said. "The cocoon has done its work." He looked at his hands, which now glowed with a gentle, internal light, as if he held a captured moonbeam just beneath the surface. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice calm, without a trace of its old fear. "Now," Anya said, her form beginning to shimmer, blending with the falling snow and the twilight, "you begin. The mentor's role is to become unnecessary. You are not an ending, but a beautiful new beginning. The garden you have grown is not just outside your cottage. It is inside you. Tend to it always." And as the last word faded on the cold air, Anya was gone. In her place stood the ancient willow, but now, from its bare branches, hung thousands of tiny glowing seed pods, each one pulsing with a soft, golden light, illuminating the clearing like a constellation fallen to earth. Kael did not feel sadness. He felt a profound sense of peace. He was not the boy who was afraid of change anymore. He was the quiet young man who understood that he was, and always would be, in a state of gentle metamorphosis. He was a garden, a cocoon, a seed full of potential, all at once. He walked back to his cottage through the silent, snow-kissed woods, his own light guiding the way. He reached his garden gate and paused. Even under its blanket of snow, he could feel the vibrant life sleeping beneath, waiting for the spring. He knew that his own journey of change was not over. It was simply entering a new season. It was a finale that felt like a beginning, a deep, comforting breath before the next beautiful, patient, inevitable transformation. And for the first time, he welcomed it with a wide and open heart. Story 4. On the edge of the silken nebula, where stardust swirled in lazy, luminous ribbons, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory. It was not a place of sharp angles and humming machinery, but rather a structure that seemed grown rather than built. Its walls were a lattice of living, breathing crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal light, and its great domed roof was clear as still water, offering a perfect view of the cosmos. This was the Starlight Conservatory, a haven for wayfarers, and it was here that two very different souls found themselves one quiet cycle. The first was a being from the world of Xylos, a planet of deep forests and whispering glades. His name was Kael, and he was shaped somewhat like a slender tree, with bark-like skin that shifted in color with his mood, from a calm, mossy green to a flustered, vibrant orange. His eyes were large and luminous, seeing not just light, but the gentle warmth of living things. He communicated not with words, but with a symphony of soft clicks, hums, and the gentle rustling of the fine, leaf-like filaments that grew along his arms. He had come to the conservatory to study the musical harmonies of distant pulsars, which to him sounded like the most beautiful, lonely choirs in the universe. The second was a traveler from the gaseous oceans of Vela 7. Her name was Lyra, and she was a creature of light and gentle matter. She had no fixed form, but often chose to appear as a shimmering, bipedal swirl of iridescent mist, with twin points of sapphire light where a face might be. She spoke in colors and subtle shifts in luminosity. A warm, rosy pink indicated happiness. A thoughtful, slow-pulsing violet denoted curiosity. A sudden flash of gold was a laugh. She had journeyed to the conservatory to map the emotional echoes left in the nebulae by ancient stellar births. Their first meeting was a symphony of miscommunication. Kael, tending to a patch of glowing star moss in the conservatory's central garden, heard a soft sighing sound and turned to see Lyra drifting through a wall. Startled, his skin flashed a brilliant, alarmed orange, and he let out a sharp, clicking alarm call. Lyra, in turn, interpreted this sudden burst of color and sound as a hostile challenge. Her form contracted, her light dimming to a wary slate gray, and she emitted a low, thrumming frequency that made the crystals in the walls vibrate uncomfortably. For a time, they kept to opposite ends of the vast, circular space. Kael stayed among the soft, bioluminescent flora of the garden, his melodies subdued and cautious. Lyra floated near the great dome, her colors muted as she watched the stars, feeling a pang of loneliness sharper than any she had ever mapped. The turning point came during the observatory's artificial night cycle. The main lights dimmed, and the nebula outside glowed with renewed intensity, painting the interior in washes of amethyst and cerulean. Kael, feeling the profound silence, began to hum a deep, resonant melody, a Xylosian lullaby his parent trees had sung to him under their twin moons. It was a sound of roots reaching deep and branches stretching high, a song of safety and belonging. Across the room, Lyra heard it. The vibration was not threatening, it was sorrowful and beautiful. Hesitantly, she responded not with a color, but with a sound of her own, a soft, harmonic chime that wove itself around Kaelin's melody, complementing it, asking a gentle question. Kael paused, his skin softening to a curious yellow. He hummed another phrase, a questioning rise at the end. Lyra answered with a cascade of silver light that flowed across her form. It was not a language either knew, but it was a start. They were listening. Their shared project began by accident. Kael was trying to coax a stubborn cluster of starbells to bloom, but they required a specific spectrum of light he couldn't provide. In frustration, he gestured towards the flowers, his filaments rustling in a way that clearly said, "They are sad." Lyra drifted closer. She focused her essence, and her form began to glow with a soft, nurturing, peach-colored light, bathing the starbells in its warmth. To their astonishment, the buds shivered and unfurled, releasing a scent like honey and moonlight. Kaelin's skin bloomed into a pattern of delighted green spirals. In response, Lyra flashed a joyous sunbeam yellow. This small success became their dictionary. They began to build a garden together, a sanctuary within the sanctuary. Kael would plant and tend, his hands coaxing life from the strange, cosmic soil, while Lyra would provide the light, the warmth, and even the gentle, rain-like mist she could conjure from her vaporous form. They learned each other's quirks. Kael discovered that Lyra needed periods of absolute darkness to recharge, and he would carefully drape light-absorbing cloths over her favorite corner. Lyra learned that Kael drew strength from complex, rhythmic sounds, and she would create intricate, silent light shows that pulsed in time to his internal music, which he would then translate into soft drumming on the crystalline floor. There were moments of hilarious misunderstanding. Once Kael offered Lyra a nutrient-rich sap from his homeworld, a gesture of deep friendship. Lyra, trying to be polite, attempted to absorb it, resulting in her turning a sickly, chartreuse green and hiccuping tiny, sparkling bubbles for hours. Kael, mortified, had hummed apologetic melodies until she finally pulsed a forgiving, laughing pink. Another time, Lyra tried to show Kael a Velen greeting by forming a perfect, shimmering sphere of light. Kael, thinking it was a new type of fruit, tried to eat it, much to Lyra's amused flickering. But their deepest connection was forged in the quiet hours, side by side beneath the star-dusted dome. They couldn't share stories of their childhoods in any conventional way, so they shared feelings instead. Kael would hum the lonely, beautiful song of the Xylosian deepwoods, and Lyra would wash the room in hues of serene blue and contemplative indigo. Lyra would pulse with the vibrant, chaotic joy of a Velen light storm, and Kael would respond with a rhythm of excited, staccato clicks. They learned that the ache of loneliness was the same color, the same note, no matter what world you hailed from. One cycle, a tremor ran through the station, a ripple from a distant supernova. It was harmless, but it caused a delicate, crystalline sculpture they had been building together to wobble and crash to the floor, shattering into 1,000 glittering pieces. For a moment they both fell silent, looking at the wreckage of their shared effort. Then Kael knelt. He didn't hum a song of sadness or frustration. Instead, he began to carefully sort the shards, not by size or shape, but by the subtle musical tone each one made when he tapped it. Lyra watched, her light a soft, questioning silver. Then understanding dawned. She flowed over the fragments, her light illuminating their hidden internal structures, revealing colors no one could see alone. Together, they began again. Not to rebuild what was lost, but to create something new. Kael arranged the shards based on their harmonic properties, and Lyra fused them together with gentle pulses of energy, highlighting the most beautiful internal flaws. What emerged was not a sculpture, but an instrument, a wind chime of cosmic glass. When the gentle air currents of the conservatory passed through it, it didn't just make a sound. It released a cascade of miniature rainbows, and a chord that was a perfect blend of Kaelin's forest melody and Lyra's nebular harmony. They hung it in the center of their garden. It was a testament to their friendship, a thing that could never have been created by one alone, born from a misunderstanding that led to laughter, and an accident that led to beauty. As they sat together that night, watching a double star system set behind the nebulous veil, no words, colors, or melodies were needed. The gentle, chiming music of their shared creation filled the air, and the silence between them was the most profound and comfortable either had ever known. They had learned that the most advanced technology in the universe was not a warp drive or a teleporter, but a simple, open heart. And that the most universal language, one that could bridge any gap between worlds, was the quiet, steadfast grammar of kindness. And in the warm glow of the Starlight Conservatory, that was more than enough. Story 5. In a quiet village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the air always carried the scent of baking bread and damp earth, lived a young girl named Lyra. Each evening she would sit by her window and watch the sky transform into a canvas of deep purples and oranges, but lately something had changed. The great aurora that danced above the village, painting the night with ribbons of emerald and sapphire, had begun to fade, its light growing dimmer with each passing day. The villagers, who relied on the aurora's gentle glow to nurture their dreams and soothe their worries, spoke in hushed tones of a coming darkness. Lyra, with a heart full of curiosity and a pocket that always held a smooth, warm stone from her hearth, a token of home that smelled of wood smoke and comfort, felt a pull to understand why. One twilight, as sparks from the village bonfire rose like fireflies into the velvety night, Lyra made a decision. She would journey beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and into the enchanted realms whispered of in old tales. Her goal was not for glory, but to help her people, and perhaps to uncover a piece of herself along the way. With her hearthstone snug in her palm, its warmth a constant reminder of home, she stepped into the whispering woods, where the trees hummed a low, melodic tune, and the leaves brushed against her cheeks like soft silk. The woods were a place of both mystery and familiarity. Giant mushrooms glowed with a soft bioluminescence, casting a gentle light on the path, and the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and wild honeysuckle. As Lyra walked, she noticed that the creatures here communicated not with words, but with music. A family of fox-like beings with fur that shimmered like moonlight would twitch their ears in rhythm, creating a symphony of clicks and whistles that guided her forward. They showed her the first landmark, the singing stones, a circle of ancient rocks that emitted a harmonious vibration when touched. Lyra placed her hand on the cool, moss-covered surface, and the stones sang a story of balance and kindness, teaching her that every action ripples through the world like a note in a song. Guided by the music, Lyra reached the edge of the woods and found herself at the base of a great mountain, where clouds swirled in inviting tendrils. Here began the ascent to the cloud cities, realms floating high above, built from spun sugar and mist. The path was a staircase of condensed air, each step feeling like walking on a firm yet yielding pillow. The scent here was of rain-kissed ozone and distant thunderstorms, clean and invigorating. As she climbed, she met the Lumina, beings of pure light who shaped their thoughts into glowing patterns. They communicated through gentle touches, their forms cool and tingling against her skin, like static electricity on a dry day. One Lumina, a soft golden orb, floated beside her, projecting images of a library between dimensions, a place where knowledge was stored in echoes and shadows. The cloud cities were wonders of architecture, with bridges made of rainbows and houses that chimed in the wind. But Lyra learned that the fading aurora was tied to a disruption in the flow of light from the underground aurora caverns, a place few had ventured to. The Lumina guided her to a portal hidden within a library that existed between heartbeats, where books floated like feathers and the air smelled of old parchment and vanilla. Here the shelves shifted and whispered, and Lyra realized that understanding oneself was as important as helping others. She spent a moment reading a tome that reflected her own doubts, feeling the textured pages smooth under her fingers, and emerged with renewed courage. Her journey downward led her to the crystal caves, where the walls glittered with gems that pulsed like living hearts. The caverns were illuminated by an underground aurora, more vibrant than the one above, but now flickering weakly. The creatures here, the geodes, were silent and moved with a grace that spoke through the light they emitted, each flash an emotion, each pulse a warning. They showed Lyra that a great sadness had settled in the deepest chamber, where the heartstone, source of all light, was dimming. To reach it, she had to navigate chambers filled with pools of liquid starlight, which felt warm and viscous against her skin, and forests of crystal trees that chimed when brushed. With the help of a geode named Shimmer, who communicated by tracing patterns of light on Lyra's arm, she learned that the Heartstone was grieving because the world above had forgotten to share its stories and dreams. Lyra, carrying her hearthstone, understood the power of home and connection. She sat by the Heartstone, a massive crystal that hummed with energy and shared tales of her village, the laughter of children, the warmth of firesides, the scent of blooming night flowers. As she spoke, the stone began to brighten, its light weaving through the caverns and up to the sky, restoring the aurora. Returning home, Lyra found the village bathed in the revived glow, the air once again filled with the cozy sense of hearth and community. She had not only helped her people, but had discovered that wisdom lies in listening to the music of nature, the light of friends, and the quiet voice within. Curling up by her window with her hearthstone still warm in her hand, she felt a deep peace, knowing that even in the most foreign lands, the essence of home could guide and heal. And as the stars twinkled approval, she drifted to sleep, wrapped in the comfort of a world restored by kindness. Story 6. The starship Stardancer hummed softly as it drifted through the sea of tranquility, a vast, velvety black nebula dotted with shimmering star nurseries. Inside, in a quiet corner of the botanical observatory, a being named Kael was feeling terribly alone. Kael was from the world of Lyra, a planet where the very soil sang with a low, resonant hum, and its people communicated through the shifting, intricate patterns of light that danced across their skin. Here on the cold, silent metal of the ship, his own light patterns felt muted, like a candle flickering in a vast, empty hall. The Stardancer was a vessel of peaceful exploration, a meeting point for beings from different corners of the galaxy. It was here that Kael was meant to be studying the unique, sound-absorbing moss from his home world, which was being cultivated in an attempt to create quieter, more peaceful living quarters on the often buzzing ship. One evening, as Kael was gently coaxing a patch of moss to emit its soothing, subaudible hum, a strange, melodic whistling filled the air. It was a sound that seemed to weave through the leaves of the alien ferns and bounce off the glass panels that looked out into the cosmos. Curious, Kael followed the sound. He found its source in the star map chamber. There, floating serenely in the low gravity, was a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It looked like a living nebula, a collection of swirling, opalescent gases held in a loosely humanoid form. Its name was Orin, and it was from a gas giant called Etheria, where communication happened through complex harmonies of whistles and hums, a language of pressure and vibration. Orin was trying to calibrate the star map, but the console's gentle beeps and chimes were, to its senses, painfully crude and repetitive. Orin let out a long, mournful whistle that made the glass of the observatory dome vibrate softly. Kael, without thinking, responded. A wave of soft blue-green light pulsed from his chest, a Lyrian expression of shared frustration and curiosity. Orin stopped swirling and turned its gaseous head. 2 points of gentle light, like distant stars, focused on Kael. Orin responded not with a whistle, but with a low, warm hum that made the floor plates thrum comfortingly under Kael's feet. That was the beginning. They couldn't understand each other's languages, not in any conventional sense. But they found a common ground in the quiet, shared space of the observatory. Kael started bringing his Lyrian moss, which, when happy, produced a vibration that Orin found deeply pleasing. Orin, in turn, would gently manipulate the air pressure in the room, creating pockets of warmth that felt to Kael like the comforting sunlight of his home. They decided to create a space that was truly theirs, a shelter within the larger shelter of the ship. They chose a small, unused storage bay that had a large, circular viewport looking out onto a particularly brilliant cluster of newborn stars. Kael brought glowing, crystalline fungi from Lyra that pulsed with soft light. Orin drifted to the ship's atmospheric processors and returned with faint, shimmering mist that caught the fungi's light and refracted it into tiny, dancing rainbows. They cultivated the sound moss together, Kael tending to its physical needs while Orin sang to it, encouraging it to grow with vibrations that felt like a lullaby. They called their creation the hearth space. It was neither solid nor gaseous, neither fully light nor fully sound, but a beautiful, dreamlike blend of both. Of course, there were misunderstandings. The first major one happened when Kael, wanting to show affection, gathered all his light into a single, brilliant, blindingly white point on his forehead, the highest compliment Illyrian could pay. To Orin, whose people perceived intense light as a sign of aggression or alarm, it was terrifying. Orin instinctively condensed into a tight, swirling ball and let out a high-pitched shriek of distress that cracked one of the crystalline fungi. Kaelin's light immediately dimmed to a confused, flickering gray. Orin, seeing the shattered crystal in Kaelin's dimmed glow, realized its mistake. Slowly it expanded back to its normal form and began to emit a series of soft, apologetic chimes, like gentle wind chimes. Kaelin, understanding the sentiment if not the notes, pulsed a soft, rose-colored light of forgiveness. They spent the next hour carefully repairing the fungus with a bioadhesive, their shared focus a quieter, more powerful language than the mistake that had preceded it. Another time, Orin decided to surprise Kaelin by improving the hearth space. While Kaelin was away, Orin increased the humidity to Etherian comfort levels, believing the moist, dense air would feel like a cozy blanket. When Kaelin returned, he found the room thick with fog, his precious light fungi dimmed and drooping, unable to breathe. For Illyrian used to dry, clear air, it was claustrophobic. His skin flashed with jagged patterns of orange anxiety. Orin, sensing the sudden shift in the light patterns, whistled in confusion. It had meant to give a gift. Kaelin, instead of getting angry, went to the environmental controls and with slow, deliberate movements, showed Orin how to adjust the settings. He pulsed a soft yellow light, Lyrian for teaching, and Orin hummed a tone of understanding. They learned that Kaelin needed clarity, and Orin needed softness, and they found a middle setting that allowed the fungi to glow brightly while the air remained gently misted, catching the light in a new, even more beautiful way. They ended up laughing about it, Kaelin's light flickering in a pattern that resembled chuckling, and Orin's form jiggling with silent, gaseous mirth. Their deepest connection, however, came during the quiet moments. The Stardancer had a cycle it called Starlight Reverie, when the ship's internal lighting would dim to a minimum and the great viewports would become the only source of light. Kaelin and Orin would always meet in their hearth space for this. Kaelin would sit on a cushion of soft moss, his skin emitting the faintest, most peaceful glow. Orin would hover beside him, its gaseous form settling into a calm, slow swirl. Together, they would watch the galaxy wheel past. They saw nebulae bloom like watercolor flowers in the void, and comets streak by like tears of light. During one such reverie, a meteor shower of incredible beauty began, a silent, glittering dance of cosmic debris burning up in the atmosphere of a nearby planet. Kaelin felt a swell of emotion, awe, gratitude, and a profound sense of friendship. Without words, he let the feeling flow out of him. His entire body began to glow with a deep, warm, golden light, a pattern that was slow and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Orin felt the warmth of the light, but more than that, it felt the intention behind it. In response, it didn't whistle or hum. Instead, it began to glow from within, its nebulous form lighting up with soft, bioluminescent points that mirrored the meteor shower outside. It was a symphony of light and a sonata of color, a conversation that needed no dictionary. In that moment, they both understood. The golden light was Kaelin's heart. The star-like points were Orin's soul. They were saying the same thing, in two different, beautiful languages. The universal language was not one of words or lights or whistles. It was the language of a shared silence, of a patience to learn, of a kindness that sought to understand rather than to be understood. It was the willingness to repair a broken crystal fungus together, or to find a humidity setting that worked for both. It was the quiet agreement that the most important thing was not being right, but being together, watching the stars. The Stardancer continued its journey, a tiny speck of life in the immense cosmos. But within it, in a small room filled with glowing fungi and gentle mist, a friendship bloomed that was as vast and warm as any sun. It was a testament to the fact that no matter how different the worlds we come from, a shelter can always be built with the simple, sturdy materials of kindness, and within it, any two hearts can find a way to sing the same, silent, joyful song under the watchful eyes of the eternal stars. Story 7. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon wove silver threads through the canopy, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was a place of whispered secrets, where the very air hummed with the gentle magic of the night. The trees, ancient and wise, stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. Moss-covered stones, soft as velvet, dotted the forest floor, and streams giggled over smooth pebbles, their babbling a lullaby for all who listened. On this particular evening, as a cool breeze rustled the leaves like pages turning in a great book, a young fox kit named Juniper felt a restlessness stir within her. She was small, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Juniper had noticed the days growing shorter, the air crisper, and the vibrant greens of the forest slowly giving way to hues of gold and amber. A subtle unease prickled at her paws, for she feared the coming winter, a time when the forest would sleep, and the warmth she cherished might fade. With a soft sigh, she padded through a clearing bathed in starlight, where bioluminescent fungi glowed like tiny lanterns along the roots of an ancient oak. The light cast eerie yet comforting shadows, and the air was filled with the soothing chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that Juniper remembered the tales her mother had told her of Elder Hoot, a great horned owl who resided in the highest branch of the grandfather tree, the oldest and wisest being in the forest. It was said that Elder Hoot understood the secret language of all things, the murmurs of the streams, the sighs of the stones, and the whispers of the trees. Perhaps he could ease her worries. With determination lighting her path, Juniper set off toward the heart of the forest, her paws making no sound on the carpet of pine needles. As she journeyed, the forest seemed to come alive with gentle sounds that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The wind whispered through the leaves, creating a soft shushing noise that calmed her racing heart. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle drizzle that tapped rhythmically on the broad leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. Juniper paused by a babbling brook, where the water chuckled over stones worn smooth by time. She dipped her paw into the cool stream, and for a moment she felt as if the water were speaking to her, telling tales of journeys to distant lands where the sun always shone. After a while, Juniper reached a starlit clearing where the grandfather tree stood, its branches stretching toward the heavens like arms embracing the sky. Perched on a limb was Elder Hoot, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes holding the depth of the night itself. He did not startle at her approach. Instead, he blinked slowly, a gesture of welcome. "Little one," he said, his voice a low, resonant hum that blended with the forest sounds, "I felt your footsteps on the earth. What brings you here on such a peaceful night?" Juniper sat at the base of the tree, her tail wrapped around her paws. "Elder Hoot, I am troubled," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "The seasons are changing and winter approaches. I fear the cold and the silence. How can the forest bear to sleep for so long? It feels like an ending, and it fills me with sorrow." Elder Hoot ruffled his feathers gently. "Ah, the cycle of rest and renewal," he mused. "It is a dance as old as the stars themselves. But to understand it, you must learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. The forest has a language all its own, and tonight, if you are willing, I will guide you to hear it." He spread his wings slightly, not to fly, but to gesture toward the path ahead. "Let us walk together, and I will show you how the trees, the streams, and the stones speak of the seasons." And so Juniper followed Elder Hoot as he led her deeper into the woods. Their first stop was a grove of silver birches, their bark gleaming like polished bone in the moonlight. Elder Hoot paused and placed a wing against the trunk of the largest tree. "Listen," he urged. Juniper pressed her ear to the cool bark and heard a faint, humming vibration, a slow, steady pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth. "The trees are storing their energy," Elder Hoot explained. "They are not dying, they are dreaming. In their sleep they gather strength for the spring, when they will awaken with new leaves and blossoms. This is the language of patience, little one. It teaches us that rest is not an end, but a preparation for new beginnings." As they moved on, they came to a stream that wound through the forest like a ribbon of liquid silver. Elder Hoot gestured to the water. "Kneel and listen to its song." Juniper did as she was told, and the babbling brook seemed to form words in its flow. It spoke of the mountains where it began, of the rain that fed it, and of how it would slow to a trickle in winter, only to surge again with the melt of snow. "The stream knows that stillness is part of its journey," Elder Hoot said. "In the quiet of winter it reflects the stars above, gathering light for the days ahead. This is the language of resilience. It reminds us that even in silence there is beauty and purpose." Next they approached a circle of moss-covered stones, arranged as if by ancient hands. Elder Hoot hopped onto the largest stone, which was warm from the day's sun. "Place your paw here," he instructed. Juniper touched the stone and felt a deep, grounding warmth seeping into her. The stone seemed to whisper of ages past, of winters it had endured, and of the moss that clung to it like a soft blanket. "Stones teach us constancy," Elder Hoot murmured. "They do not fear the cold, for they know it is temporary. Their wisdom is in their stillness. They hold the memory of the forest, and in their silence they offer comfort." As they continued their walk, the forest revealed its bioluminescent wonders. Fireflies blinked in the darkness, their lights dancing like fallen stars, and patches of glow-in-the-dark moss illuminated their path with an ethereal green hue. Juniper felt her fears melting away, replaced by a sense of wonder. But then a new challenge arose. A young rabbit named Thistle, who was Juniper's friend, came hopping toward them, his eyes wide with panic. "Juniper, I've lost my way," he cried. "The paths look different in the dark, and I cannot find my burrow." Juniper's heart went out to her friend. She looked to Elder Hoot for guidance, but the owl simply nodded encouragingly. "Use what you have learned, little fox. Listen to the forest, and it will show you the way." Remembering the language of the stones and streams, Juniper closed her eyes and focused. She heard the babbling brook to the east, its sound a familiar marker. She felt the alignment of the moss on the trees, which always grew thicker on the north side. With gentle confidence, she led Thistle through the starlit clearings, following the subtle cues of the forest. Along the way they were joined by other nocturnal creatures, a badger who shared a knowing nod, and a family of mice who whispered directions from the safety of their hollow log. Together they formed a chain of friendship, each contributing their unique wisdom. When they reached Thistle's burrow, safe and sound, the rabbit nuzzled Juniper gratefully. "Thank you," he said. "I was so scared, but you made the forest feel like home again." Juniper realized that in helping her friend, she had forgotten her own fears. The forest had not felt silent or cold. It had been alive with connection and care. Elder Hoot, who had watched from a distance, glided down to join them. "You see, Juniper, the magic of the forest is not just in its cycles, but in the hearts of those who dwell within it. Winter is not a time of loneliness. It is a season of gathering, of stories shared by firelight, of roots deepening in the earth, and of friendships that warm the coldest nights." As he spoke, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, drifting down like feathers from the sky. They landed softly on Juniper's fur, each one a tiny crystal of peace. The forest transformed around them. The bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter against the white snow, and the trees stood in serene silence, their branches adorned with icy lace. The babbling brook slowed its song to a gentle hum, and the wind whispered promises of spring. Juniper felt a deep contentment settle over her. She understood now that the cycles of rest and renewal were not something to fear, but a natural rhythm that held its own kind of magic. Elder Hoot led them back to the grandfather tree, where they huddled together at its base, sheltered by its mighty roots. The owls shared tales of winters long past, of how the animals would gather in harmony, and how the snow blanketed the forest in a hush that allowed for dreams to grow. Juniper listened, her eyes growing heavy as the sounds of the night, the soft crunch of snow under paws, the distant hoot of other owls, and the steady breath of the wind, lulled her into a state of tranquil peace. When the first light of dawn tinged the horizon with pale pink, Juniper awoke to find the forest blanketed in white, sparkling under the rising sun. Elder Hoot was gone, but his wisdom lingered in the air like the scent of pine. Juniper knew that winter had arrived, but instead of dread, she felt a quiet excitement for the days ahead, a time to rest, to reflect, and to cherish the warmth of community. As she made her way home, the forest seemed to whisper its gratitude. The stones felt warmer beneath her paws, the streams hummed a gentle farewell, and the trees swayed in a dance of approval. Juniper carried with her the understanding that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest silence, the heart of the forest beats on, full of magic and hope. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the ancient forest settled into its winter slumber, cradling all its creatures in a cocoon of peace, waiting patiently for the renewal that spring would bring. Story 8. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kael was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kael himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kael, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kael extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kael used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kael noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kaelin's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kael, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kael, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kael using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kaelin's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kaelin's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streaked past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kael let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kaelin's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kael and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kaelin's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. Story 9. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing in rhythm with the distant heartbeats of nebulae. Here, two souls from worlds apart found themselves drawn together by the silent call of loneliness and the universal yearning for connection. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where the very air danced with light. His name was Kaelin, and his skin was a canvas of ever-shifting hues, reflecting his innermost feelings in a silent symphony of color. When he was calm, his form glowed with soft azure and lavender. When curious, it sparked with flecks of gold. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant displays, each shade telling a story deeper than any language could convey. Kaelin had journeyed to the Starlight Haven after his ship, a vessel woven from crystalline fibers that sang as they moved, had malfunctioned, leaving him stranded in this remote corner of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the harmonic world of Melodia, where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. From her flowed a constant, gentle hum, a bass-line melody that shifted in pitch and tone to express her thoughts. When she was happy, it rose into a cheerful trill. When thoughtful, it deepened into a soothing drone. Lyra had been exploring the outer reaches when her own craft, a bubble-like pod that floated on sonic waves, had lost its way, bringing her to the same derelict station. Their meeting was hesitant, filled with the uncertainty of first contact. Kaelin, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a nervous orange red, his colors swirling in confusion. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of sharp, questioning notes that echoed through the corridor. For days, they circled each other in the station's hollow halls, their attempts at communication leading only to bafflement. Kaelin would glow a friendly yellow, only for Lyra to misinterpret it as a warning and hum a defensive low tone. They retreated to separate corners, the silence between them growing heavier than the void outside. But the Starlight Haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. In its core was a neglected garden chamber, once a place of solace for travelers. The walls were transparent, offering a panoramic view of the swirling nebulas outside, and the floor was soft with moss that glowed with a gentle bioluminescence. It was here that Kaelin and Lyra both sought refuge one evening, drawn by the comforting sight of distant stars. They found themselves standing at opposite ends of the room, each watching the cosmic ballet in silence. Kaelin, feeling the peace of the moment, let his skin shift to a calm, steady blue, like the deep ocean of his homeworld. Lyra, sensing the change, allowed her hum to soften into a melodic whisper, reminiscent of the winds that swept across Melodia's singing plains. Slowly, cautiously, they moved closer. Kaelin pointed a shimmering hand toward a particularly bright star, and his colors bloomed into a pattern of wonder, silver streaks against a backdrop of violet. Lyra, understanding the gesture, responded with a rising scale of notes that mirrored the star's brilliance. It was not yet conversation, but it was a start, a shared moment of awe. In the days that followed, they began to explore the garden together. The chamber was overgrown with alien flora, vines that curled like ribbons of light, flowers that opened and closed in time with the station's gentle breaths, and trees whose leaves chimed softly when touched. They decided to make this place their sanctuary, a project to bridge the gap between them. Kaelin, with his innate connection to light, nurtured the bioluminescent plants, his touch causing them to brighten in joyful response. Lyra, using her harmonic abilities, encouraged the musical plants to harmonize, creating a backdrop of ethereal melodies that filled the space. Their collaboration was not without its humorous stumbles. Once Kael arranged a cluster of glowberries in a pattern he intended as a gift, a spiral of warm pink and green, which on chroma symbolized friendship. But Lyra, seeing the colors, interpreted it as a sign of distress, for on Melodia such hues were associated with alarm. She burst into a frantic, high-pitched melody that sent the garden's creatures skittering. Kael, startled, flushed a bewildered gray. It took a long, patient evening of trial and error for them to realize the misunderstanding. They sat among the chiming trees, and Lyra hummed a slow, explanatory tune, while Kael slowly shifted his colors to demonstrate their meanings. When they finally grasped the cultural differences, Lyra let out a light, laughing trill, and Kael glowed with amused gold spots. The incident became a fond memory, a lesson in patience that only deepened their bond. As they worked, they developed a unique way of communicating, a blend of color, sound, and empathetic feeling. Kael learned to read the subtleties in Lyra's harmonics, recognizing the difference between a curious inquiry and a joyful exclamation. Lyra, in turn, began to understand the vocabulary of Kael's hues, seeing how a slow pulse of indigo could mean contentment, or a quick flash of cerulean might indicate excitement. They often spent hours in quiet companionship, tending to their garden while watching stars drift past the viewport. In those moments, words were unnecessary. The soft glow of the plants and the gentle hum of the station wrapped around them like a warm blanket. One evening, a challenge arose that tested their newfound understanding. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, casting the garden into momentary darkness. The plants dimmed and the harmonious sounds faded into silence. Lyra, whose world was always filled with music, felt a surge of panic, her hum turning into a distressed waver. Kael, remembering how darkness on chroma was a time for reflection, glowed a steady, reassuring amber. He moved close to Lyra, his light providing a soft beacon in the gloom. Together they realized that the garden's central crystal, which powered the bioluminescence, had been disrupted. Drawing on their strengths, Kael focused his inner light to recharge the crystal, while Lyra sang a stabilizing melody that calmed the erratic energies. As the garden slowly brightened, their efforts merged into a beautiful display, light and sound weaving together until the chamber was once again aglow with peace. This shared triumph solidified their friendship. They had created not just a shelter, but a home, a place where their differences were celebrated. The garden thrived under their care, becoming a tapestry of intergalactic life. Chroma's light-playing fungi grew alongside Melodia's resonant blossoms, each enhancing the other. They often invited passing cosmic creatures, floating spore fairies or gentle rock beasts, to visit, sharing stories through their unique languages. The station became a legend among wanderers, a beacon of harmony in the vastness of space. As time passed, Kael and Lyra found themselves spending countless evenings in their sanctuary, side by side. They would watch the nebulas paint the sky in hues of rose and sapphire, or count the shooting stars that streaked like tears of light. In these quiet moments, they felt the universe's gentle embrace, a reminder that kindness needed no translation. Lyra would hum a lullaby from her childhood, and Kael would glow in time, his colors flowing like a slow river. They learned that friendship was not about perfection, but about the willingness to listen, whether with eyes, ears, or heart. Eventually, the day came when both their ships were repaired, thanks to the help of other travelers they had aided. They knew they would have to return to their own worlds, but the thought brought no sadness, only gratitude. On their last night together, they sat in the garden, surrounded by the soft light and music they had nurtured. Kael's skin shone with a brilliant, heartfelt spectrum, a farewell that spoke of everlasting bond. Lyra responded with a melody that wove through the air, a song of promise and memory. They understood that distance meant nothing, for they had built a bridge between their souls that would span any galaxy. And so, as the stars twinkled like distant campfires, Kael and Lyra parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their heart. The Starlight Haven remained, a silent testament to their friendship, its garden forever blooming with the light of understanding and the sound of kindness. For in the endless cosmos, where worlds may be strange and languages unfamiliar, it is the simple acts of compassion that truly connect us all, weaving a tapestry of peace that glows brighter than any star. Story 10. The fire crackled softly, its light dancing on the walls of the cozy room, painting them in shades of amber and gold. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the world settling into darkness. It is on nights like these, when the world holds its breath, that the most quiet and wondrous stories unfold. So snuggle deep, listen close, and let me tell you a tale about a boy named Leo, a stone that held a secret warmth, and a journey that began with a simple, lonely feeling. Leo lived with his grandfather in a small cottage at the edge of a great, murmuring forest. The cottage was a place of comfort, smelling always of baking bread and dried herbs hanging from the rafters. His grandfather was a kind man with hands like worn leather and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, a comforting sound. But lately a quiet emptiness had taken root in Leo's heart. It wasn't a sadness exactly, more like a feeling that a piece of a puzzle was missing, a piece he hadn't even known was gone. He would often sit on the back step, watching the dark line of the trees, feeling a peculiar pull, a whisper on the edge of his hearing. One afternoon, while helping his grandfather tidy the woodshed, Leo noticed something glinting in a pile of forgotten kindling. It was a stone no larger than his palm, smooth and oval. But it was unlike any stone he had ever seen. It was a deep, smoky gray, but when he picked it up, it was surprisingly warm to the touch, as if it had been resting in a sunbeam. And there, in its very center, pulsed a soft, orange light, like a single, captured ember from their own fireplace. "Grandfather," Leo said, carrying the stone into the cottage. "Look what I found." His grandfather took the stone, his wise old eyes crinkling at the corners as he turned it over in his hands. He held it to his ear, then pressed it to his cheek. A slow smile spread across his face. "Ah," he murmured. "The hearthstone. I wondered where it had gotten to." The hearthstone. Leo asked, his curiosity sparking like the fire in the grate. "Long ago," his grandfather began, settling into his worn armchair and gesturing for Leo to sit on the rug by his feet. "This forest was said to be watched over by gentle spirits of light and warmth. They weren't grand or fearsome, but quiet like the glow of moss on a fallen log. This stone is a piece of their magic. It doesn't shout or blaze, you see, it just glows. It's drawn to those who need a little light, a little warmth for a journey." A journey. Leo whispered, his fingers tingling where they touched the stone. "The stone feels the quiet in your heart, Leo," his grandfather said gently. "That feeling you have that something is missing. Sometimes the only way to find what we lack is to go looking for it. The stone will be your guide. It will glow brighter when you're on the right path, and its warmth will be a friend in the cool of the evening." And so, with a heart full of nervous excitement and a pack containing a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and the wonderfully warm hearthstone, Leo set out the next morning. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. Sunlight fell through the canopy in dappled patches, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. At first the path was clear, but soon it forked and then forked again, until Leo was walking on a narrow trail barely visible among the ferns. He held the hearthstone in his hand. At the first fork it pulsed gently, no brighter for the left or the right path. He chose the left, and after a few steps, the stone's warm light dimmed almost to nothing. He backtracked and took the right path. Immediately the ember glow within the stone brightened, casting a soft, orange circle of light on the mossy ground before him. A smile touched Leo's lips. He had a guide. He walked for hours, the forest growing deeper and quieter around him. The only sounds were the crunch of his own footsteps, the chatter of a distant squirrel, and the whisper of the wind in the highest branches. As the sun began to sink, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a chill crept into the air. Leo found a small clearing ringed with ancient, kindly-looking oaks and decided to make camp. Gathering dry twigs, he built a small pile. He had no flint, no matches. He looked at the hearthstone in his palm. It glowed steadily, warmly. On an impulse, he held it close to the driest, finest twigs at the base of his little pyre. He focused all his hope, all his need for warmth, into the stone. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, a tiny wisp of smoke curled up from the twigs. A second later, a small, bright flame sparked to life, catching and growing into a cheerful, crackling little fire. Leo warmed his hands by the flames, the hearthstone resting beside him, its glow seeming to dance in time with the fire. He felt a surge of pride and a strange connection to the forest around him. He was no longer just a boy from the cottage. He was a part of this vast, sleeping world. As he ate his simple supper, he noticed the firelight reflecting in a pair of bright, curious eyes, watching him from the edge of the clearing. The air was warm and humid, and gentle, luminous vapors rose from the surface of the water, curling into intricate patterns like smoke from an unseen fire. This was the hidden world, a secret heart of warmth and light nestled deep within the cold stone of the mountain. And there, on a flat rock by the water's edge, sat the fox from the previous night. It looked at Leo, then back at the lake. Sitting beside the fox was the most remarkable creature Leo had ever seen. It looked like a very large, very wise otter, with fur the color of silver mist and eyes that held the deep, calm light of the glowing cavern. Around its neck was a pendant, and set within that pendant was a stone that glowed with the same gentle, orange light as Leo's own. The creature made a soft, chuffing sound and gestured with a sleek head towards the water. Leo approached slowly, his earlier loneliness completely forgotten, replaced by a sense of profound wonder. He held out his hearthstone. The creature touched its own stone to Leo's. As they met, a wave of warmth, not just physical but emotional, flowed through Leo. It was a feeling of understanding, of connection, of coming home. The creature, whom Leo understood in that moment was a guardian of this place, led him to the water's edge and pointed a sleek paw at the surface. Leo peered in. The water did not show his reflection. Instead, it swirled with images. He saw his grandfather in the cottage, smiling as he stirred a pot over the fire. He saw himself sitting on the step, feeling that lonely pull. He saw the kindness in his grandfather's eyes, the patience with which he had taught Leo the names of the stars and the songs of the birds. He saw that the love and the warmth he had been seeking had been with him all along, in the steady, quiet rhythm of his life at the cottage. The journey hadn't been to find something new, but to understand the value of what he already had. The mystery of the empty feeling in his heart was solved. It wasn't a missing piece, but a space that needed to be filled with gratitude and awareness. The guardian otter nudged him gently, its eyes full of ancient kindness. It was a friendship forged not in words, but in shared silence and shared warmth. Leo knew it was time to return. He had found what he was looking for. With a final, grateful look at the beautiful, hidden cavern and its gentle guardian, Leo turned and made his way back through the glittering tunnel, the hearthstone lighting his way. When he emerged, blinking into the daylight, the forest seemed different. The green was greener, the birdsong sweeter. He saw the beauty that had always been there. The journey back felt shorter, his steps lighter. The hearthstone still glowed in his pocket, but its warmth now felt familiar, a part of him. He reached the cottage just as the last light of day was fading. His grandfather was waiting on the step, just as Leo had seen him in the vision. He didn't look anxious, only peaceful. "Welcome home, Leo," he said, his voice a soft rumble. Leo sat beside him and told him everything: the fox, the hidden cavern, the guardian, the vision in the water. His grandfather listened, nodding slowly. When Leo was finished, he placed a warm, heavy hand on his grandson's shoulder. "The greatest journeys," his grandfather said, "are the ones that lead us back to ourselves. The stone didn't lead you to a treasure, but to a truth. And the best warmth isn't just from a fire, but from a heart that knows it is loved." That night, as Leo lay in his bed, the hearthstone rested on his bedside table, its ember glow a soft, rhythmic pulse in the dark. The emptiness in his heart was gone, filled to the brim with a quiet, steady joy. He could hear the gentle crackle of the fireplace downstairs, the familiar, comforting sound of home. He thought of the fox, the guardian, the glowing cavern, and his grandfather's kind eyes. His journey was over, but his story was just beginning, a story now woven through with the magic of friendship, the wisdom of self-discovery, and a warmth that would never fade. And as the fire burned low and the stars turned in the sky outside his window, Leo drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with soft light and the gentle, friendly silence of the forest. Story 11. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the cozy room, painting them in shades of gold and amber. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, a gentle counterpoint to the sputtering logs. It is on such nights, when the world holds its breath and the stars press close against the window panes, that the best stories are told. So draw your blanket a little tighter, settle into the cushions, and listen to the tale of a boy named Kael and the quiet light he carried within. Kael was a boy of thoughtful silences and watchful eyes, who lived in a village nestled in a valley where the mountains wore skirts of dark green forest. To most, he seemed an ordinary boy, perhaps a little too quiet, a little too prone to wandering off into the woods alone. But Kael carried a secret, a small, puzzling thing he had never shown to anyone. In the palm of his right hand, hidden when he made a fist, was a mark. It was not a scar or a birthmark, but something else entirely. When he was calm, when he felt a deep and simple happiness, like the taste of fresh bread from the oven or the sight of the first snowdrops in spring, the mark would glow with a soft, warm light, the color of embers in a dying fire. He called it his ember glow. It was a comfort to him, a private companion on his solitary walks. Yet it also made him feel different, separate, as if he held a piece of a puzzle he didn't know how to solve. The older he grew, the more the glow seemed to pulse with a quiet longing, as if it were trying to tell him something, to guide him somewhere. One evening, as autumn began to crisp the edges of the leaves, Kael was returning from the forest with a bundle of kindling. The ember glow in his palm was faint, a mere whisper of warmth. As he passed the cottage of Alara, the village's oldest resident, he saw her sitting on a bench, her hands curled around a steaming mug. Her eyes, the color of a winter sky, fixed on him. "The woods are growing dark early, Kael," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "You should take care." "I'm not afraid of the dark," Kael replied, which was mostly true. Alara smiled, a network of kindly wrinkles deepening around her eyes. "It's not the dark itself one should fear, but what one fails to see within it. Come, sit a while, your kindling can wait." Hesitantly, Kael sat beside her. The scent of her tea, a blend of chamomile and honey, mingled with the wood smoke in the air. "You have a quiet heart, Kael," she said after a moment. "But I think it holds a light that seeks its source." Kael's breath caught in his throat. He instinctively clenched his fist, hiding his palm. How could she know? Alara didn't press him. Instead, she pointed a bony finger toward the darkest part of the forest, where the trees grew thick and ancient. "The old stories say that deep in the heartwood there is a place where the world is not quite as solid as it is here. A hidden world, they say, where things lost can be found, and where lights like yours are born. They call it the Vale of Whispering Moss. Is it real? Kael whispered, his own longing echoing in the question. Real as the fire in that hearth, she said. But the path is not on any map. It appears only to those who need to find it, and it is lit only by a light that they already carry. Her gaze dropped meaningfully to his closed fist. A journey there would not be easy. It would change you, as surely as fire changes wood, but it might also answer the question you have carried in your hand all these years. That night Kael lay in his bed, the ember glow pulsing softly in the darkness. Alara's words echoed in his mind. A hidden world. A light that seeks its source. For the first time, his secret felt less like a strange burden and more like a key. By the time the first birds began to chirp outside his window, he had made his decision. He would find the Vale of Whispering Moss. He packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, a water skin, and his warmest cloak. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of rose and apricot, he slipped out of the village and into the embrace of the forest. The familiar path soon gave way to less trodden trails, where the sunlight fell in dappled patches on a carpet of ferns and last year's leaves. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine. For hours he walked, his ember glow providing a soft, steady light in the deep shadows under the canopy. At first, the journey was pleasant. He followed the course of a chattering stream, its voice a cheerful companion. But as the day wore on, the forest changed. The trees grew taller and closer together, their branches weaving a dense roof that blocked out much of the sky. The cheerful stream dwindled to a trickle and then vanished underground. The familiar sounds of birdsong were replaced by an eerie, profound silence. A deep unease settled in Kael's stomach. He was truly lost. He consulted the ember glow, but it merely pulsed steadily, offering no direction. Doubt began to creep in, cold and sharp. What was he doing? Chasing a fairy tale told by an old woman. He was just a boy from the village, and this vast, ancient forest had no interest in his small secret. As dusk began to bleed into the woods, turning the world to shades of gray and blue, Kael's fear grew. The temperature dropped, and a mist began to coil around the roots of the trees, like ghostly serpents. He stumbled on a gnarled root, scraping his knee. Sitting on a mossy stone, he fought back tears of frustration and loneliness. The ember glow in his hand flickered, dimming with his fading hope. It was then that he heard a sound, a small, frantic scratching noise, followed by a pitiful whimper. The sound came from a thicket of brambles nearby. Pushing aside his own fear, Kael crept toward the noise. There, tangled hopelessly in the thorny vines, was a small creature. At first he thought it was a fox kit, but its fur was a peculiar shade of silver gray, and its ears were too large for its head. Its eyes, wide with fear, reflected the dimming light. "SHHH," Kael said softly, his voice a comfort to himself as much as to the trapped animal. "It's all right. I'll try to help." The thorns were sharp, and they bit into his hands as he carefully tried to loosen the vines. The little creature whimpered and struggled, making the task harder. "You have to be still," Kael murmured. "I know you're scared, I'm scared too, but if we're both patient, I think I can get you free." He spoke in a low, soothing tone, telling the creature about his village, about Alara, about his journey. The sound of his own voice calmed him. He worked slowly, his numb fingers carefully untwisting the stubborn vines one by one. As he focused on this small act of kindness, a strange thing happened. The ember glow in his palm, which had grown so dim, began to brighten. It wasn't a light of excitement or curiosity, but a warm, steady glow of purpose. It illuminated the tricky knots, making his work easier. Finally, with a last gentle tug, the little creature was free. It scrambled out of the thicket and shook itself, then turned to look at Kael. It was not a fox. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. It had the delicate build of a fawn, the silver-gray fur of a rabbit, and those enormous, intelligent eyes that seemed to hold a light of their own. It took a hesitant step toward him, then nudged his injured hand with its nose. A strange warmth spread from the touch, and the sting of the thorn scratches faded away. "Thank you," a voice said, not in his ears, but directly in his mind. It was a light, chiming voice, like the sound of tiny bells. Kael stared, speechless. "You are a keeper of a glimmer," the creature's voice chimed again in his head. "I am Flicker. You have my gratitude." "A glimmer." Kael asked aloud, opening his palm to show the soft light. Flicker nodded its small head. "Yes, a piece of the Heartstone's light. It is why you could see me, and why you could free me. Most humans walk right through my world without ever knowing it is there." "Your world." Kael's heart began to beat faster. "Do you mean the Vale of Whispering Moss?" Flicker's large eyes seemed to sparkle. "You seek the Vale, then our meeting is no accident. The glimmer calls to its home. I can guide you. The path is not for human eyes alone, but you carry a key." He gestured with his nose toward Kael's glowing palm. "And you have a kind heart. That is the only passport the Vale accepts." And so, an unexpected friendship was forged in the deepening twilight of the forest. With Flicker leading the way, the woods seemed to transform. Where Kael had seen only impenetrable darkness, Flicker would point with a flick of his ear toward an almost invisible deer trail. Where Kael had heard only silence, Flicker would pause, his large ears twitching, and listen to the whispers of the moss, guiding them around a treacherous bog or a sleeping bear. As they walked, Flicker spoke into Kael's mind, telling him about the hidden world. He explained that the Vale was a place where the barrier between the ordinary and the magical was thin, a sanctuary for creatures of light and shadow, of growing things and ancient stone. The Heartstone, he said, was the source of all the gentle magic in the forest, a great crystalline rock that pulsed with a soft, eternal light. The glimmers, like the one Kael carried, were tiny sparks that had broken away long ago, finding homes in the hearts of those in the outer world who possessed a particular capacity for quiet wonder. "But why me?" Kael asked as they navigated a slope scattered with luminous mushrooms that glowed with a pale blue light. "The Heartstone does not choose the loud or the boastful," Flicker chimed. "It chooses those who listen, those who notice the small things, the pattern of frost on a leaf, the secret language of the streams, the courage in a frightened creature's eyes. Your quietness was not a weakness, Kael. It was a door waiting to be opened." Kael pondered this as they journeyed deeper. The forest was no longer a place of fear, but one of breathtaking beauty. He saw trees whose bark shimmered with embedded crystals, and clearings where the air hummed with the flight of insects that trailed light like tiny comets. His ember glow burned brighter and more steadily than ever before, a warm beacon in the enchanted night. After what felt like both minutes and lifetimes, they came to a place where the trees formed a perfect archway, woven together by silvery vines heavy with bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. Beyond the arch, the air itself seemed to change. It was warmer and filled with the rich, sweet scent of blooming things and wet stone. "We are here," Flicker announced. "The Vale of Whispering Moss." Kael stepped through the archway and caught his breath. The vale was a wide, sheltered basin, lit not by the moon or stars, but by thousands of soft, natural lights. Mosses covered every surface in a velvet carpet that glowed with a gentle green radiance. Flowers with petals like stained glass scattered light of every color. In the center of the vale rose the Heartstone. It was taller than the tallest tree in Kael's village, a magnificent crystal that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat made visible. The light was warm and amber, exactly the color of the glow in Kael's hand. As he stood in awe, other creatures emerged from the shadows. There were more like Flicker and others, willowy beings made of woven light, small, furry animals with eyes like pools of liquid moonlight, and shy, tree-like figures who watched with a deep, ancient stillness. They did not seem afraid of him. Instead, they regarded him with a gentle curiosity. A figure detached itself from the base of the heartstone and moved toward him. It was an ancient being, its form seeming to be made of gnarled wood and shifting moss, with eyes that held the patience of centuries. This, Kael understood, was the Guardian. "You have returned a glimmer to us, child of the outer world." The Guardian's voice was the sound of wind moving through a forest, deep and resonant. "And you have brought it back not by force, but by following its guidance. You have grown along the way." The Guardian gestured, and Kael felt a gentle pull. He walked forward until he stood before the immense, pulsing crystal. The ember glow in his hand was now so bright it hurt to look at, beating in time with the heartstone. "The glimmer is a part of you now," the Guardian said. "It has been shaped by your kindness, your patience, your courage in facing the unknown. You could leave it here and return to your village a boy without a secret, or you can take it back with you, forever changed." Kael looked at the light in his hand. He thought of the lonely boy he had been, finding solace in this private glow. Then he thought of his journey, the fear, the doubt, and the profound joy of helping Flicker, of seeing this hidden world, of understanding that his quiet nature was not a flaw but a gift. The light was no longer just a secret, it was a part of his story. He looked up at the Guardian. "I would like to take it back," he said, his voice clear and sure. I think it has more to show me, not just here but at home, too." The Guardian nodded, a slow, approving movement. "Wisely chosen, a light is meant to be shared in its own way. It will not glow for grand deeds or loud boasts. It will glow for the small moments of connection, for acts of quiet courage, for the warmth of friendship. It will remind you of what you have learned here." The Guardian reached out a hand of moss and bark and gently touched Kael's forehead. A wave of profound peace washed over him, a feeling of being utterly and completely understood. He felt the connection between his small glimmer and the great heartstone solidify, a thread of light linking him to this magical place forever. When he opened his eyes, he was standing once more at the edge of the familiar woods, just outside his village. Dawn was breaking, painting the sky in soft pastels. Flicker was beside him. "This is where I leave you, friend," Flicker chimed in his mind. "But the path will always be here for you, whenever you need to remember." Kael knelt down. "Thank you, Flicker, for everything." The little creature nudged his hand one last time, then turned and vanished into the undergrowth, a shimmer of silver in the morning light. Kael walked back into the village as the smoke began to rise from the chimneys. Everything looked the same, and yet everything was different. He saw the world with new eyes. He noticed the intricate pattern of frost on pumpkins, heard the hidden music in the blacksmith's hammer, felt the warmth of community in the simple nod of a neighbor. He went to Alara's cottage. She was already outside, feeding the birds. She looked at him, and a knowing smile touched her lips. She didn't ask where he had been or what he had seen. She simply said, "The fire burns brighter upon your return, Kael." He smiled back, a genuine, easy smile that reached his eyes. He opened his palm. The ember glow was still there, but it was different. It was no longer a secret to be hidden, but a quiet confidence to be carried. It was a reminder that the greatest adventures are often journeys inward, that the most magical worlds can be found through kindness, and that even the smallest, quietest light can guide you home. And as you, dear listener, feel the warmth of this fireside tale settle around you, remember Kael's light. Let it remind you that within you, too, lies a quiet glow of kindness, of wonder, of the capacity for friendship. It may not light up a hidden veil, but it can light up a dark moment or warm a lonely heart. It is a steady ember in the hearth of your own spirit. So carry it with you as you drift towards sleep, and know that the world is full of gentle mysteries and unexpected friendships, waiting just beyond the edge of the familiar. Let the rhythm of the crackling fire and the resolution of this story lull you into a deep and peaceful rest, where your dreams may be as soft and enchanted as the veil of whispering moss. Story 12. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle hand upon the cheek. The logs, seasoned oak from the old tree that had fallen in the last winter storm, settled with a sigh, sending a shower of amber sparks spiraling up into the dark throat of the chimney. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the eaves, but in here, in this circle of firelight, the world was safe and small and soft. It is in such an hour that stories best take root, stories that glow from within, much like an ember holds a secret summer at its heart. So let me tell you a tale of a boy named Leo, of a hidden world, and of a light that was found not in the sky, but in the palm of a hand. Leo was a boy who loved the edges of things. He loved the shore where the land met the sea, the dusk where the day met the night, and most of all, he loved the woods that bordered his village, where the tidy, known world of cobbled streets and chimney smoke frayed into the wild, unknown tapestry of the forest. His grandmother, who knew the old stories, called it the Vale Wood. "It's a place of in-betweens, Leo," she'd say, her voice as soft as worn linen. "The sunlight there is dappled, and so is the truth. Things are not always what they seem." But for a long time, to Leo, the woods seemed simply quiet. He would venture in, hoping for a glimpse of something magical, a talking fox, perhaps, or a doorway in a tree trunk. He found only squirrels and birdsong and the peaceful, ordinary green gloom. He began to think his grandmother's stories were just that, stories meant for the flicker of the fireplace and not for the clear light of day. This particular autumn, however, felt different. The air was sharper, the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves more poignant. A restlessness stirred in Leo, a feeling that the world was holding its breath. It was on one such afternoon, when the sun was a pale gold coin sinking behind the hills, that he decided on one last, deeper exploration before the winter snows sealed the forest paths. He walked further than he ever had, past the familiar gnarled oak that was his usual turning point, past the babbling brook he knew by heart. The light began to fail, leaching the color from the world, painting everything in shades of gray and blue. A mist, thin and chill, began to creep along the ground, twining around the roots of the trees like ghostly serpents. Leo felt a prickle of unease. He turned to go back, but the path he was sure he had just walked seemed to have vanished, swallowed by the gathering twilight and the thickening mist. He was lost. The friendly woods of daylight had transformed. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every rustle in the undergrowth sounded louder, more deliberate. The wind, which had been a whisper, now sounded like a low, mournful sigh. Leo's heart began to drum a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He called out, but his voice was swallowed by the immense, silent presence of the trees. He stumbled on, his feet catching on unseen roots, cold fear beginning to curl in his stomach. Just as a panicked tear traced a cold path down his cheek, he saw it. A faint, pulsing glow ahead and to the left. It was a deep, warm orange, the color of a dying ember, and it pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. Hope, fragile as a spider's web, stirred within him. He pushed towards the light, his breath pluming in the cold air. The glow led him to the base of an immense, ancient willow tree, its branches trailing down to the forest floor like a curtain of tears. And there, nestled amongst the great, above-ground roots that formed a kind of gnarled archway, was the source of the light. It was an acorn, but unlike any acorn Leo had ever seen. It was larger, for one, almost the size of his fist. And it was made of what looked like warm, polished wood, but from within it, that gentle, pulsing ember light shone. It cast shifting patterns on the dark bark of the willow and illuminated the mist that swirled around its base. It was not a bright light, not a beacon, but a quiet, persistent glow that seemed to push back the oppressive darkness just enough to create a small circle of safety. Cautiously, Leo knelt and reached out. The acorn was warm to the touch, a comforting, living warmth. As his fingers closed around it, a profound sense of calm washed over him. The chattering fear in his mind quieted. The forest no longer felt menacing, but merely asleep. The light in the acorn pulsed a little brighter, as if in greeting. Holding the glowing acorn before him like a tiny lantern, Leo looked around. The willow's trailing branches seemed to part slightly, revealing a darkness that was deeper than mere shadow. It was an opening. Taking a deep breath, fueled by a curiosity that now outweighed his fear, he pushed aside the leafy curtain and stepped through. The world changed. The cold, misty twilight of the Vale Wood vanished. He found himself in a vast, subterranean cavern, but it was unlike any dark, damp cave he could have imagined. The air was warm and carried the scent of damp earth, blooming night flowers, and honey. The ceiling was so high it was lost in darkness, but the entire cavern was illuminated by a soft, bioluminescent glow. It came from vast patches of moss that clung to the walls, glowing with a gentle blue-green light. It came from clusters of fungi that sprouted from the floor, their caps pulsing with a soft, golden radiance. And it came from thousands of tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies, that drifted through the air, leaving shimmering trails of silver light in their wake. This was the Glimmerdark, a hidden world nestled within the embrace of the earth itself. Leo stood transfixed, his mouth agape. The ember acorn in his hand glowed in harmony with the gentle light of the cavern, its pulse steady and calm. He walked forward, the soft, mossy ground silencing his footsteps. He saw streams that flowed with water that shimmered with an inner light, and trees with bark that looked like silver and leaves like polished jade. It was peaceful and profoundly beautiful. But as he ventured deeper, he began to notice something wrong. The further he went, the more the vibrant light of the Glimmerdark seemed to falter. The glowing mosses were patched with dull, brown spots. The golden fungi were wilted and dim. The light fairies, for that is what he decided the tiny winged creatures must be, flitted about anxiously, their light flickering with what seemed like distress. He followed a path of pale, glowing stones until he came to the center of the cavern. Here stood the most magnificent tree he had ever seen. It was vast, its trunk wide enough that 20 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches spread out like a canopy, reaching to the very edges of the cavern. And this tree was the source of all the light. Its leaves were not green, but were like living stained glass, each one glowing with a soft, internal light of a different color, sapphire blue, ruby red, topaz yellow. The light flowed down through the branches, through the trunk, and into the roots that spread like veins through the cavern floor, feeding the moss, the fungi, the very air with its gentle radiance. But the great tree was sick. A large portion of its trunk was gray and brittle. The glorious, light-filled leaves on that side were drooping, their colors faded to a dull, ashen gray. The light that pulsed through the tree was uneven, stuttering like a faltering heartbeat. A deep, sorrowful energy emanated from it. As Leo approached, a figure emerged from behind the massive trunk. It was not much taller than Leo himself, and looked as if it were made from the very earth and roots of the place. Its skin had the texture and color of smooth, gray bark. Its hair was like a tangle of fine, white roots, and its eyes were the color of the healthy, glowing moss, a deep, gentle green that held an ancient wisdom. In its hands it held a small, intricately carved bowl made of a single piece of luminous wood. "You have come," the creature said, its voice a soft rustle, like wind through dry leaves. It did not sound surprised. I found this, Leo stammered, holding out the ember acorn. My name is Leo. What is this place? What's wrong with the tree? The creature bowed its head slightly. I am Kael, this is the heartwood, and that, it said, gesturing to the magnificent tree, is the lumina. It is the soul of the glimmerdark. Its light is our sun and our moon, our spring and our summer, and it is fading. Kael explained that the lumina drew its strength from a connection to the world above, specifically from the joy, the wonder, the simple, honest moments of happiness experienced by living things. But a creeping gloom, a forgetfulness of magic, a closing off of hearts in the world above, had been starving the tree. The ember acorn Leo held was a seed of the lumina, a final, desperate hope sent out into the world to find someone who could still see the light, someone who could help. The acorn chose you, Leo, Kael said, his moss-green eyes fixed on the boy. It glowed for you. It believes your heart holds the kind of warmth that can rekindle the luminous light. Leo looked from the fading great tree to the small, warm acorn in his hand. He felt small and utterly inadequate. But what can I do? I'm just a boy. The greatest fires start from the smallest embers, Kael replied gently. The lumina does not need a hero with a sword. It needs a friend with a story. It needs to remember joy. You must share your light with it. Hesitantly, Leo approached the sickened portion of the lumina's trunk. The gray bark felt cold and dead under his fingertips. He looked at the ember acorn, which pulsed warmly. What did he have to offer? He thought of his grandmother, of her stories by the fire. He thought of the safe, warm feeling of his home. He closed his eyes and pressed the acorn against the cold bark. He thought not of grand adventures, but of small, happy moments. The taste of warm blackberry pie on a rainy afternoon. The sound of his father whistling as he repaired a fence. The way the sunlight caught the dust motes dancing in his attic room. The feeling of his grandmother's hand, soft and wrinkled, holding his. He poured these memories into the acorn, imagining them as tiny sparks of light. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then he felt a faint tremor through the acorn. A tiny pinprick of golden light appeared on the gray bark where the acorn touched it. It was no bigger than a freckle, but it was there. A flicker of warmth spread from the spot. A soft gasp came from Kael. It is working, but it is not enough. The darkness has taken deep root. We need more than memory. We need a connection, a channel to the living world above. The roots, we must follow the roots. And so began the true journey. Their quest was not a fierce battle, but a tender, patient pilgrimage. Leo with the ember acorn as his guide, and Kael with his deep knowledge of the glimmerdark, set out to trace the lumina's roots. They traveled through breathtaking landscapes, across fields of flowers that chimed softly in a non-existent breeze, through forests of crystal that refracted the cavern's light into rainbows, along the shores of the glowing streams. They found the roots thick as pythons spreading through the earth. But many were severed or blocked by patches of a clinging, black, thorny vine that seemed to drink the light. This was the physical manifestation of the gloom above. Where the vine grew, the light died. Their task was one of gentle care. Kael showed Leo how to carefully clear the black vines, not with force, but with a focused warmth from the ember acorn. Leo would hold the acorn close to the thorns, and by concentrating on feelings of hope and kindness, the acorn's glow would intensify, causing the dark vines to wither and retreat like mist under a morning sun. It was slow, painstaking work. It required immense patience. As they worked, a friendship grew between the boy and the earth spirit. Leo told Kael about his world, about school, about his friends, about his dreams and fears. Kael in turn told Leo the ancient stories of the glimmerdark, of the dances of the light fairies, of the seasons that were marked not by snow and sun, but by the ebb and flow of the luminous light. Leo learned that transformation was not always a dramatic explosion, but but often a quiet, steady process, like a root patiently breaking stone. They encountered other inhabitants of the Glimmerdark. There were the stonelings, small, shy creatures who communicated by tapping rhythms on rocks, who helped them move a fallen crystal that was crushing a major root. There were the whisper moths with wings like velvet night, who carried messages of encouragement from one part of the cavern to another. Each encounter was a small mystery, a gentle unfolding of the hidden world's community. Leo learned that he was not alone in this task. He was simply the spark that had been needed to remind them all of their own strength. Days blended into what felt like weeks. Leo's clothes became worn, his hands grew calloused from the work, but his spirit felt stronger, clearer. The ember acorn was no longer just a magical object. It felt like a part of him, its pulse syncing with his own heartbeat. Finally, they reached the end of the last major root. It was the deepest root, and it was almost completely choked by the black vines. This was the heart of the sickness. As Leo held the acorn to the thickest tangle of thorns, he felt a wave of cold despair wash over him. It was a powerful feeling, whispering of futility and loneliness. It was the accumulated gloom of the world above. He almost gave up. But then he thought of Kael, who had never lost faith. He thought of the stonelings and their hopeful taps. He thought of the lumina's fading light, and of his grandmother's stories that held so much wonder. He thought of the warmth of his own hearth, and he knew that such warmth was worth fighting for, even in this small, quiet way. He closed his eyes and poured every ounce of warmth, every happy memory, every shred of hope and friendship he had found in the Glimmerdark into the ember acorn. He didn't fight the darkness, he simply offered his light. The acorn grew hotter in his hands, not burning, but blazing with a pure, golden radiance. The light engulfed the black vines, and instead of withering, they dissolved into a fine, dark dust that was carried away on a warm, sudden breeze. A deep, resonant hum filled the cavern. It started at the root and traveled back through the earth, a wave of pure, revitalizing energy. Leo and Kael raced back to the center of the Glimmerdark. The transformation was breathtaking. The gray, brittle bark of the lumina was sloughing away, revealing new, healthy bark beneath. The faded leaves were flushing with color, their light burning bright and steady, sapphire, ruby, topaz, emerald. The light pulsed through the tree, strong and rhythmic, flowing down into the roots and out into the cavern. The patches of dull moss began to glow anew, the wilted fungi stood tall and radiant, and the light fairies danced in joyous, shimmering clouds, their light no longer flickering with distress, but shining with exuberance. The Glimmerdark was healed. The hidden world was once again filled with a warm, vibrant, and peaceful light. Kael turned to Leo, his bark-like face creased in a smile that reached his ancient green eyes. "You did it, Leo. You shared your light." Leo looked at the ember acorn in his hand. It was no longer pulsing with an orange ember glow. Now it shone with a constant, soft, golden light, as if holding a tiny piece of the sun within it. "It is a part of the lumina now and a part of you," Kael said. "It will always glow for you, a reminder of the light you carry inside." It was time for Leo to return home. Kael led him back to the great willow, whose branches now seemed to glow with a healthy, green light. As Leo stepped back through the curtain of leaves, he found himself not in the cold, misty twilight he had left, but in the gentle, pre-dawn light of a new day. The forest around him felt different. It was no longer just trees and birdsong. He could feel the life humming within it, the connection to the beautiful, hidden world below. He could feel the lumina's roots, strong and healthy, spreading beneath his feet. He walked home, the golden acorn warm in his pocket. He arrived to find his family just waking, worried sick after his night-long absence. But when they saw his face, not scared but peaceful and full of a quiet wonder, and when he showed them the gently glowing acorn, which to them looked like a beautifully polished, ordinary acorn catching the morning sun, their worry melted away. He didn't tell them the whole story, not then. Some truths are too big for words, they are felt in the heart. From that day on, Leo was changed. He still loved the edges of things, but now he understood that the magic wasn't about finding something hidden from the world, but about seeing the magic that is woven into it. The warmth of a smile, the comfort of a shared silence, the joy in a simple story. These were the lights that fed the hidden worlds, that kept the darkness at bay. And every night, before he went to sleep, he would take the ember acorn from its special place on his windowsill. In the dark of his room, it would glow with its soft, golden light, a tiny, steady beacon in the night. It was a reminder that even the smallest spark can hold back the dark, that friendship is a light that can heal, and that the greatest journeys are the ones that transform our own hearts, burning steady and true, long after the adventure is over. He would hold its warmth in his hand, and his breathing would slow, his eyes would grow heavy, and he would drift into sleep, his dreams filled with gentle, glowing lights and the soft, rustling sound of a peaceful world, nestled safe and warm within the embrace of the earth. And outside, the fire crackled softly, its embers glowing in the dark, keeping watch over the quiet house and the boy who had learned to carry its light inside him. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient trees stood like gentle guardians and the air always carried the scent of pine and damp earth, there lay a village known as Starlit Hollow. It was a place where time seemed to slow its pace, cradled by rolling hills and crisscrossed by cobblestone paths that glimmered under the moonlight. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village clock tower would chime 9 times, its deep, resonant tones echoing through the valley, while wind chimes hanging from cottage eaves tinkled softly in the breeze. On nights when gentle rain fell, the droplets would patter on rooftops like a lullaby, blending with the distant hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves. It was here that a young girl named Lyra lived, with a heart as curious as the patterns of the stars she loved to watch. Lyra spent her evenings curled on a woolen blanket by her window, her nose pressed to the cool glass as she traced constellations with her finger. She knew them all, the silver swan, the dancing fox, and most beloved, the starlight bear, a cluster of stars that shone brighter than any other, said to watch over the village with a protective glow. But one crisp autumn night, as the clock tower chimed and wind chimes sang their metallic melody, Lyra noticed something amiss. The starlight bear was gone. Not a single star twinkled in its usual place, leaving a dark patch in the velvet sky that felt like a missing puzzle piece. It wasn't frightening but peculiar, like a secret waiting to be uncovered. The next morning, Lyra mentioned it to her grandmother, who sat knitting by the fireplace, the yarn clicking softly. "Grandmother, have you ever seen the stars disappear?" Lyra asked, her voice hushed with wonder. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The sky has its mysteries, dear one. Perhaps it's a reminder to look closer." She hummed an old nursery rhyme Lyra had heard since childhood. When the bear hides its light, follow the map of the night, past the flowers that change their hue, to where the rain whispers what is true. Intrigued, Lyra decided to investigate. She began by visiting the village library, a cozy building smelling of old paper and beeswax. The librarian, Mr. Bramble, a kind man with spectacles perched on his nose, helped her find an ancient map drawn on yellowed parchment. It showed Starlit Hollow and the surrounding woods, with constellations sketched along the margins. Lyra noticed that the starlight bears stars aligned with a path leading to a forgotten glen deep in the woods, a place marked by a drawing of color-changing flowers. As Lyra set out, the ambient sounds of the village followed her, the steady tick-tock of clockwork from workshops, the gentle swish of rain-washed leaves underfoot, and the constant, soothing chime of wind chimes. Her first stop was the garden of Mrs. Ivy, the village botanist, whose flowers were rumored to shift colors with the mood of the weather. Lyra found Mrs. Ivy tending to her blooms, which shimmered from blue to pink as a drizzle began. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately?" Lyra asked, her empathy guiding her words. Mrs. Ivy nodded, wiping her hands on her apron. Why, yes, my midnight roses have been turning silver at odd hours, almost as if time is flowing backwards. But it led me to discover a new shade of lavender I'd never seen before. This seemed like a clue, but Lyra sensed it was a red herring. The color-changing flowers were delightful, yet unrelated to the stars. Following the old map, Lyra ventured into the whispering woods. The path was lined with ferns that glistened with raindrops, and the air grew thick with the scent of wet moss. She remembered the nursery rhyme and kept an eye out for clues. Soon she stumbled upon a clearing where the color-changing flowers grew in abundance, their petals shifting like a kaleidoscope. In the center stood an old stone bench, and carved into it were symbols matching the constellation patterns. Lyra sat tracing the stars with her finger, and realized the carving pointed toward the village clock tower. Returning to Starlight Hollow, Lyra shared her findings with the villagers. She spoke with Old Man Hemlock, the clockmaker, who admitted that he had recently adjusted the tower's mechanism to chime more loudly, hoping to cheer everyone up. But perhaps, he mused, the new brightness of the clock face at night is washing out the stars. Lyra observed that the tower's light now cast a glare that obscured the weaker stars, like the Starlight Bear. It wasn't malice, but a well-intentioned mistake. With empathy, Lyra gathered the community in the village square as evening fell. The clock tower chimed, wind chimes danced in the wind, and a soft rain began to fall. She explained how each person's actions, like the clock tower's light or misses, Ivy's flowers, were interconnected. Together they decided to dim the clock face slightly and plant more trees around it to soften the glow. As they worked, sharing stories and laughter, the stars slowly reappeared, one by one, until the Starlight Bear shone brightly once more. The resolution brought everyone closer. They realized that curiosity and kindness could solve any mystery. Lyra learned that true observation meant seeing with the heart, not just the eyes. That night, as she lay in bed, the gentle sounds of rain and chimes lulled her to sleep, the stars twinkling their approval through her window, a reminder that even the darkest puzzles hold light within. Story 14. In a quiet corner of the cosmos, where stardust drifted like forgotten dreams and nebulae bloomed in silent, radiant hues, there lived a being named Kael. Kael hailed from the planet Veridia, a world where emotions painted the air in visible waves of color. When Kael felt joy, soft amethyst light would ripple across their slender, moss-green skin. When sorrow touched them, indigo shadows would pool at their fingertips. They communicated not with words, but with this ever-shifting palette of feelings, a language as natural as breathing. Yet for all the beauty around them, Kael often felt a loneliness that colored their days in muted grays, for Veridia was a solitary world, and they longed for a friend who could understand the symphony of their heart. One evening, as Kael floated near the edge of the Sapphire Veil, a vast nebula that curled through space like a sleepy river of light, they noticed a strange, melodic hum weaving through the silence. It was a sound unlike any they had heard, gentle and resonant, as if the stars themselves were singing. Curious, Kael followed the harmony, their skin flickering with curious gold sparks. They drifted past clusters of crystalline asteroids that chimed softly when touched, until they came upon a small, derelict space station, long abandoned by its builders. It orbited a peaceful binary star system, its metal hull weathered but still sturdy, with viewports that gazed out into the infinite dark. Inside one of the station's chambers, Kael found the source of the music, a creature named Rin. Rin was from the world of Lyra, a place where communication flowed through harmonic frequencies. Their body was slender and graceful, with iridescent scales that caught the starlight, and from their core emanated a soft, humming vibration that changed pitch and tone to express every thought and feeling. Rin had been exploring the galaxy, documenting the songs of different civilizations, but had become stranded when their ship's energy faded near the station. Now they spent their days filling the empty corridors with hopeful melodies, a beacon for any passing soul. When Kael entered, Rin's hum shifted to a startled, high-pitched trill, and Kaelin's skin flushed a nervous silver. They stood there, two beings from worlds apart, trying to make sense of each other. Kael raised a hand, and their palm glowed with a friendly, sunny yellow, hoping to convey peace. Rin responded by softening their hum to a warm, steady bass note, like a cello's comforting drone. But then Kael, trying to show empathy, let their skin shift to a deep blue, the color of quiet contemplation on Veridia. To Rin, however, blue was the tone of alarm in lyran harmony, and they immediately hummed a sharp, questioning staccato, backing away slightly. Kael, confused, pulsed their skin to a brighter blue, thinking they were deepening the connection. Rin's hum became a flurry of discordant notes, like wind chimes in a storm. For a moment they were at an impasse, each misreading the other's intentions. But then Kael noticed a tear-shaped crystal hanging from Rin's neck, glowing with a soft light that seemed to pulse in time with their hum. Inspired, Kael reached into their own pouch and pulled out a small, luminescent seed from Veridia, a seed that changed color based on the holder's emotions. They offered it to Rin. Rin, intrigued, took the seed. As their gentle hum caressed it, the seed began to glow with a rainbow of colors, mirroring Kaelin's emotional shifts. Suddenly Rin understood. The blue was not fear, but depth of feeling. They laughed, a sound like bubbling water over stones, and their hum melted into a joyful, rising scale. Kaelin's skin bloomed into rosy pink, and they both realized that though their languages were different, their hearts spoke the same truth. That day, in the hushed silence of the station, a friendship was born, woven from color and song. Over time, they decided to turn the abandoned station into a shared sanctuary. They called it the Starlight Haven. Together, they cleaned the dusty corridors, their efforts accompanied by Rin's work song, a rhythmic hum that made the tasks feel like a dance. Kael used their knowledge of Veridian botany to cultivate a garden in the station's largest observatory dome. They planted star blossoms that unfurled petals in response to music, and glow moss that carpeted the floors in soft, pulsating light. Rin, with their harmonic abilities, tuned the station's old communication array to broadcast gentle frequencies that helped the plants grow, turning the space into a lush, living tapestry. The garden became their safe space, a place where they could be themselves without fear. In one corner they created a crystalline cave from salvaged geodes, where light refracted into countless prisms, and Rin's hums would echo in mesmerizing patterns. They often sat there watching the stars through the transparent dome. Kael would point to a distant constellation, their skin shimmering with the blue of wonder, and Rin would hum a melody that sounded like the twinkling of those very stars. In these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Their connection was a tapestry of shared silence and understanding. But misunderstandings still arose, as they always do when cultures meet. One day Rin brought a peculiar fruit from their supplies, a lyran delicacy that hummed when ripe. They offered it to Kael with a cheerful trill. Kael, thinking it was a gift to be admired, held it gently, letting their skin glow with appreciation. But on Lyra, not eating offered food was a sign of distrust. Rin's hum faltered, dipping into a sad minor key. Kael, sensing the shift, grew anxious, their skin turning a confused patchwork of green and yellow. It was only when Rin mimed eating, and Kael tentatively took a bite, that they both burst into laughter. The fruit was delicious, and its soft hum tickled Kaelin's senses, making their skin flash with delighted orange sparks. They learned that day that even the simplest acts could hold deep meanings, and that laughter was a universal translator. As seasons passed, marked by the slow dance of the binary stars, their friendship deepened. They shared stories without words, Kael would project images from their homeland using light patterns on the walls, while Rin accompanied them with harmonies that evoked the emotions of each tale. They discovered that kindness was the bridge that spanned any gap. When Rin felt homesick, their hum would grow wistful, and Kael would wrap them in a cloak woven from glow moss, its warmth a silent comfort. When Kaelin's colors dimmed with loneliness, Rin would hum a lullaby from Lyra, a melody said to soothe even the weariest souls. One night, a solar flare from the binary stars caused the station's systems to flicker. The garden's lights dimmed, and a chill seeped into the air. Rin's hum became a nervous quiver, and Kaelin's skin paled to a worried gray. But instead of panicking, they worked together. Kael used their knowledge of light to redirect energy from the station's solar panels, while Rin hummed a steady, calming frequency to stabilize the environment. As they huddled in the crystalline cave, watching the flare paint the sky in brilliant auroras, they realized that their differences made them stronger. The crisis passed, and the haven felt even more like home. In the end, the Starlight Haven became a beacon of peace in that corner of the galaxy. Sometimes other travelers would pass by, drawn by the harmony and light, and Kael and Rin would welcome them, sharing their garden and their friendship. They had created a place where any being could find solace, a testament to the power of empathy. Now, as the stars wheeled overhead, Kael and Rin sat in their garden, side by side. Kaelin's skin glowed with a contented sunset orange, and Rin's hum was a soft, continuous melody, like a stream flowing under moonlight. They watched a distant supernova bloom in a silent explosion of light, a reminder that even in the vastness of space, connections could be forged. And in that quiet moment, they knew that no matter how far apart their worlds were, they had built something eternal, a friendship written in the language of the heart, where every color and every note spoke of kindness. And so, under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, they rested, wrapped in the warmth of their shared sanctuary, where every star seemed to whisper that love needs no words to be understood. Story 15. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young dreamer named Finn. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Finn would sit by the window, watching the stars blink awake. But on this particular night, something extraordinary happened. From the heart of the village bonfire, a cascade of golden sparks spiraled upward, not fading into ash, but rising like tiny lanterns into the velvet sky. They danced and twirled, weaving patterns that told of distant realms and forgotten melodies. Finn felt a pull, a gentle tug at the heart, as if the sparks were whispering an invitation. With a deep breath, Finn decided to follow them, carrying only a small, woven bracelet infused with the scent of lavender from the garden, a tiny piece of home to ward off loneliness. The journey began with a path that materialized underfoot, soft and spongy like moss, yet glowing with a faint, pearlescent light. As Finn walked, the air grew lighter, filled with the fragrance of rain-kissed petals and fresh-baked bread, a comforting blend of the familiar and the unknown. Soon the ground beneath gave way to a staircase of clouds, each step yielding like a warm marshmallow underfoot. The texture was delightfully strange, firm enough to support weight, yet so soft that it felt like walking on a blanket of dreams. Climbing higher, Finn entered the realm of the cloud cities, where towers spun from mist and sunlight stood proudly against the cerulean sky. Here, the world was both foreign and familiar. Buildings curved like seashells, their surfaces smooth and cool to the touch, yet they hummed with a warmth that reminded Finn of home. The streets were paved with cobblestones of condensed starlight, glimmering underfoot and emitting a gentle, cinnamon-like scent when stepped upon. Overhead, bridges of woven light connected the cloud spires, shimmering with hues of apricot and lavender. Finn's first landmark was the Singing Spire, a towering structure that chimed with the wind, its notes low and resonant like a cello's song. This was a waypoint, said to guide travelers toward their true purpose. As Finn approached, creatures emerged from the mist, beings of pure light called luminaries. They had no mouths but communicated through a symphony of colors and soft, tactile gestures. One drifted forward, its form shifting from gold to silver, and extended a tendril of light that felt like a warm hand on Finn's shoulder. Through this gentle touch, it conveyed a message. The sparks that had led Finn here were echoes of a fading harmony, and the cloud cities needed help. The luminary's light was dimming, for the great Aurora Archway, a gateway to the underground caverns where auroras were born, had fallen silent. Without its song, the world was losing its balance, and memories were beginning to fade, including those of Finn's own grandmother, who had started forgetting stories back home. Determined to help, Finn followed the luminary's guidance toward the Aurora Archway. The path wound through gardens of floating blossoms that released a honeyed fragrance when brushed against. Each petal felt like silk, and their colors shifted with the time of day. Along the way, Finn met more creatures, the whisperwings, small birds with feathers that rustled like pages turning in a book, communicating through melodic trills that painted pictures in the air. They shared berries that tasted of sunlight and rain, juicy and cool on the tongue. After hours of travel, the cloud cities gave way to a descent into the earth, through a tunnel lined with roots that pulsed with a soft, amber light. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and ancient paper, like an old library. This was the entrance to the underground Aurora caverns. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber that took Finn's breath away. Above, the ceiling was a tapestry of swirling lights, greens, pinks, and purples that danced without sound. The auroras here were alive, sentient energies that communicated through shifts in light and warmth. The ground was covered in soft, velvety moss that emitted a faint glow and a scent of pine and vanilla. In the center stood the Aurora Archway, a colossal structure of ice and crystal that should have been humming with energy. But it was still, its surface frosted over and cold to the touch. Finn remembered the lavender bracelet, rubbing it for comfort, and its scent seemed to stir something in the cavern. A gentle luminary appeared, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. Through a series of light pulses, it explained that the archway's song had been silenced by a shadow of forgetfulness, a creeping cold that made creatures lose their connections to one another. To restore it, Finn needed to find the echoing heart, a crystal deep within the caverns that held the memory of all harmonies. The journey through the caverns was a sensory marvel. Stalactites dripped with liquid light that tasted like mint and left a tingly sensation on the skin. Finn passed pools of still water that reflected the auroras above, their surfaces smooth as glass but warm to the touch. Landmarks guided the way, the whispering gallery, where echoes took physical form as soft, woolly shapes that nuzzled against travelers, and the glimmering grove, trees with bark that felt like rough silk and leaves that chimed when touched. Each step was accompanied by the crunch of crystalline gravel underfoot, a sound like distant wind chimes. As Finn ventured deeper, the challenge arose. The shadow of forgetfulness manifested as a mist that dulled the senses, making colors fade and scents vanish. But Finn held tight to the lavender bracelet, its familiar fragrance cutting through the cold. Remembering the kindness of the luminaries, Finn began to hum a lullaby from childhood, a tune grandmother had often sung. The sound resonated with the cavern, and the auroras above brightened, their light weaving into the melody. Creatures gathered, whisperwings, luminaries, and even the woolly echoes, each adding their own light or song. Together they created a cascade of warmth and music that pushed the shadow back. Finally, in a chamber lit by a single beam of moonlight filtering through a crack in the ceiling, Finn found the echoing heart. It was a heart-shaped crystal, pulsating with a soft, rosy light. Its surface was smooth and warm, like a sun-warmed stone, and it emitted a scent of old books and fresh rain, the essence of memory. When Finn touched it, images flooded in, grandmother's stories, the village bonfire, the sparks that had started this journey. The crystal needed to be returned to the Aurora archway, but it was heavy with sorrow. Finn realized that the true key was not just carrying it, but understanding its weight, the lesson that memories are cherished when shared. With the help of the creatures, Finn carried the echoing heart back to the archway. As it was placed in a niche at its base, the crystal began to glow, its light spreading like liquid gold. The archway thawed, its ice melting into rivulets that tasted of sweet dew. Then a sound emerged, a deep, resonant hum that grew into a symphony of bells and strings. The auroras overhead danced in time, their colors brightening and warming the air. The luminary's light intensified, and the shadow dissolved into nothingness. In that moment, Finn understood the reason for the journey. It was not just about helping others, but about discovering that home is carried within, in the memories we hold and the kindness we share. The lavender bracelet, now faintly glowing, felt lighter, as if infused with new purpose. As a reward, the luminaries guided Finn back to the Cloud Cities, where a feast was held under the starlight. The food was ethereal, fruits that burst with flavors of nostalgia, bread that tasted of laughter, and drinks that cooled the throat like a gentle breeze. The Whisperwings sang a farewell song, their notes painting the sky with colors that promised safe passage home. Returning to the village, Finn found grandmother sitting by the fire, her eyes clear and bright. She smiled, remembering every story, and together they watched the sparks rise once more, now forever full of magic. Finn knew that the enchanted realm was always close, a whisper away in the heart. And so, wrapped in the warmth of resolution, Finn drifted to sleep, the scent of lavender and the memory of light lulling dreams into being. The world was restored not by grand deeds, but by the gentle power of friendship and the courage to follow a spark of wonder. Story 16. The fire crackled softly, its orange and gold flames dancing a slow, hypnotic waltz against the soot-stained bricks of the hearth. Each pop and hiss was a punctuation mark in the quiet of the evening, a sound that seemed to deepen the silence of the room rather than break it. The warmth it cast was a tangible thing, a gentle pressure on the skin that seeped down to the bones, promising comfort and safety from the chill that lingered beyond the window panes. It was on such an evening, when the world outside was painted in shades of indigo, and the stars were just beginning to prick the velvet sky, that our story begins. In a small, quiet house nestled at the edge of a great, whispering wood, lived a young man named Kael. Kael was a kind soul, but a quiet one, whose heart often felt like a room that had not seen a fire lit in many a year. He was a woodcarver by trade, and his hands, though skilled, often worked by rote, creating beautiful but familiar shapes, leaves, birds, the curl of a wave. He felt a persistent, gentle ache for something more, a longing he could not name, as if he were listening for a melody just on the edge of hearing. This particular evening, as he sat by the fire smoothing the wing of a wooden sparrow, a strange thing happened. A log, gnarled and thick with ancient resin, settled in the grate with a soft sigh. From its heart, a single perfect ember, brighter than any other, tumbled out onto the hearthstone. It did not fade or dim as embers do. Instead, it glowed with a steady, deep ruby light, pulsing softly like a sleeping heart. Intrigued, Kael reached out with a pair of iron tongs, not to discard it, but to lift it closer. The warmth it radiated was not the aggressive heat of the fire, but something else entirely, a comforting, gentle warmth that seemed to seep directly into his palm. As he held it, a strange sensation bloomed in his chest, not a pain, but a resonance, as if a string deep inside him had been plucked. He found an old, slightly chipped clay bowl, filled it with ash from the hearth, and nestled the glowing ember within. He placed the bowl on the wide wooden mantelpiece, where its soft, pulsing light cast long, dancing shadows around the room. That night, for the first time in a long time, Kael slept a deep and dreamless sleep, the ember's gentle glow a silent watchman at his bedside. The next morning the ember was still glowing, though its light was softer in the daylight. It became Kaelin's strange, quiet companion. He would talk to it sometimes as he worked, telling it about his day, his small frustrations, his quiet hopes. And he began to notice something peculiar. When his thoughts turned to a place he loved, a sun-dappled clearing deep in the woods where a small stream sang over smooth stones, the ember's glow would brighten perceptibly. When he thought of something sad or worrisome, it would dim as if in sympathy. It was this connection that led him, one afternoon when the autumn air was crisp and carried the scent of decaying leaves, to carry the ember in its clay bowl into the heart of the great wood. He walked without a clear destination, simply following the paths that felt most familiar, the ember cradled carefully in his hands. As he walked, a gentle mystery began to unfold. The ember's pulse seemed to quicken as he approached a certain, less traveled path, one that wound between two ancient oaks whose branches intertwined overhead like clasped hands. "Well, little friend," Kaelin murmured, his breath misting in the cool air. "Shall we see where this leads?" The ember flared in response, a warm, affirmative glow. And so, Kaelin stepped onto the path. The air changed instantly. The sounds of the common wood, the distant call of a crow, the rustle of a squirrel, faded away, replaced by a profound, listening silence. The light filtering through the canopy turned golden and thick, like honey. He had walked these woods all his life, but he had never found this path before. It was as if it had chosen to reveal itself only to him, and only now, guided by the light in his hands. The path descended into a small, sheltered valley cupped between gentle hills. And there, nestled in nature's embrace, was a sight that made Kaelin catch his breath. It was a glen unlike any other. The grass was a deep, luminous green, and tiny, bell-shaped flowers of silver and blue trembled in the faint breeze. But the most wondrous thing was the trees. Their bark was pale, almost silver, and their leaves, though autumnal elsewhere, here shone with the colors of fire, deep gold, vibrant orange, and rich crimson. They seemed to hold their own light, and the entire glen was bathed in a soft, perpetual twilight glow. In the center of the glen stood the most magnificent tree of all, its trunk wide and wise, its branches spreading like a protective canopy over the entire space. And nestled in a comfortable hollow between two of its great roots was a small, neat cottage, built not of lumber but of living, woven willow, its chimney puffing out thin, sweet-smelling smoke that curled into the air like a question mark. As Kaelin stood at the edge of the glen, hesitant and awestruck, the door of the willow cottage creaked open. Out stepped a creature he had only ever heard of in old tales. It was a fox, but unlike any fox of the common world. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, smoky gray dappled with specks of silver that shimmered as it moved. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild fox, but old and kind, the color of amber, and they held the same warm, knowing light as the ember in Kaelin's bowl. The fox did not startle or run. It simply sat, wrapped its tail neatly around its paws, and regarded Kaelin with a calm, appraising gaze. "You have brought a piece of the old heart with you," the fox said, its voice not a bark or a yelp, but a soft, rustling sound, like wind through dry leaves. It was not startling that the fox could speak. In this place, it seemed the most natural thing in the world. Kaelin, his own voice a whisper, held out the bowl. "This, I found it in my fireplace." The fox inclined its head. "Fireplaces are but doorways, that is no simple ember. It is a spark from the world heart. It does not find just anyone. It finds those whose own inner fire has grown dim, waiting to be rekindled." The fox stood and gestured with its muzzle towards the cottage. "My name is Ember. It seems we are connected, you and I. Come the evening grows cold, share my fire." This was the beginning of Kaelin's unexpected friendship. He entered the willow cottage, which was warm and smelled of cedar and baking apples. He sat on a rug woven from soft mosses while Ember, with a deftness that spoke of long practice, stirred a pot of soup hanging in the fireplace. Over a simple meal they talked. Kaelin spoke of his life, his loneliness, his longing for a purpose that felt true and warm. Ember listened, its amber eyes reflecting the flames. "The spark called you here for a reason," Ember said later, as they sat outside under the luminous canopy. "This glen is a secret place, a pocket of the world where things remember their truest forms, but it is fading. The light of the trees grows dimmer each season. The spark you carry is the key to understanding why, and perhaps to helping." "Helping how?" Kaelin asked, feeling both frightened and thrilled. "I'm just a wood carver." "You are a creator," Ember corrected gently. "You understand the soul of wood, the stories it holds. The trees here are sick with a kind of sorrow, of forgetting. They have lost their connection to the stories that gave them light. The spark responds to true feeling, to memory. You must listen to them." The next day, Ember led Kaelin to the great central tree. "Place your hand upon its bark," the fox instructed, "and hold the spark close." Kaelin did as he was told. He pressed his palm against the rough, warm bark of the ancient tree and closed his eyes, focusing on the gentle pulse of the ember in his other hand. At first, there was nothing. Then a faint whisper, not in his ears but in his mind, a feeling of immense age, of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of countless seasons turning. And then a wave of profound sadness, a memory of loss so vast it felt bottomless. Images flickered behind his eyes, a sapling, strong and bright, tended by joyful, luminous beings who sang as they worked. Then a slow silence as the beings faded away, forgotten by the world outside. The tree and all the trees of the glen had been nurtured by song and story, and without it they were slowly forgetting how to shine. Kaelin opened his eyes, his own heart aching with the tree's loneliness. "They're grieving," he whispered to Ember. "They've been forgotten." "So," said Ember, its silvery tail drooping slightly. "The stories must be remembered, but the old stories are gone, new ones must be made." This was Kaelin's challenge, the journey that would transform him as surely as fire transforms wood. He was not a hero who could fight a dragon or lift a curse with a magic sword. His task was gentler and far more difficult. He had to create. He had to listen to the silent language of the trees and translate their essence into something new. He began to visit the glen every day, his carving tools in a pack on his back, the spark glowing in its bowl beside him. He would sit for hours with different trees, feeling their unique personalities through the spark. One tree, a slender birch with leaves of pale gold, felt youthful and hopeful. Another, a stout oak with crimson foliage, felt strong and protective. He did not carve leaves or birds. He began to carve the feelings he perceived. From a piece of cherry wood, he carved the shape of the birch's hope, a young deer taking its first, wobbly steps. From a block of dark walnut, he carved the oak's strength, a stone bridge spanning a rushing river. He carved a dancing hare for a tree that felt playful, and a wise old owl for one that felt ancient and knowing. It was slow, patient work. There were days of frustration when his hands felt clumsy and the wood refused to obey, when the connection through the spark felt faint and distant. Ember was always there, a quiet, steady presence. The fox would bring him berries and cool water, or simply sit in companionable silence, its own serene nature a balm to Kaelin's doubts. "The fire does not rush the wood," Ember said once, watching as Kaelin struggled with a particularly stubborn knot. "It simply offers its warmth and waits for the transformation to happen in its own time." Kaelin learned to be patient. He learned that his own inner state affected his work. When he was calm and open-hearted, the carvings flowed. When he was anxious or doubtful, the wood resisted. This was his personal growth, a slow burn that forged a new steadiness within him. The quiet ache in his heart was being filled, not by some grand external event, but by the small, authentic moments of connection. the feel of grain under his knife, the soft rustle of Ember's fur as it settled beside him, the responsive pulse of the spark. One evening, after he had finished a small carving of a mother fox and her kit, inspired, of course, by his friend, he placed it at the base of a tree that had felt particularly maternal. He held the spark close. A gentle warmth spread from the carving, a soft, greenish light that flowed up the tree's trunk. For a breathtaking moment, the tree's fiery leaves blazed brighter, their light washing over the glen in a wave of pure, joyous gold before settling back to its usual glow. Kael gasped. Ember, who had been watching, let out a soft, chuffing sound of pleasure. "You see," the fox said, "you are not just carving wood, you are carving remembrance, you are giving them back their stories." Encouraged, Kael worked with renewed purpose. He carved a whole community of small figures, each one a vessel for a feeling, a memory, a story that the glen's trees had lost. He placed them carefully among the roots, and each time, with the spark as a catalyst, a little more light returned to the grove. The air itself began to feel warmer, thicker with magic. The silver flowers rang like tiny bells when the wind passed through them. The final test came with the great central tree. Its sorrow was the deepest, for it was the first tree, the anchor of the glen. Kael knew a simple carving would not be enough. He sat with the tree for days, listening. The story that came to him was not one of a single feeling, but of the glen itself, its creation, its joy, its loneliness, and now its slow reawakening. It was a story of cycles, of loss and return. He found a large, smooth piece of linden wood, pale and perfect for his purpose. He did not carve a single figure. Instead, he carved the story. He carved the entire glen into the wood, a miniature landscape that spiraled out from the center, showing the great tree, the other trees, the flowers, the stream he could now hear trickling somewhere nearby. And at the edges he carved the faint, hopeful shapes of people and creatures returning, drawn by the light. It was the most intricate, demanding work he had ever attempted. He poured all of his newfound patience, all of his empathy, all of the warmth he had found in his friendship with Ember, into the carving. When it was finally finished, after many weeks, he carried it to the base of the great tree. The spark in its bowl was pulsing strongly, rhythmically, as if in anticipation. Ember stood beside him, a silent pillar of support. Kael took a deep breath, placed the carved panorama gently against the massive roots, and laid his hand upon it, the other hand cradling the spark. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum began to emanate from the tree, a sound that was felt more than heard. The spark flared not a pulse, but a brilliant, sustained light that enveloped Kael and the carving. The light flowed from his hands into the wood, and from the carving into the tree. The transformation was glorious. The great tree began to glow from within, its bark becoming translucent, revealing a network of golden light that pulsed in time with the spark. The light raced along the branches to every leaf, which ignited like captured sunlight. The light then spread through the very air of the glen, flowing to every other tree, which answered in kind, each bursting into its own unique hue of brilliant light. The silvery flowers chimed in a joyful chorus. The entire hidden world was ablaze with color and music and warmth, a symphony of restored life. Kael watched, tears streaming down his face, not from sadness, but from a joy so profound it overflowed. He felt the tree's gratitude wash over him, a wave of pure, warm love. The great loneliness was gone, replaced by a vibrant, connected wholeness. When the light slowly settled, it did not fade back to its previous state. The glen was now permanently brighter, warmer, alive with a palpable magic. The mystery was solved. The sorrow had been healed not by a grand quest, but by the quiet, persistent power of creativity and friendship. As the seasons turned, Kael's life was forever changed. He still lived in his little house at the edge of the wood, but he was no longer lonely. He visited the glen often, his friendship with Ember as strong and steady as the ancient trees. The spark remained with him, a constant, warm companion on his mantelpiece, its glow a reminder of the fire within himself that he had learned to tend. His wood carving was transformed. He no longer carved just familiar shapes. He carved the stories of the glen, the feelings of the trees, the wisdom of a twilight fox. People from the village began to remark on the new life in his work, a warmth and depth that seemed to radiate from the wood itself. They didn't know the source, but they felt its comfort, and they prized his carvings all the more for it. On this night, as the fire crackles in your own hearth, imagine Kael in his quiet house. The spark glows softly on the mantel, and on his workbench lies a new piece of wood, its potential a quiet secret. He is at peace. The journey is over, but a new, gentle chapter begins each day, warmed by friendship and the steady, true light of a heart that has found its purpose. So let the crackle of the fire be a lullaby. Let the warmth on your skin be a blanket. Let the story of Kael and the spark remind you that even the quietest heart holds an ember waiting to glow, and that the greatest transformations often begin with a single, small, kind act. The night is deep, the world is quiet, and all is well. Close your eyes now and let your own dreams be as peaceful and bright as a hidden glen, bathed in starlight and the gentle, enduring glow of a rekindled fire. Sleep well. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be, was the word courage. Where south might have pointed, it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west, wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. "Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities." Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. "You can talk." The cat blinked lazily. "Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey." "A journey?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's raining, and supper will be soon." Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. "The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats." She nodded toward the compass. "Yours has already begun." The needle trembled, still fixed on courage. Leo took a deep breath. "Where do I go?" "Wherever the compass leads you," Saffron replied. "But you won't be alone." No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "Ahem, Bartholomew Q, mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire." He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. "Courage," whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. "Fascinating. The needle hasn't wavered." Saffron twined around Leo's ankles. "Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello." So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, "Hello." A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. "Oh dear," murmured Bartholomew. "A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament." The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, dear, gently now, and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14 3/4 inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. "It's all right," Leo whispered into the well. "You can hop in, we'll bring you up." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the lives again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final, sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. "You see," she purred. "You had all you needed already." Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the stardusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kael. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kael preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kaelin's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kael reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. What does it do? They asked, their voice full of wonder. It guides, grandmother replied. Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way. That night, Kael fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kael dressed quietly and almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kael's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kael could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kael came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kael reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kael stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kael had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kael approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kael stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kael," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmered Elf." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kael the wonders of the Glimmered Elf. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmerdelve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kael looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source. a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kael could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kael stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kael began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kael spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kael shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kael saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kael reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kael, their eyes shining. "You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved." Kael smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. "And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too." As the balance restored itself, Kael knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. "You will always be welcome here," Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kaelin's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. "Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places." Kael hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. "I'll come back," they promised, "and I'll bring more stories." The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kael stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. "You've been on a journey," she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kael nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. "I found where the light comes from," they said softly. "And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are." Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. "Then the lantern has found its true keeper." That night, as Kael lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kael realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kael drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. Story 94. Story 95. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead, it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the two stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky, and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantle, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. In the heart of the ancient woods, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a place known as Whispering Glen. Here the air always carried the gentle scent of pine and wildflowers, and the trees stood like wise old guardians, their leaves rustling secrets to anyone who cared to listen. At the edge of the glen, a small village named Hearthwood hummed with quiet activity, its cobblestone paths winding past cottages with smoke curling from chimneys. But it was in the glen itself where magic seemed to breathe, especially at twilight, when the fireflies emerged like scattered embers and the wind chimes, hung from low branches by kind hands, tinkled softly in the breeze. Sometimes a gentle rain would fall, pattering on leaves like a lullaby, and from the village square, the deep, comforting chime of the old clock tower would echo, marking the hours with a steady, reassuring rhythm. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the glen lived a young girl named Layla, with eyes as bright as the stars she adored, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. Leela spent her evenings wrapped in a woolen blanket on her porch, charting the constellations with a well-loved telescope her grandfather had left her. She knew the sky like the back of her hand, the bold sweep of the Great Bear, the delicate curve of the Swan, and the shy twinkle of the Lost Lamb constellation, which her grandmother had said held stories of kindness and home. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked awake, Layla noticed something peculiar. The Lost Lamb constellation, usually a cluster of 7 bright stars, had one missing, a gap where a star named Pip should have been. At first she thought it a trick of the clouds, but night after night, more stars vanished from the sky. Not in a dramatic flash, but quietly, as if they were being gently plucked away. Alongside this, the glen itself began to change. The bluebells that carpeted the forest floor shifted to a soft lavender at dawn, then to a rosy pink by noon, as if painting with emotions. Stranger still, Leela once saw dew droplets on a spiderweb rise upwards towards the leaves, defying gravity, and her sundial seemed to cast shadows that moved backwards for a breath before correcting themselves. The villagers whispered about it over cups of chamomile tea. Old Mr. Bramble, the clockmaker, grumbled that time was playing tricks, while young Finn, who tended the gardens, marveled at the color-changing flowers but worried they might be ill. Yet no one was frightened. Instead, a curious hum filled the air, like the suspense before a favorite story unfolds. Lila, with her keen observation and gentle nature, felt a pull to understand. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, held a heart that needed listening to. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, Leela sat by the fireplace, tracing the patterns in an old book of nursery rhymes her grandmother had cherished. One rhyme, the Song of the Wandering Stars, caught her eye. When the lamb loses its way, and colors dance night into day, seek the map the sky has drawn, where time flows backwards to the dawn. Follow the path of empathy's light, to restore the stars and make things right. Leela's heart skipped a beat. This felt like a clue. She remembered her grandmother saying that the constellations were not just pictures, but maps of stories, guiding those who looked with kindness. The next morning, with the sun casting golden streaks through the mist, Layla decided to investigate. She packed a basket with honey cakes and a thermos of warm cider, slipped on her sturdy boots, and ventured into the glen, her mind set on observation and empathy. Her first stop was the meadow where the flowers changed colors. Finn was there kneeling among the blossoms, his brow furrowed. "Layla, look at this, the violets turned sunrise orange overnight," he said, his voice filled with wonder rather than worry. Leela knelt beside him, noticing how the petals seemed to pulse with a soft light. She observed that the color shifts coincided with the missing stars. When Pip vanished, the flowers had glowed blue, and now, with another star gone, they shimmered green. Perhaps the stars and flowers were connected, speaking a language of light and hue. This felt like a clue, but Leela knew better than to jump to conclusions. It might be a red herring, leading her away from the true answer. As she walked deeper into the woods, the wind chimes sang a melody that seemed to guide her steps. She followed a path lined with ancient oaks, their bark carved with faint symbols that resembled constellations. Leela recalled an old map her grandfather had drawn, tucked away in a drawer, showing the glen as a mirror of the night sky. She hurried home to fetch it, and when she unrolled the parchment, her eyes widened. The map marked special spots, a stargazing hill, a whispering creek, and a hidden grove, each aligned with a constellation. The lost lamb stars corresponded to places where kindness had been shown, like where villagers left food for woodland creatures. Leela decided to visit these spots, hoping to find answers. At the stargazing hill, she met an elderly woman named Maeve, who was feeding crumbs to the birds. Maeve spoke of a legend. Long ago, the stars would sometimes descend to earth to rest, taking the form of gentle lights, and if treated with empathy, they would share wisdom. But if ignored, they might fade. Leela wondered if the missing stars had come down, lost or tired. This seemed plausible, but Maeve also mentioned that mischievous forest sprites were known to play tricks, like making time wobble or colors shift. Could the sprites be behind it? Leela filed this away as a possible red herring, something to consider but not fear. Over the next few days, Leela visited each location on the map. At the Whispering Creek, where the water babbled secrets, she found a patch of flowers that glowed silver, matching a star that had vanished from the Swan constellation. She sat quietly, listening not just with her ears, but with her heart. She heard a faint, sorrowful hum, like a melody missing its notes. Empathy stirred within her. She felt that the stars weren't being stolen, but were hiding or helping something. She left a honey cake by the creek as a gesture of friendship, and the next day, the flower there turned a cheerful yellow, a small, delightful discovery that warmed her spirit. The suspense built through curiosity, not fear. Leela noticed that the backwards flowing time incidents often happened near the old clock tower in the village. Mr. Bramble had mentioned that the tower's mechanism was ancient, sometimes chiming an extra hour or falling silent. Leela wondered if the tower was connected, but when she investigated, she found that the clock was simply aging, needing care, a red herring that led her to organize the villagers to help Mr. Bramble clean and oil the gears. As they worked together, sharing stories and laughter, Leela realized that even false clues could bring joy, strengthening the community bonds. One evening, as the clock tower chimed 7, Leela had a breakthrough. She was on the stargazing hill, comparing her grandfather's map to the sky, when she saw it. The pattern of the missing stars formed a new constellation, one that looked like a tearful eye. Remembering the nursery rhyme's hint, where time flows backwards to the dawn, she thought of the dew rising and the sundial's odd shadow. What if time was flowing backwards not as a trick, but as a way to undo a sadness? Empathy guided her next step. She imagined how a star might feel if it witnessed something sorrowful and wanted to help. Leela shared her thoughts with the villagers at the weekly gathering in the glen, where everyone brought lanterns and sat on mossy logs. Finn spoke of how the color-changing flowers seemed to respond to their moods, blushing pink when children laughed, turning blue when someone was lonely. Old Maeve recalled that in legends, stars could absorb emotions to balance the world. Together they pieced it together. The stars were descending to comfort a part of the glen that held an old grief, perhaps from a lost story or a forgotten kindness. By taking on this sadness, the stars were growing dim, and their absence was causing the peculiar happenings as the glen tried to heal itself. The resolution came on a night of gentle rain, when the community decided to act with collective empathy. Led by Leela, they gathered in the hidden grove marked on the map, a place where the wind chimes hung thickly, their music like a chorus. There they found soft, starlight orbs nestled among the roots, the missing stars indeed taking earthly form. Each orb pulsed with a color that matched the flowers, and when Leela approached with kindness, she felt a whisper of sadness from them. The stars had come to soothe the grove, where long ago a village elder had passed away without a proper farewell, leaving a void. With understanding hearts, the villagers held a quiet ceremony, sharing stories of gratitude and lighting lanterns to guide the stars back home. As they sang a lullaby from the nursery rhyme, the orbs rose slowly, weaving into the sky like pearls on a string. One by one, the stars returned to their constellations, brighter than before, and the flowers settled into a peaceful, steady hue. Time flowed normally again, the dew droplets clinging properly to the grass, and the clock tower chimed in perfect harmony. The mystery solved, the community of Hearthwood felt closer than ever. They decided to make the stargazing hill a regular meeting place, where they would share tales and watch the sky, reminding themselves that empathy could light even the darkest corners. Leela curled on her porch once more, felt a deep comfort as the fireflies danced and the wind chimes sang their soft song. The stars twinkled down as if winking in gratitude, and she knew that in Whispering Glen, every ending was a gentle beginning, wrapped in the cozy blanket of friendship and wonder. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward a sky often veiled in mist, magic hummed just beneath the surface of reality. Here, the seasons didn't merely change, they danced. Spring arrived on the breath of warm zephyrs, carrying pollen-gold promises. Summer unfurled in emerald canopies that shimmered with firefly constellations. Autumn descended in a cascade of amber and crimson, each leaf a whispered secret. Winter wrapped the forest in a crystalline hush, where frost painted stories on frozen ponds. And in this realm the creatures lived not as mere inhabitants, but as guardians of an intricate, singing balance. Young Bramble, a hedgehog with spines like dewdrop-tipped thistles, lived in a cozy burrow lined with dried lavender and owl feathers. His grandmother, a badger named Sorrow with fur like storm-cloud silver, often spoke of the forest's hidden pulse. "Listen beyond the rustle," she'd murmur, her voice as comforting as the crackle of their hearth moss fire. "Hear the wind's lullaby, that's the breath of seasons, carrying dreams from the roots to the stars." Bramble would nestle into Sorrow's warmth, inhaling the scent of rain-soaked earth and wood smoke, feeling the forest's heartbeat thrum through the soil beneath them. One late summer evening, as crickets wove melodies into the twilight, an unnatural stillness settled. The breath of seasons faltered. No cooling breeze carried the scent of ripening blackberries or the distant promise of autumn's spice. Instead, the air grew thick and heavy, clinging like damp wool. Flowers drooped, their petals losing luster. Even the creek's usual chuckle faded to a listless sigh. Bramble watched a weary bluebird, feathers dulled, struggle to lift itself onto a wilting elderberry branch. "Grandmother," he whispered, his nose twitching at the stale air, "why does the forest hold its breath?" Sorrel's eyes, deep as mossy pools, grew solemn. She led Bramble to the Heartstone glade, a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on a flat, moss-cushioned rock etched with spirals. "Long ago," Sorrel began, her paw tracing the carvings, "when the seasons tangled, the first guardians sang to the whispering winds. They reminded the winds of their purpose, to weave change, not stagnation." She described how generations past had faced such silences, always restoring harmony by understanding the connections. How the squirrels buried nuts fed the soil, how the beaver's dam nurtured reeds where dragonflies hatched, how even the tiniest spider's web caught morning due to quench thirsty ferns. The imbalance deepened. Without the wind's guidance, autumn's vibrant palette refused to awaken. Leaves remained stubbornly green yet brittle, and the air tasted of dust. Bramble noticed the forest's distress in every detail, the frantic scrabble of mice searching for water, the drooping caps of mushrooms that usually glowed with bioluminescent hope at dusk. A family of foxes, their coats patchy and thin, huddled miserably in their den. "We must help," Bramble declared, his small voice trembling but resolute. Sorrel nuzzled him. "Wisdom is the compass, little one. We listen, then act." They journeyed to the elder tree, a colossal oak where hollows glowed with the soft light of glowworms. There they convened with Fern, an ancient owl whose feathers held the patterns of frost and starlight, and Pip, a quick-witted dormouse who knew every route path in the forest. "The winds are lost," Fern hooted softly, her amber eyes reflecting the dimming moon. "Trapped in the high peaks where echoes confuse their song." Pip twitched his whiskers. "But why? The peaks have always sung back." Sorrel nodded. "Something silences the echo, something unnatural." Bramble remembered Sorrel's stories, how balance required every voice. He crept to the forest's edge where human artifacts sometimes drifted, a tattered kite, a smooth glass bottle. There, half buried in ferns, lay a shard of mirrored metal, reflecting the stagnant sky. It wasn't part of the forest's song. When sunlight hit it, the glare shot upward, blinding and harsh. "This," Bramble gasped. "It steals the mountain's echo." The mirrored shard had fallen from a passing hot air balloon, its unnatural reflection scattering the peak's harmonic response, leaving the winds directionless. With Pip's guidance, they rallied the forest. Badgers dug trenches to tilt the shard. Squirrels wove vines into a net. Fireflies lit their path as night deepened, their glow a constellation of determination. Bramble, heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum, climbed onto Sorrel's back as she nudged the shard into the net. Together they hauled it away from the peaks, burying it deep in clay where its reflection could harm no one. As the last clod of earth settled, a sigh rippled through the trees. Then a whisper. A gentle, cool caress brushed Bramble's spines. It carried the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples. The breath of seasons returned. It swirled through the whisperwood, rustling leaves into bursts of gold and scarlet. Rain followed, soft and sweet, pattering on the canopy like 1,000 tiny drums. The creek laughed again, and flowers raised their faces to drink. In the heartstone glade, Fern spread her wings as Pip danced in circles. "You listened," Sorrel murmured to Bramble, her eyes crinkling with pride. "Not just with your ears, but with your heart. Balance isn't kept by force, but by tending every thread in the web." That night, as Bramble curled in his burrow, the forest sang him to sleep. Outside, autumn's first frost painted silver lace on spiderwebs, and the wind hummed the ancient lullaby of change and renewal. He dreamed of roots deep in the dark earth, of stars winking through the canopy, and of Sorrel's voice, warm and sure, "When harmony flows, all things grow." And in that knowing, wrapped in the scent of lavender and the forest's restored breath, Bramble drifted into peaceful slumber, cradled by the eternal dance of the whisperwood. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that leapt like shy sprites across the walls. Outside, a gentle wind sighed through the ancient oak tree, a lullaby for the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we venture not to far-off mountains or stormy seas, but to a place much closer to home, where magic often hides in plain sight, waiting for a gentle heart to find it. Our story begins in the dusty, forgotten embrace of an attic. Young Milo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet nature, often found solace in the attic. It was a world unto itself, smelling of old paper, dried lavender tucked away in forgotten drawers, and the comforting scent of seasoned wood. Sunlight, when it dared pierce the single cobwebbed window, illuminated swirling galaxies of dust motes. One rainy afternoon, seeking refuge from the drumming on the roof, Milo was carefully sorting through a battered old trunk that had belonged to his great-aunt Elspeth. Beneath layers of yellowed lace and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked into a corner of a worn sewing box. It wasn't thread or a thimble. It was a key. Not just any key, mind you. It was made of a warm, rosy copper, slightly tarnished, and shaped unlike any key Milo had ever seen. Its bow was an intricate swirl like a frozen curl of smoke, and the bit seemed to depict a tiny, stylized bird in flight. It felt strangely alive in his palm, humming with a warmth that wasn't quite temperature, more like a faint, comforting vibration. HMMMM, it seemed to sigh, softer than the rain outside. HMMMM. Now, what might you open? Milo whispered, the dust motes swirling gently in his breath. As if in answer, a soft thump sounded near the dormer window. A large ginger cat with wise, amber eyes materialized from behind a rolled-up rug. This was Marmalade, the attic's unofficial guardian, rarely seen downstairs. He stretched languidly, his purr rumbling like a miniature thunderstorm. Purr-ra-ra-ra-ra rumble. Found something shiny, have you, young Milo? Marmalade's voice was a deep, gravelly whisper, laced with the patience of countless naps. That little dreamer isn't for locks of wood or iron, that's a whisper key. A whisper key. Milo echoed, turning the warm copper over in his fingers. It pulsed gently. HMMMM. Indeed, Marmalade settled onto a sun-warmed patch of floorboards, tucking his paws neatly. It opens doors to things unseen, paths unheard, but only for those who listen with more than their ears. Great Aunt Elspeth knew its song. She used to say it measured journeys not in miles, but in heartbeats of courage purr. Milo felt a flutter, not of fear, but of profound curiosity mixed with a tiny spark of apprehension. What kind of journey? Before Marmalade could answer, a soft whoosh of air and the distinct tap-tap-tap of something light landing on a rafter announced another presence. A small, rather bookish-looking brown owl blinked down at them. His spectacles, tiny things made of wire and clear crystal, perched precariously on his beak. This was Ptolemy, known for his vast knowledge of attic lore and his tendency to doze off mid-sentence. Hoo-hoo, he inquired softly, tilting his head. Ptolemy, excellent timing, rumbled Marmalade. Young Milo has discovered Elspeth's whisper key. He seeks the nature of the journey it offers. Ptolemy ruffled his feathers importantly. Who? Ah, the resonant artifact, catalogued under ethereal mechanisms, subsection, auditory cartography fascinating, who it doesn't unlock a place precisely, more a state of perception, specifically the perception of the hidden harmonies. He blinked slowly, his spectacles glinting. Trouble is brewing in the unseen choir, a dissonance, a disharmony, the key resonates with it. That is the journey it measures the courage to seek the source of the discord and soothe it, tap 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 went his claw on the wood. Requires patience and kindness. Very tricky. Who? He promptly tucked his head under his wing, snoring softly. Snoo or who? Milo looked from the softly snoring owl to the purring cat, then down at the humming key in his hand. The attic suddenly felt vast, full of whispers he couldn't quite decipher. The rain pattered pitter-pat on the roof, a counterpoint to the key's gentle HMMMM and Ptolemy's snores. The journey wasn't across land, but into understanding. His courage felt very small indeed. Just then a tiny, nervous squeak came from near the trunk. A small gray mouse with bright button eyes and trembling whiskers peered out. This was Pip, easily startled but incredibly resourceful. Eep. Did someone say disharmony? She piped, her voice like dry leaves skittering. I heard it last night near the old chimney stack, a sound like a lost sob caught in the wind. It made my whiskers tingle all wrong. Squeak. Milo knelt down. You heard it too, Pip, the disharmony. Pip nodded vigorously. Oh yes, scared me half to fluff, but if the key can't help, maybe we can help too. She looked at Milo with hopeful eyes. Pip's courage was small but fierce, fueled by compassion. And so their unlikely fellowship formed under the sloping rafters. Milo with the humming whisper key, wise Marmalade offering rumbling guidance, scholarly if sleepy, Ptolemy ready with obscure facts, and brave little Pip, attuned to the smallest, saddest sounds. Their journey began not with a step, but with listening. Milo closed his eyes, focusing on the key's vibration, letting it fill his quiet center. He listened past the rain's pitter-pat, past Marmalade's purr, past Ptolemy's gentle snoo-or-hoo, even past Pip's anxious squeak-squeak. He listened deeper to the sigh of the old house timbers, the rustle shhh of dust settling, the faint tick-tock of a forgotten clock. And then he heard it. Faint, almost swallowed by the other sounds. A thin, wavering note, not quite a cry, not quite a sigh. It sounded lonely, and it seemed to drift from the direction of the chimney stack, just as Pip had said. Woo-woo-oh. There, Milo breathed, opening his eyes. The key pulsed warmer in his hand, its hum HMMM, resonating sympathetically with the distant, mournful sound. The journey to the chimney stack was only 20 feet across the cluttered attic, but for Milo, it felt immense. He had to navigate precarious stacks of hat boxes that wobbled alarmingly, creak-groan, squeeze past a dressmaker's dummy that seemed to watch him with empty eyes, and climb a small, rickety set of library steps that Ptolemy assured him were structurally sound, circa 1892, who each wobble, each creak was a test. Pip scampered ahead, finding safe paths between piles of newspapers, rustle flutter. Marmalade padded silently beside him, a warm, solid presence. Ptolemy occasionally woke up, blinked, offered an observation like chimneys often act as conduits for aerial resonances, and promptly fell asleep again. Reaching the base of the massive old brick chimney stack felt like arriving at the foot of a dark, silent mountain. The air here was cooler, smelling faintly of old soot and damp stone. The lonely sound was clearer now, echoing slightly within the bricks. Woo-woo-oh, why alone? Milo held up the whisper key. Its glow intensified, casting a warm, coppery light on the soot-stained bricks. The intricate bird on its bit seemed to shimmer. The mournful sound paused, then tentatively echoed the key's gentle hum. HMMM. Woo-woo-oh. Who's there? Milo asked softly, his voice barely a whisper itself. Why are you so sad? A gust of wind whistled whoosh down the chimney flue, swirling dust at their feet. Within it the voice seemed to coalesce, thin and reedy like wind through a crack. Alone it sighed. Always moving, never staying, never heard, only felt as push, as cold, never as song. Milo understood. This wasn't a monster. It was a small, lost wind current, a tiny eddy that had become separated from the great symphony of breezes and zephyrs. Trapped in the chimney, its natural song had twisted into lonely dissonance. It wasn't angry, it was heartbroken. Ptolemy, roused by the concentrated emotion, blinked rapidly. A fractured zephyr, common in enclosed vertical structures, requires integration, reconnection to the larger air currents. He looked at Milo. Kindness, acceptance, offering it a voice within the chorus. Milo knew what to do. It wasn't about forcing or fixing. It was about listening, truly listening, and offering friendship. He sat down cross-legged on the dusty floorboards, the whisper key warm in his lap. Marmalade settled beside him, his purr deepening into a soothing drone, purr rumble. Pip cautiously crept onto Milo's knee, her tiny body trembling but determined. Ptolemy fluttered down to perch on a nearby crate, wide awake now, observing intently. Milo closed his eyes again, focusing on the key's resonance, letting it fill him with calm. He thought of the wind outside, the gentle sigh through the oak leaves, rustle hush, the playful tug on the washing line, flap snap, the soft whisper around the corners of the house, shhhhh. He poured this feeling of connection, of belonging to a vast, beautiful song, into the hum of the key. HMMMM, you belong. He began to hum himself, softly, wordlessly. Not trying to overpower the zephyr's lonely woo, but weaving around it, harmonizing with it. Marmalade's purr provided a deep, grounding bass note. Pip, encouraged, let out a tiny, brave whistle, tweet-wee. Ptolemy surprised everyone by adding a soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap with his claw on the wood. It wasn't perfect music, but it was kind. It was welcoming. The trapped zephyr hesitated. Its woo faltered. Then, tentatively, it tried to mimic Milo's hum. HMMMM. The sound was less sharp, less lonely. Milo smiled, humming a little louder, pouring warmth and acceptance into the sound. You are heard. You are part of the song. Slowly, gently, the zephyr's note shifted. It softened, warmed, began to weave itself into their makeshift melody. The dissonance faded, replaced by a fragile harmony. The air around the chimney stack stirred, not with a mournful gust, but with a gentle, hopeful breeze. HMMMMWoo, together. The whisper key in Milo's lap pulsed brightly once, then settled back into its warm, steady hum. The copper bird seemed to glow with satisfaction. Above them, high up the chimney, a faint clink-clink sounded, the sound of the old, unused chimney cowl turning slightly in the wind outside. A path was opening. Listen, Milo whispered to the zephyr. Hear your family calling. Outside, the wind had lessened its rain-soaked drumming. Now it sang a clearer song around the house, a gentle invitation. Come home, shhhh, come home. The small zephyr within the chimney swirled excitedly, whoosh swirl. With a final, joyous chime-like note that resonated perfectly with the whisper key, ding HMMMM, it gathered itself and streamed upwards, a ribbon of cool, fresh air, slipping through the newly opened cowl and out into the welcoming embrace of the evening sky. The lonely sound was gone, replaced by the harmonious sigh of the wind outside, now sounding fuller, sweeter. Silence descended in the attic, but it was a peaceful silence, filled only with the crackling fire downstairs, the settling house, Marmalade's contented purr, Pip's relieved sigh few, and Ptolemy's soft murmur, harmony restored, catalogue updated, who excellent work, young cartographer of courage. He promptly tucked his head back under his wing. Milo looked at his friends, then down at the whisper key. It was cool now, just a beautifully crafted piece of copper, yet he knew its magic hadn't faded, it had simply returned to quiet potential. He hadn't traveled far, but he had journeyed deep into his own quiet heart and found the courage to listen, to understand, and to offer kindness. He felt taller somehow and deeply peaceful. Carefully, he placed the whisper key back into the sewing box in the old trunk. It didn't need to be hidden, just respected. He knew it would be there, humming softly to itself, whenever the hidden harmonies needed a gentle listener. As Milo descended the attic stairs later, the fire in the hearth below seemed to burn a little brighter, a little warmer. The rain had stopped, and through the window he could see the first stars peeking through the clouds. The wind sighed contentedly around the eaves, shhhh, sleep, a lullaby for the whole house. Marmalade followed him down, purring like a contented engine. Pip was already asleep in Milo's pocket, a tiny, warm weight. Even Ptolemy's soft snores, snoo or who, from the rafters above sounded like a peaceful counterpoint. The ordinary attic filled with forgotten things had revealed an extraordinary secret, that the greatest adventures often lie in listening closely, that courage is measured in kindness, and that even the smallest voice, when heard with a gentle heart, can restore harmony to the world. And as Milo settled by the fire, the flames dancing like captured sunlight, he knew that the warm hum of the whisper key and the memory of the zephyr's grateful song would forever be a cozy secret tucked away in his heart, a gentle light against any future darkness. The fire crackled pop hiss, a comforting sound in the quiet night, reminding him that magic and kindness were always closer than they seemed. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf. They were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kael, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kael heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kael padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kael nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kaelin's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. and the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: follow the silver, find the stone that dreams. Trusting the water's wisdom, Kael followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kael approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kael looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kael understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kael descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kael carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kael poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kael, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kael made his way back to his den, as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kael drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows blinked like kind eyes in the evening light, there lived a quiet boy named Leo. His favorite place in all the world was the attic, a treasure trove of forgotten things, smelling sweetly of old wood and dried lavender. It was here, one afternoon while the rain pattered softly on the roof, that Leo discovered something quite extraordinary. Tucked beneath a dusty blanket, behind a basket of yellowed letters and a stack of picture books with curling edges, was a small wooden music box. It was carved with delicate patterns of ivy and stars, and when Leo lifted the lid, it didn't play a tune. Instead, a soft, silvery light spilled out, and from within emerged the faint, chiming sound of distant bells. Curious, Leo wound the tiny key on its side. The light grew brighter, and the bells rang clearer, like those from a chapel hidden deep within a snowy forest. And then something magical happened. The dust motes dancing in the attic sunlight began to swirl and gather, forming the shape of a small, shimmering mouse with ears like rose petals and eyes like dewdrops. "You've found me," the mouse chimed, its voice like the gentle shaking of a silver bracelet. "I am the keeper of lost melodies." Leo, though wide-eyed, was not afraid. "Why are you lost?" he asked softly. "I am not lost," the mouse replied, its light flickering like a candle flame. "But my song is. A piece of it broke away long ago, frightened by a loud noise, and hid itself somewhere in this house. Without it, I cannot chime properly, and the world feels a little less musical." And so began Leo's journey, not across oceans or mountains, but through the familiar corners of his own home, guided by a creature of light and sound. His courage was not the kind that waved swords or shouted battle cries. It was the quiet kind that listens in the dark and offers a steady hand. Their first helper was an old tortoiseshell cat named Mabel, who spent her days napping on the sun-warmed rug in the parlor. When Leo whispered their quest to her, she stretched languidly, her purr rumbling like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Something lost, you say?" Mabel murmured, blinking slowly. "I did hear a faint, shivering note behind the grandfather clock yesterday. Sounded lonely." So they tiptoed into the hallway where the tall clock stood like a wise old sentinel, its pendulum swinging with a comforting tick-tock, tick-tock. Behind it, the air hummed ever so slightly. Leo got down on his hands and knees, and there, tucked between the wall and the clock's mahogany back, was a trembling sliver of silver light. "It scared," chimed the music box mouse sadly. Leo didn't reach or grab. Instead, he began to hum, a low, warm tune his mother often sang while kneading bread. Mabel curled nearby, her purring harmonizing with his hum. Slowly, the fragment of melody floated out, weaving itself like a thread back into the mouse's shimmering form. One note had been found, but the melody was still incomplete. Their next guide was Barnaby, the house robin who nested in the wreath on the front door. He had a brisk, cheerful way of speaking, and a habit of tilting his head whenever he listened. "A lost tune," he chirped. "Why, I believe I saw something glimmering near the garden window this morning, right where the spider weaves her web each dawn." They made their way to the cozy kitchen, where the morning light poured in like honey. In the corner of the window, an elegant web glistened with dew, and caught in its strands was another shard of light, quivering like a captured star. The spider herself, whose name was Seraphina, was delicate and deliberate in her movements. "It arrived with the dawn breeze," she said in a voice as fine as thread. "It has been shivering ever since." This piece was not frightened, but stuck. Leo knew better than to tear the web. That would be unkind. So he waited. And while he waited, he told stories about brave little ants carrying crumbs twice their size and patient flowers that waited all winter to bloom. Barnaby added cheerful commentary from the windowsill, and Seraphina listened, weaving gentle patterns in the air. When the time was right, she carefully unwove a single strand, and the melody fragment drifted free, returning to the mouse with a grateful chime. 2 notes found. 1 remained. The last piece was the most elusive. The music box mouse grew quiet, its light dimming. "The final note is the deepest and the softest," it said. "It holds the memory of lullabies. Without it, I cannot rest." It was Grandpa who helped them then, though he didn't know it. From his armchair by the fireplace, where he whittled little birds from blocks of pine, he said, "You know, the warmest sounds in this house hide where you feel them, not always where you hear them." Leo thought about that. Where did he feel sound? He felt the rumble of the tea kettle when it sang each morning. He felt the creak of the 3rd stair when he stepped on it just right. And he felt the vibration of his own heartbeat when the house was quiet. Then he knew. He carried the music box to his own bedroom, where the evening light stretched long and blue across the floor. In the corner stood his wardrobe, and from within came a very soft, very deep hum. It was the note, hiding among the woolen sweaters and folded blankets, where it had gone to keep warm. Leo didn't pull it out. Instead, he opened the wardrobe door, sat on the rug, and began to tell the note about its friends. How the first note was no longer scared, how the second was no longer stuck, and how the music box mouse waited patiently to be whole again. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak tree. Somewhere in the village, a bell tolled softly. And inside the wardrobe, the deep, humming note slowly drifted out, weaving itself back into the melody with a sound like a contented sigh. The music box mouse glowed brightly, its form now solid and clear. "Thank you, Leo," it chimed, its voice now rich and complete. "You mended me not with force, but with friendship." Then it slipped back into the music box. Leo closed the lid gently. This time, when he turned the key, the box played the most beautiful tune, a melody that sounded like starlight, like kindness, like coming home. And from that day on, whenever someone in the house felt a little lost or lonely, they would wind the music box and remember that even the smallest courage, the courage to be patient, to be kind, to listen, could make broken things whole again. And as the fire crackled and the moon rose high over the quiet village, Leo fell asleep to the sound of distant bells, ringing softly in his dreams. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean, above the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." "Ah," Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. "The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth." He pointed his stick upwards. the summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root, and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly, Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets. I am ready, Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. I believe the willow will guide me. With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Do not be discouraged, Pip chirped, sensing her unease. Every journey worth taking has its trials. Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Moonhaven. It was a place where chimneys puffed curls of vanilla-scented smoke, where cobblestone paths glistened with evening dew, and where the great brass clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze. The villagers were a kindly folk, known for their love of stargazing and their habit of leaving bowls of cream out for the forest sprites. But lately something peculiar had begun to unfold beneath Moonhaven's silver-dusted sky. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Each night another patch of the heavens would go dark, as if someone had gently blown out a cluster of celestial candles. The villagers would gather on their porches, wrapped in quilts, murmuring in soft, concerned tones as they pointed at the growing emptiness above. Then came the hourglass in the town square, a beautiful, ancient thing filled with sand the color of crushed amethysts. For as long as anyone could remember, the sand had flowed steadily downward. But now it trickled backwards. And if that weren't strange enough, the moon lilies that bloomed only at midnight began changing color, from silvery white to rose pink, then to deep indigo, as if they couldn't quite decide what shade suited the night. No one was afraid exactly. But a quiet puzzlement settled over Moonhaven, as soft and persistent as the gentle rain that often pattered against the window panes after dark. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, with a garden full of sleepy lavender and night-blooming jasmine, lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known for her kindness, her patience, and most of all, for how closely she noticed things. While others talked, Lyra listened. While others hurried, Lyra watched. She noticed the way the dew settled on a spider's web, the particular tune the wind played through the pine needles, and the secret language of the stars. One evening, as Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, sipping chamomile tea, there came a soft knock at her door. It was old Finn, the keeper of the town archives, his spectacles perched on his nose and a worried frown creasing his brow. "Lyra, my dear," he said, stepping inside and shaking the rain from his cloak. "The stars, they're vanishing, and the hourglass, it's flowing the wrong way. The council is baffled. Some say it's a sign, others say it's magic gone weary. But I thought perhaps you might have noticed something the rest of us have missed." Lyra smiled gently and offered him a seat by the fire. "I've seen it, Finn, and I've been listening. There's a rhyme the children have been singing lately, a new one. It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain sings low, follow the path where the silver mushrooms grow. Find the key where the two rivers meet, to make the scattered stars complete." Finn adjusted his spectacles. "A children's rhyme, you think it's a clue?" "I think everything is a clue if you listen closely enough," Lyra replied. So it was that Lyra, with Finn trailing curiously behind, set out into the whispering woods. The rain had softened to a mist, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. Fireflies bobbed like tiny lanterns along the path, and in the distance the clock tower chimed 9 times, each note clear and melodic. They soon found a patch of silver mushrooms, glowing faintly in the dim light, forming a winding trail deeper into the forest. As they followed it, Lyra noticed something odd. The mushrooms weren't just growing randomly. They formed patterns, like constellations underfoot. "Look, Finn," she said, pointing. "That cluster there, it mirrors the crown constellation, and over there the swan, but see how some are dimmer than others, as if part of the pattern is fading." Finn nodded slowly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "Just like the real stars." They walked on, the forest growing denser and more mystical around them. Soon they heard the soft gurgle of water. 2 streams crossed up ahead, shimmering under the faint starlight that still remained. And there, nestled between the roots of an ancient willow tree, was a small wooden box carved with star-shaped patterns. "The 2 rivers meet," Lyra whispered. "This must be the key." But when she opened the box, instead of a key, she found a delicate, yellowed piece of parchment. On it was drawn a map of the night sky, but with certain stars connected by lines that didn't match any known constellation. At the bottom, in elegant script, were the words, "Remember what you've forgotten." Finn scratched his head. a red herring, or another piece of the puzzle. Lyra studied the map carefully. I think it's both. Look, these lines don't show constellations. They show relationships, pathways, like the way we're all connected in Moonhaven. Just then, a soft rustling came from the bushes. Out stepped a flustered-looking badger wearing a tiny waistcoat and carrying a pocket watch. Oh dear, the badger muttered. I'm late. I'm always late lately. Lyra knelt down. Late for what, friend? For the star gathering, the badger exclaimed. I'm Bernard, the keeper of celestial time, but ever since the hourglass started flowing backwards, my schedule has been all topsy-turvy. The stars wait for no one, you know. Bernard explained that once every century, the stars descended to drink from the mystical springs of Moonhaven, which kept them shining bright. But because the hourglass was broken, the stars didn't know when to appear, and Bernard didn't know when to guide them. But why is the sand flowing backwards? Lyra asked. Bernard sighed. It's meant to measure not just time, but memory. The more the villagers forget the old stories, the tales that connect them to the stars and to each other, the more confused time becomes. The hourglass reflects that confusion. Lyra understood now. The vanishing stars, the backwards time, the color-changing flowers, all were signs that the community was losing touch with its shared stories, its history, its magic. She, Finn, and Bernard hurried back to the village, where the concerned murmurs had grown into a gentle hum of curiosity. Lyra climbed onto the base of the clock tower, the old map in hand. Friends, she called out, her voice calm and clear. The stars aren't disappearing, they're waiting for us to remember. She showed them the map, explaining that the lines between the stars represented the stories that bound them together. Tales of kindness, cooperation, and wonder that had been passed down for generations, but had lately gone untold. One by one, the villagers began sharing stories. The baker remembered the tale of the first loaf ever baked in Moonhaven, which was said to have been blessed by a star. The woodcarver recounted how his grandfather learned his craft from a talking owl under a full moon. Children giggled as they shared whispered legends of friendly ghosts who helped find lost mittens. With each story told, a star above flickered back to life. Then little Alara, the youngest child in the village, tugged on Lyra's sleeve. I know a rhyme, too, she said shyly. My grandma taught me. When the clock strikes backwards and the stars hide away, gather the memories to brighten the day. Sing the old songs, tell the tales true, and the sky will remember its brilliant blue. As the villagers joined hands and sang the old songs under the slowly brightening sky, the hourglass in the square gave a soft shudder. The purple sand ceased its upward trickle and began flowing normally once more. The moon lilies settled into a tranquil, luminous silver. And high above the stars returned, not all at once, but one by one, each shining brighter than before, as if grateful to be remembered. Bernard the badger checked his pocket watch and beamed. Right on time, he declared before scurrying off into the night. From that evening on, the people of Moonhaven made a new tradition. Every night they would gather, sometimes in the square, sometimes in cozy homes, and share stories. They laughed, they listened, and they remembered. And the stars, pleased by the revival of connection and wonder, shone down upon them with a gentle, constant light. As the clock tower chimed midnight, its wind-chime melody softer now, Lyra stood on her porch, watching the restored heavens. The gentle rain began to fall again, a soothing patter on the rooftops and leaves. Somewhere in the distance, wind chimes tingled lightly. All was well in Moonhaven. The mystery was solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, empathy, and the simple, profound power of listening. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep that night, each knew that above them, the stars were winking down kindly, keeping watch over a community that had learned to treasure its light, both in the sky and in each other. In a little cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet soul named Leo. His home was a place of comfortable clutter and well-loved things, where the floorboards sighed contentedly underfoot, and the windows framed a world that seemed to hold its breath in reverence each evening. On one such evening, as the sky blushed with the soft hues of twilight, Leo found himself drawn to the attic, a place he usually visited only when necessity called. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with trunks smelling of cedar and camphor, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures draped in dust-laden sheets. Leo had come searching for extra blankets, for the autumn chill had begun to creep through the cottage's old bones. As he rummaged near the far wall, his fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small, ornately carved wooden box tucked behind a stack of his grandmother's quilts. Creak went the lid as he lifted it, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light, and its needle did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something just beyond reach. Curiosity humming in his veins, Leo carried the compass downstairs. He placed it on the hearthrug before the crackling fire, its warm glow painting dancing shadows across the room. As he sat cross-legged before the flames, the compass needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. Then, to his astonishment, a voice, soft and melodic like wind chimes on a gentle breeze, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "It does not point to places," the voice said. "It points to possibilities." Leo blinked. Who said that? A moment later, a plump tabby cat, one he'd often seen napping in the sunniest spot of the garden, padded into the room. Her name was Juniper, and her purr was a contented rumble, like a tiny, well-tuned engine. She settled beside him, green eyes fixed on the compass. "I did," she said, though her mouth did not move. Her voice was in his mind, warm and slightly smug. "That compass has been waiting for you. It doesn't guide you over land or sea. It guides you through yourself." Leo stared, too surprised to be frightened. "You can talk." "I always could," Juniper replied, licking a paw with delicate precision. "You simply weren't listening properly before. Most people don't. They're too busy hearing only what they expect to hear." Just then there was a soft thump from the bookshelf. A small, leather-bound volume with gilded edges wobbled, and then floated gently down to join them. It opened of its own accord, and the pages rustled like autumn leaves. A new voice emerged, this one dry, papery, and wise. "The compass of courage," the book said, its words appearing on the page as it spoke. "Forged for those who seek not distance, but depth. Its needle points toward the thing you fear most, and thus, the thing you must face to find what you truly need." Leo's heart beat a little faster. "What must I do?" The compass needle began to spin again, then settled, pointing toward the darkest corner of the room, a place where an old wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar. From within came a soft, sighing sound, like fabric shifting in a faint draught. "You must follow where it leads," said Juniper, nudging his hand with her head. "But you won't be going alone." The book fluttered its pages encouragingly. "I shall provide guidance, and Juniper shall provide company, but the journey, dear Leo, is yours to make." Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the compass. Its weight was comforting in his palm. He walked slowly toward the wardrobe, Juniper trotting at his heels, and the book floating serenely beside him. As he drew closer, the darkness within the wardrobe seemed to deepen, becoming a velvety blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. Swish, the wardrobe doors opened fully on their own. Instead of coats and scarves, Leo saw a pathway lined with silver birch trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. The air smelled of damp earth and distant rain. "Step through," urged the book. "The compass will not steer you wrong." And so Leo stepped from his cozy cottage into a forest that existed somewhere between dream and memory. The ground was soft with moss, and the light was that of perpetual twilight, soft, forgiving, and tinged with magic. The compass needle now pointed steadily ahead, down a path that wound between ancient trees. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes. Juniper occasionally paused to watch a glowing moth, or listen to the drip 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 of dew from leaf to fern. The book, which had introduced itself as Folio, recited poems and bits of wisdom to keep their spirits lifted. "Courage, dear Leo," Folio said, "is not the absence of fear, but the recognition that something else is more important." Eventually, the path led them to a wide, misty river. There was no bridge in sight, and the water flowed silently, its surface like smoked glass. The compass needle pointed straight across. On the far bank, Leo could just make out a soft golden light, warm and inviting, like a lantern in a window. "How do we cross?" Leo wondered aloud. A figure emerged from the mist, an old badger, leaning on a knotted staff. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "The river cannot be crossed by swimming or by boat," the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It is made of forgotten regrets and unmade choices. It only parts for those who can name their fear aloud and release it into the water." Leo's throat felt tight. He looked at the compass, then at the badger, then at the silent, gleaming river. "I'm afraid," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "that I'm not enough, that I'll always be too quiet, too ordinary, too easily overlooked." As he spoke, the words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering, translucent forms that drifted down to touch the river's surface. Where they landed, the water began to stir. Slowly, gently, the river parted, creating a pathway of stepping stones that glowed with a soft, internal light. "Well done," rumbled the badger, a smile in his eyes. "Now cross quickly, but mind your step. The stones remember everything they touch." One by one they crossed, Leo first, then Juniper, with Folio floating above like a careful guardian. Each stone felt solid and reassuring beneath Leo's feet, though the air around them hummed with the echoes of long-let-go sorrows. On the other side, the golden light resolved into a small, circular door set into the base of an enormous oak tree. The compass needle pointed directly at it. "This is it," Folio murmured, its pages fluttering with excitement. "What you seek is within." Leo reached out and turned the brass knob. The door opened without a sound, revealing a staircase that spiraled downward. The air that wafted up was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old paper, comforting and familiar. They descended into a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single, glowing key. But between them and the key stood a figure, a tall, slender being made of shifting shadows and faint, silvery light. It had no face, but Leo felt its gaze nonetheless. "I am the keeper of doubts," it said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "To pass, you must answer a riddle. Answer wrongly, and the path behind you will disappear. Answer rightly, and the key is yours." Leo's heart sank. Riddles had never been his strength. But Juniper sat down, wrapped her tail around her paws, and began to purr, a sound so steady and calm that it seemed to push back the shadows. Folio hovered near his shoulder, its pages open to a blank sheet. "Ask your riddle," Leo said, his voice stronger than he felt. The shadowy figure spoke. "I am always hungry, I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" Leo frowned. He thought of fire, but fire didn't touch just one finger. He thought of time, but time wasn't hungry in that way. He glanced at Folio, but the book's pages remained blank. Juniper, however, had stopped purring. She was staring at the shadow being, her head tilted. Then very softly she began to purr again, but this time it was a question, a rising and falling melody that sounded like curiosity itself. And in that moment, Leo understood. It wasn't about being the smartest or the quickest. It was about listening to the purr of a friend, to the silence between heartbeats, to the wisdom that didn't always shout, but sometimes whispered. "You are a flame," Leo said softly. "A candle flame, to be precise. It must always be fed with wax, and if you touch it, your finger turns red." The shadowy figure seemed to ripple, then bowed deeply. "You have answered rightly. The key is yours." As the figure dissolved into motes of light, Leo stepped forward and took the key. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he had always been enough, just as he was. The compass, which had been quietly humming in his hand, suddenly glowed brightly. The world around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye they were back in the cottage, seated before the fire. The compass now lay still, its needle pointing firmly north. Juniper curled up in his lap, her purr a vibration of pure contentment. Folio settled on the mantelpiece, its pages closing with a soft thump. Leo looked at the key in his hand. It wasn't for any lock he could see, but he understood now that it unlocked something inside him, a door to courage he hadn't known was there. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the brook murmured its endless, soothing song. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled softly, perhaps from the village church, or perhaps from somewhere even farther away and closer all at once. Leo smiled, stroking Juniper's fur. He had traveled far without ever leaving home, and he had learned that the greatest adventures are not measured in miles, but in moments of kindness, patience, and listening, truly listening to the world around us. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, Leo knew that whenever he felt doubt creeping in, he need only remember the compass, the cat, the book, and the key, and the journey that had reminded him that he was, and always would be, exactly where he needed to be. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kael was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kael himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kael, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kaelin extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kaelin used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kaelin noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kaelin's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kaelin, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kaelin, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kaelin using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kaelin's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kaelin's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streaked past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kaelin let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kaelin's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kael and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kaelin's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its flames dancing like amber leaves in an autumn wind, casting long shadows that seemed to hold secrets of their own. In the gentle glow, let me tell you a story of roots that run deep and memories that sleep in the quietest corners of our hearts. There once lived a young woman named Anya who had always felt slightly untethered, as if part of her were floating just above the ground, waiting for something to pull her gently back to earth. She lived in a small cottage at the edge of a whispering forest, a place she had inherited from her grandmother, a woman of quiet strength and stories woven into everything she touched. One evening, as the first chill of autumn crept through the cracks around the windows, Anya decided to open the old wooden chest that had sat at the foot of her bed for years. Her grandmother had always said, when the wind sings the old songs, it's time to listen, and tonight the wind was humming through the pine needles outside. Inside the chest, beneath layers of lavender-scented linens, she found a quilt. But this was no ordinary blanket. It was a tapestry of memory, each patch a different fabric, each stitch holding a story. There were patches of velvet as deep as midnight, squares of floral cotton faded by time, triangles of silk that shimmered like moonlight on water. And in the very center, a small, embroidered tree with roots that spread to every corner of the quilt, its branches reaching toward the edges as if embracing all the stories held within. As Anya unfolded it, a faint scent of rosewater and cedar filled the air, the very fragrance of her grandmother's embrace. She wrapped the quilt around her shoulders and sat by the fire, tracing the patterns with her fingertips. And as she did, she heard a whisper, so soft it might have been the fire sighing, "Remember, my child, remember." That night Anya dreamed. She stood in a sun-dappled meadow she had never seen, yet somehow knew. An older woman with silver hair braided like a crown was hanging linens on a line, humming a tune Anya recognized, a lullaby her grandmother used to sing. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep, the woman sang, her voice like the rustle of leaves. Where roots run deep, memories keep. The woman turned, and her eyes were the same warm brown as Anya's. She smiled and pointed to a young sapling at the edge of the meadow. "Every family has a tree," she said, "and every tree has roots that drink from the same deep waters." Then she faded, like mist in morning light. Anya awoke with the quilt still wrapped around her, the embers in the fireplace glowing like distant stars. The dream felt more real than the waking world, and the lullaby echoed in her mind. Over the next few days, Anya found herself drawn to the quilt, studying each patch as if it were a page in a book. One square made of blue fabric with tiny white stars felt strangely familiar. That night she dreamed again. This time she was in a cozy kitchen, where a man with kind eyes and flour-dusted hands was rolling out dough on a wooden table. He smiled at someone unseen and said, "A story is like bread. It needs time to rise and love to make it whole." He began to sing the same lullaby, his voice a low, warm rumble. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep, where roots run deep, memories keep. He pointed to a window where a constellation, the same pattern as the starry patch, glittered in the night sky. "We are all stardust and stories," he said gently before fading away. Anya began to understand. These were not just dreams, they were visitations, memories woven into the very fabric of the quilt. Each patch held a story, each story a person, each person a root in her family tree. She discovered that the quilt was made by generations of women in her family, each adding a patch that represented their story. There was a square of green silk from a great-great-grandmother who had been a gardener, her hands always in the earth. A triangle of red wool from a grandfather who had been a shepherd, guiding his flock through mountain passes. A patch of lace from a young aunt who had danced in courtyards under summer moons. Each night another ancestor came to her in dreams, always ending with the same lullaby, the same gentle pointing, toward a tree, a star, a river, a stone, each one a symbol that echoed in the quilt's patterns. But there was one patch that puzzled her, a small, frayed piece of gray fabric, unevenly stitched, as if added in haste or sorrow. It didn't glow with the same warmth as the others. That night she focused on it before she slept, and her dream was different. She stood in a dim room where a young woman sat by a window, her shoulders hunched. The woman was sewing the gray patch onto the quilt, her tears falling onto the fabric. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I thought I had to leave to find myself, but I only lost my way." Anya realized this was her own mother, who had left when Anya was small, seeking something she never found. The regret in the room was palpable, a heavy mist that clung to everything. Under the elder tree, her mother sang, her voice trembling, "Secrets sleep, where roots run deep, memories keep." But she couldn't finish, her voice breaking into a sob. Anya woke with tears on her own cheeks, the gray patch cool under her fingers. She finally understood the quilt's deepest magic. It didn't just hold joys, it held sorrows, regrets, and unfinished stories too. That day, Anya took the quilt outside and spread it beneath the ancient elder tree that grew behind the cottage, the very tree from the lullaby. As sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the quilt with light and shadow, she began to sing. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep, where roots run deep, memories keep. One by one she touched each patch, saying the names of the ancestors she now knew. When she reached the gray patch, she paused. "I forgive you," she whispered, "and I remember you." A warmth spread through the fabric, and the gray patch seemed to soften, blending into the whole as if it had always belonged. That night she dreamed of her mother again, but this time her mother was smiling, standing beneath the elder tree. "Stories don't end with leaving," she said. "They end with understanding." And she finished the lullaby, her voice clear and strong. Anya awoke knowing what she had to do. She gathered needle and thread from her grandmother's sewing basket and chose a piece of fabric from an old dress of her own, a soft green like new leaves. Carefully she stitched a new patch onto the quilt, right beside her mother's. It was her story, her root in the family tree. As she sewed, she understood the final truth. Heritage wasn't just in the quilt itself, but in the act of remembering, forgiving, and adding her own story. It lived in the kindness she offered others, the recipes she cooked, the songs she sang, the same ones her ancestors had sung. It lived in the way she tended her garden, mended what was broken, and welcomed strangers as her grandmother had. That evening, as she sat by the fire with the quilt around her shoulders, she felt a deep, quiet peace. The roots she had always longed for were not in the ground, but in her hands, her heart, her actions. She was the culmination of all who came before, and the beginning of all who would follow. And when the wind sang through the trees that night, it carried the old lullaby, now joined by Anya's voice. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep, where roots run deep, memories keep. The fire crackled its approval, and in the flickering light, for just a moment, Anya saw them. All her ancestors, smiling, their hands resting on her shoulders, a chain of love stretching back through time. They were with her always, in every stitch, every story, every breath. And as she drifted to sleep, she knew that someday she too would become a whisper in the wind, a patch on a quilt, a verse in a lullaby, forever part of the roots that held her family trees strong and true. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength in vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, stroking his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in Mrs. Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice, the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiver willows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiver willows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. Remember summer, he called. Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover. The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, Bramble, and Fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelin attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kaelin sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kaelin focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kaelin, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelin's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kaelin responded with a constellation-patterned glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kaelin's prismatic recollections of shard singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kaelin gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kaelin treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They are winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle swirls of lilac and silver, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory. It was a place of soft, humming lights and crystalline windows that looked out upon the endless tapestry of space. Here, two unlikely souls found themselves drawn together by the silent call of the cosmos. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, where the very air shimmered with music. His name was Kaelin, and his form was slender and graceful, with skin that shifted in color like the surface of a soap bubble catching the light. When he spoke, it was not with words but with soft, melodic hums that painted emotions in the air, a lilting tune for curiosity, a deep chord for comfort, a sparkling arpeggio for joy. His large, dark eyes reflected the stars he so loved to watch. The second was a creature from the rocky planet of Xylos, where communication happened through the gentle pulsing of light across one's skin. Her name was Nissa, and she was small and sturdy, with a hide like polished river stone that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. Her way of speaking was a silent language of light, swirls of gold for greeting, soft blue waves for calm, and sudden bursts of silver for excitement. She expressed herself in luminescent whispers. They met by chance one evening, when both had sought refuge in the abandoned observatory during a meteor shower. Kael was curled in a corner, humming a nervous melody as streaks of light flashed outside. Nissa had taken shelter beneath a console, her skin pulsing a worried gray. For a long time they simply watched each other, one humming softly, the other glowing cautiously. It was Kael who made the first gesture of friendship. He began to hum a gentle, repeating tune, a Lyrian lullaby meant to soothe frightened young ones. Slowly, Nissa's gray worry light softened into a tentative blue. She responded by tracing a small circle of gold light on the floor between them. And so, without a single shared word, a conversation began. Over time, the observatory became their shared sanctuary. They swept away the cosmic dust and repaired the fractured crystal panes. In the center of the main chamber, they created a garden, not of earth and water, but of starlight and memory. Kael brought glowing spores from Lyria that bloomed into delicate, bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly when touched. Nissa cultivated crystalline plants from xylos that absorbed starlight and glowed from within like captured constellations. Their garden became a place of wonder and gentle discovery. They learned to understand one another through patient observation. Kael discovered that when Nissa's light patterns moved in quick, jumping dots, she was laughing. Nissa learned that when Kaelin's hums dipped low and warm, he was content. They developed their own language, a beautiful blend of light and sound that expressed what words never could. Of course, there were misunderstandings. Once Nissa arranged her glowing crystals in what she intended as a welcoming pattern, a Xylosian gesture of invitation. To Kael, the specific arrangement of lights resembled a Lyrian warning signal for approaching danger. He responded with a sharp, alarmed chord and retreated to a high platform, his skin flashing anxious oranges and reds. It took nearly an hour of gentle, repeated patterns from Nissa, soft pulses of blue and green, before Kael understood. When realization dawned, his nervous colors softened, and he hummed a melody that combined apology and amusement. They both shared the moment, Nissa with dancing points of silver light, Kael with warbling musical laughter. Another time, Kael arranged the chiming flowers to create what he thought was a beautiful musical composition. Unfortunately, the specific sequence of notes happened to be the Xylosian equivalent of a deeply offensive nursery rhyme. Nissa's lights dimmed to an embarrassed mauve, and she turned away. It was only when Kael noticed her discomfort and changed the arrangement that she turned back, her lights flickering with gentle forgiveness. These moments never caused lasting upset. Instead, they became stories they would tell each other later, Kael with a humorous reenactment in musical notes, Nissa with playful light patterns that danced across her skin. Their differences became a source of laughter and deeper connection. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when they would sit together in their starlit garden, watching the cosmos through the great crystal dome. Kael would hum soft, wandering melodies that seemed to harmonize with the distant pulsing of quasars. Nissa would let her skin glow in patterns that mirrored the slow dance of nebulas outside. In these moments they needed no translation. The language of the universe itself was enough. One particular evening, a rare alignment of 3 moons created a spectacle of silver light outside. They sat together on a bench woven from glowing vines, sharing a moment of perfect peace. Kael hummed a question, a rising, curious note. Nissa responded with a soft pulse of gold, agreement. Slowly, carefully they reached out, Kael with his shimmering hand, Nissa with her glowing one, and touched for the first time. Where their hands met, something wonderful happened. Kaelin's colors brightened and swirled with new intensity, while Nissa's patterns began to pulse in time with his humming. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through learned signals, but through something deeper. It was as if their very beings were harmonizing, creating a new language made of shared feeling rather than sound or light. They sat like that for a long time, hand in hand, watching the moons dance their ancient patterns. In that silent communion, they discovered that the greatest understanding often needs no translation, that kindness, curiosity, and companionship transcend all barriers of world or language. As the moons continued their celestial waltz, the two friends remained in their garden observatory, a living bridge between worlds. Kaelin's colors settled into a contented, steady glow, while Nissa's patterns softened to a gentle rhythm that matched his breathing. Together they watched the stars, safe in their shared sanctuary, knowing that no matter how far from home they were, they had found something universal, the quiet miracle of friendship written in light and song across the infinite canvas of space. And in that knowing there was peace. The village of Willow Hollow nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths wound past cottages with mossy roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones, loved his home's quiet rhythm, until the day the ordinary began behaving extraordinarily. It started subtly. Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning teapot, usually content to whistle a cheerful tune, began pouring lavender-scented tea instead of Earl Grey. Then old Mr. Thistle's garden rake danced a jig among the carrots when no one was looking. By week's end, woolen mittens knitted themselves into curious star shapes overnight, and the bakery's sourdough loaves emerged from the oven speckled with edible silver glitter. Whispers fluttered through Willow Hollow like autumn leaves. The quiet fidgets, folks called it, a gentle, puzzling unrest among everyday things. Finn, ever observant, noticed patterns others missed. The oddities always happened near dusk and only around objects touched by many hands, a well-loved teapot, a shared rake, community knitting wool. Determined to help, he visited the village's wisest soul, Ilara, who lived in a cottage shaped like a toadstool, its walls woven with living honeysuckle. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. "Ah, Finn," she murmured, stirring a pot of moonflower syrup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. "The world whispers when it's unsettled. We must listen with more than our ears." That evening, as fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns, Finn and Ilara sat on her porch. She handed him a magnifying glass framed in willow wood. "Look closely, child. Magic leaves traces softer than cobwebs." Finn peered at a fidgeting knitting needle. There, glimmering faintly on its surface, were minuscule, iridescent footprints, like those of a tiny, nervous bird. "Pixie tracks," breathed Ilara. "But pixies are merry tricksters. These prints tremble. Something troubles them." Their investigation led them to the heartwood tree, an ancient oak at the village center, its bark etched with generations of wishes. Beneath its roots lay the pixie post, a hollow where villagers left offerings of honey or shiny pebbles for good luck. That night they found the post in disarray. The usual gifts were scattered, and the air hummed with a faint, anxious buzz. Hiding behind a clover leaf was Pip, a thumb-sized pixie with moth-wing sleeves, wringing her hands. "It's the grumble stone," she piped, voice like a shaken bell. "It rolled into our nest beneath the post. It mutters such sad, heavy thoughts, and its grumbles make everything jittery." Pip led them down a root tunnel into a cavern glittering with crystal dew. There, wedged among pixie feather beds, was a smooth, gray stone, ordinary except for the low, rhythmic murmur it emitted. "No one notices, too plain," forgotten Ilara knelt, her palm hovering above it. "This isn't just a stone, Finn, feel its energy." Finn placed his hand near it. A deep loneliness pulsed from it, cold as forgotten cellar air. "It's not magic," realized Finn softly. It's unhappy, it came from the brook, maybe tumbled down in the last storm, and all the village shared warmth above made it feel left out. The solution came not through spells, but empathy. Every heart needs to belong, said Alara. With Pip's help, they gently carried the grumble stone to the brook's sunniest bend, where dragonflies skimmed the water. Finn placed it among friendly, chattering river stones. Then, inspired, he fetched the village's polishing cloth, used by everyone to buff the wishing bell, and gave the stone a gentle rub. As the cloth passed over it, the stone's murmur softened into a contented sigh. Shiny, warm home. The next morning, Willow Hollow awoke to restored peace. Teapots whistled familiar tunes, rakes stood quietly, and bread baked golden brown. But something new graced the brook's edge. The stone, now gleaming like quartz, sat amidst its kin, radiating a soft, happy hum that harmonized with the water's song. Villagers, noticing its newfound glow, began leaving smooth pebbles beside it, a tiny, welcoming council. That evening, Finn joined Alara by her crackling hearth, sipping lavender tea that tasted perfectly of lavender. The greatest magic, she said, her firelight casting dancing shadows, is often kindness. Even stones remember how it feels to be seen. Outside, the brook chuckled, the wind sighed through pines, and the heartwood tree stood guardian over a village where every belonging, large, small, or even stony, had found its place. And as Finn walked home beneath a sky dusted with stars, he knew the deepest mysteries were solved not with wands, but with watching eyes and a willing heart, ready to mend what was quietly broken. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft quilt, filled with the comforting certainty that in Willow Hollow all was well, and all would ever be well. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kael. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kael often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kael sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kael noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kael felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kael sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kael welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Alara's gaze fell upon Kaelin's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kael looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Alara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kael nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Alara smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Alara led Kael through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kael had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Alara, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Elora plucked one and placed it in Kaelin's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kaelin returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelin continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelin continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelin began to spend more time in the garden with Alara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Alara a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Alara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night Kaelin dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelin's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelin stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelin reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Alara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelin sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Alara's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Alara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelin, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Alara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelin's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelin would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the sun always seemed to set a little softer, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach. Chimneys puffed gentle spirals of wood smoke, the scent mingling with cinnamon from the bakery and damp earth from the river banks. It was a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lanterns glowed with a warm, buttery light come evening. Everyone knew everyone, and life flowed as smoothly as the Willow River itself. That was until the week the small, quiet strangeness began. It started with Mrs. Gable's prize-winning knitting. Every morning she'd find the intricate pattern on her half-finished woolen shawl subtly changed overnight. A cable twist would be reversed, a cluster of pearls misplaced. Then Old Man Hemlock reported his favorite walking stick, carved with owls and badgers, mysteriously propped upside down against his door each dawn. The baker, a kind woman named Agnes with flour perpetually dusting her apron, discovered her jars of rainbow sprinkles rearranged by color, not alphabetically as she always kept them. Small things. Puzzling things. Nothing frightening, just odd. A gentle murmur of confusion rippled through Willowbrook. Young Theo, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet, observant nature, noticed the patterns first. He spent his afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, often accompanied by his friend, a plump ginger cat named Marmalade, who seemed to know more than he let on. Theo saw the misplaced sprinkles in Agnes's window. He heard Mrs. Gable tutting over her knitting. He saw the upside-down walking stick. "It's like someone's tidying," Theo murmured to Marmalade one crisp afternoon, sitting on the old stone bridge overlooking the river. But getting it all wrong. Marmalade blinked slowly, a purr rumbling deep in his chest, as if agreeing. Theo also noticed something others missed, tiny, almost invisible flecks of silvery dust near each altered item, glittering faintly in the sunlight like crushed stardust. The strangeness escalated slightly. One morning, all the brass doorknobs along Maple Lane were polished to a blinding shine. The next, every flower pot on Widow Cleary's porch was turned precisely a quarter turn to the left. The village hummed with gentle bewilderment. Was it a prank? A very peculiar ghost? The tension was mild, a curious itch rather than a fright. Theo decided to investigate. He knew the village's unofficial wise soul was Agnes the baker. Her shop was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of rising dough and baking bread. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dancing dust motes. Theo found Agnes kneading a large lump of dough, her face serene despite the village's quiet puzzlement. Agnes, Theo began, placing a small jar containing a few flecks of the silvery dust on her flour-dusted counter. Have you seen this? It's near all the changed things. Agnes paused, wiping her hands on her apron. She peered at the dust, her eyes kind and thoughtful. She dipped a finger gently into the jar, then held it up to the light. The dust shimmered with an inner luminescence. Ah, she breathed, a soft smile touching her lips. Star thistle pollen, rare, only blooms under the light of a full moon in the Whisper Woods glade. The Whisper Woods bordered Willowbrook, a place of ancient trees and soft, sighing breezes. Respectful villagers entered, but rarely went deep, especially after dusk. It was said to be home to gentle, shy folk. This pollen, Agnes continued, her voice low and soothing like the crackle of her oven fire, belongs to the dust sprites. Tiny, shy creatures, no bigger than your thumb. They love order and tidiness, but they see the world a little differently. They find beauty in patterns we might miss. Theo's eyes widened. Dust sprites. He'd heard whispers of them, creatures woven from moonlight and cobwebs, who tended the hidden corners of the world. But why are they tidying Willowbrook and getting it wrong? Agnes chuckled softly. Perhaps they mean well, perhaps they're lost or confused, or maybe, she mused, looking thoughtfully at Marmalade, who had curled up on a warm sack of flour, they sense a change, a small discord they're trying in their own way to mend. Look for the pattern they see, Theo, not the one we expect, and look for where the dust is thickest. That might lead you to them. Armed with Agnes's wisdom, Theo became a gentle detective. He observed with fresh eyes. He noticed that the rearranged sprinkles formed a perfect, if nonsensical, rainbow spectrum. The altered knitting stitches, while wrong for the shawl, created a beautiful, intricate lattice pattern all on their own. The upside-down walking stick. Its carved creatures faced the rising sun perfectly when placed that way. The sprites weren't making mistakes. They were imposing a different kind of order, one based on color, symmetry, or light. Following the faint trails of star thistle pollen, shimmering like tiny fallen constellations on the cobblestones only visible at certain angles, Theo and Marmalade were led deeper into Willowbrook, towards the older part of the village where ivy climbed thickly over stone walls. The trail grew stronger near the ancient, disused mill house by the river bend. Its great water wheel stood silent, draped in moss. The pollen dust seemed to glow brighter here, especially near a crack in the old mill's foundation, half hidden behind a curtain of ferns. Theo knelt, his heart beating a gentle rhythm of excitement. Marmalade sat beside him, tail twitching. Theo peered into the crack. It wasn't just a crack, it opened into a small, shadowed space beneath the mill's stone floor. And there, catching the dappled afternoon light filtering through the ferns, was the source of the shimmering dust. Nestled on a bed of impossibly soft, silver moss were 5 tiny creatures. Dust sprites. They were delicate, almost translucent, their bodies seeming woven from cobwebs and moonbeams. Their hair was like spun thistledown, one pale blue, one silvery gray, one golden, one rose pink, and one moss green. Tiny, luminous eyes like captured stars blinked at him. They wore minute waistcoats fashioned from petals and beetle wings. Around them, arranged with meticulous care, were the missing items: a single pearl from Mrs. Gable's knitting basket, a sprinkle shaped like a tiny star, a sliver of polished brass from a doorknob, and a single, perfect dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. They weren't stealing, they were collecting beauty, creating their own miniature, perfect order. One sprite, the one with moss-green hair, was meticulously polishing a tiny acorn cap with a scrap of cloth. Another, the rose-pink one, was carefully arranging the sprinkle, the pearl, the brass sliver, and the dewdrop into a symmetrical pattern on the moss. They hummed a sound so high and soft it was like the ringing of distant frost. They hadn't noticed Theo yet. He understood. They weren't lost or malicious. They were homesick. The Whisper Woods glade, Agnes had said, was where the star thistle bloomed. The old mill, with its deep shadows and quiet river sounds, felt safe, but it wasn't their moonlit glade. They were trying to recreate a sense of their lost order and beauty here, using fragments from the village they found lovely or intriguing. Their tidying was an attempt to make this new place feel like home, according to their own delicate sensibilities. Theo didn't startle them. He sat very still, breathing softly. Marmalade gave a low, reassuring purr. Slowly, Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth river stone he always carried, striped with bands of gray and white. He placed it gently on the ground just outside the crack, not too close. It was beautiful in its simplicity, a piece of Willowbrook's order. The sprites froze. Their tiny star eyes fixed on the stone, then lifted to Theo's face. There was no fear, only intense curiosity. The moss-green sprite floated closer, hovering near the stone, tilting its head. "You like beautiful things," Theo whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling ferns. "We have beautiful things in Willowbrook, but maybe the Whisper Woods glade misses its beautiful things too. The star thistle needs its pollen," Agnes says. The sprites exchanged glances, their tiny forms shimmering. The rose-pink one pointed a minuscule finger towards the deeper woods, then back at their collection of treasures. A soft chime of sound, like tiny bells, echoed their confusion. Theo had an idea. He remembered Agnes mentioning the full moon was tonight. "The star thistle blooms tonight," he said softly. "Under the moon, it must be very beautiful in your glade then. Maybe you could take your beautiful things back, show them the moonlight." He gently nudged the river stone a fraction closer. "You can keep this, a piece of Willowbrook to remember, if you like." Understanding seemed to dawn in their luminous eyes. They chimed softly to each other. The moss-green sprite darted forward, impossibly light, and touched the river stone. It vanished, presumably tucked into some tiny, unseen pocket. Then with swift, delicate movements, they gathered their precious collection: the pearl, the sprinkle, the brass sliver, the dewdrop. One by one they floated out of the crack, hovering for a moment before Theo. They dipped in tiny, graceful bows. Then, like dandelion seeds caught in a breeze, they zipped away, a shimmering trail of star thistle pollen marking their path back towards the heart of the Whisper Woods. Theo watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Marmalade bumped his head against Theo's hand, purring loudly. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a different kind of quiet. Mrs. Gable found her knitting untouched, the pattern perfectly intact. Old Man Hemlock's walking stick stood right side up. Agnes's sprinkles were back in their alphabetical jars. But there were small, beautiful differences. On every doorstep lay a single, perfect autumn leaf, arranged just so. On the bridge railing, someone had woven a tiny, intricate wreath of dried river grass and wildflowers. And outside the bakery, perfectly centered, lay Theo's striped river stone. The mystery was solved. The village sighed a collective breath of gentle wonder. Agnes smiled knowingly at Theo when he came in for a warm cinnamon bun. "You found them then?" she asked, her voice warm as the oven. Theo nodded, biting into the sweet, soft bread. They were just homesick, trying to make things beautiful their own way. Agnes poured him a small cup of milky tea. "A wise observation, young Theo. Sometimes what seems like chaos is just a different kind of order. And kindness," she added, placing the river stone back into his hand, "is the best way to understand it. They left us beauty in return." Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful flow. The brass doorknobs stayed polished. The flower pots remained slightly turned to catch the morning sun, small reminders of the dust sprite's visit. Occasionally, on nights when the full moon bathed the valley in silver light, villagers might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering forms dancing near the edge of the Whisper Woods, or find a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop on a windowsill. But the strange rearrangements stopped. The dust sprites were home, tending their moonlit glade, perhaps occasionally admiring a striped river stone under the stars. Theo kept the stone on his windowsill. It reminded him that the world held gentle mysteries, solved not by fear, but by quiet watching, a wise friend and a kind heart. And as he drifted off to sleep each night in his cozy room, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke drifting through the window, he sometimes fancied he could hear the faintest, sweetest chime on the breeze, a lullaby from the woods, a whisper of thanks carried on the stardust. All was peaceful, all was understood, and the gentle magic of Willowbrook and the world beyond felt just right. Deep within the heart of the world lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood, a place where moonlight wove itself into the very fabric of existence. Here the night did not bring darkness, but a soft, silver-touched glow that painted the world in shades of pearl and shadow. The air hummed with a quiet magic, the kind that settles in your bones and whispers of forgotten dreams. On such a night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves found herself unable to sleep. She padded softly through the mossy undergrowth, her paws making no sound on the velvet carpet of fallen pine needles. Above her, the branches of the elder trees swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets in a language only the forest understood, a soft rustling that spoke of faraway winds and starlit journeys. She came to a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and here she paused, listening. The forest was alive with sound, the gentle patter of dew beginning to form on leaves, the distant babble of a stream conversing with smooth, water-worn stones, and the occasional soft hoot of an owl from the highest branches of the great oak, the oldest tree in Lumenwood. It was this owl that the young fox sought. She had heard tales of his wisdom, of how he understood the secret languages of all things, the whispered stories of stones, the singing of streams, and the deep, slow dreams of trees. As if summoned by her thoughts, a feather-soft sound rustled above, and the owl descended on silent wings to perch on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "You are restless, little one," he said, his voice like the stirring of leaves in a gentle breeze. The fox nodded, her whiskers trembling. "The forest feels different tonight. There's a tension in the air, like the world is holding its breath." The owl blinked slowly. "The seasons are turning. Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's slumber. The forest knows it is time to rest, but change is always accompanied by a certain quiet unease." He gestured with his beak toward a cluster of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue-green light. "Watch," he whispered. As they watched, the bioluminescent fungi began to brighten and dim in a rhythmic pattern, casting dancing shadows on the tree trunks. It was a language of light, a silent conversation between earth and root. "They are sharing memories of summer," the owl explained, storing its warmth and light for the long sleep ahead. The young fox tilted her head. "But how does that help? The cold will still come." "Ah," said the owl, "that is where the magic lies. The forest does not fight the cycles, it embraces them. It understands that rest is not an ending, but a gathering of strength." As if to illustrate his point, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Each droplet carried with it the promise of renewal, whispering to the roots below of the life they would nurture come spring. "Listen to the rain," the owl murmured. "It speaks the language of hope. Each drop is a story waiting to be told to the sleeping seeds." The fox closed her eyes, and in the gentle percussion of rain on leaves, she heard it, a soothing, rhythmic melody that eased the restlessness in her heart. "Come," said the owl, spreading his wings. "There is more to see." He led her to the banks of the whispering stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. The fox watched as the stones seemed to absorb the moonlight, glowing with a soft, internal radiance. "The stones remember," the owl said. "They have witnessed countless turnings of the seasons. They know that after every winter, without fail, the spring returns." One particularly large stone, moss-covered and ancient, seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. The fox approached it cautiously and laid her paw upon its surface. To her surprise, she felt a deep, resonant hum, the stone's slow, steady heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the earth itself. "It's comforting," she whispered. The owl nodded. "That is the wisdom of the stones. They teach us constancy, patience. They remind us that some things endure through all changes." As the night deepened, the rain ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal a tapestry of stars. The clearing where they stood began to shimmer as thousands of fireflies emerged, their golden lights weaving intricate patterns in the air, a living constellation mirroring the one above. "The fireflies write the stories of the night sky upon the air," the owl explained. "They are the scribes of the starlight, reminding us that even in darkness there is beauty and guidance." The young fox watched, mesmerized, as the light patterns shifted and danced. She noticed how they sometimes formed shapes she recognized, a curling fern, a falling leaf, a snowflake, each a promise of the season to come. "I think I understand now," she said softly. The unease I felt, it wasn't fear. It was just the forest preparing to dream. The owl's eyes gleamed with approval. "Exactly so. The tension you sensed is like the moment between breaths, necessary, natural. Without the quiet of winter, the exuberance of spring would have no meaning." As they stood together in the starlit clearing, the forest seemed to sigh contentedly. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a soothing lullaby, while the stream continued its gentle babbling, a constant, reassuring presence. "Remember this night," the owl said, his voice growing softer as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky with pale rose and lavender. "Remember that rest is not emptiness but fullness in waiting. That darkness is not absence but a different kind of presence." The young fox nodded, feeling a peace settle over her that was as deep and sure as the roots of the ancient trees. She watched as the bioluminescent fungi gradually dimmed their lights, storing their glow for another night. The fireflies settled among the dewy grasses like fallen stars. "Thank you," she whispered to the owl, but when she turned, he had already taken flight, a silent shadow against the brightening sky. Alone but not lonely, the fox made her way back to her den. As she curled up in her soft bed of dried ferns and moss, she listened to the waking forest, the first birds beginning their morning songs, the gentle creak of trees stretching in the dawn light, the distant murmur of the stream still sharing its stories with the stones. And she understood, as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a cycle of rest and renewal that would continue long after her seasons had turned. The magic of Lumenwood wasn't just in the glowing mushrooms or whispering trees. It was in this understanding, this deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest rest, the world is dreaming of new wonders yet to come. Outside her den, the first snowflake of the season drifted down, catching the morning light like a tiny prism before settling softly on a moss-covered stone, a perfect, quiet promise of the peace that winter brings. The embers in the hearth pulsed like sleepy fireflies, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree, its leaves answering with a soft shhhh, shhhh. Tonight we journey not to distant mountains, but to a place much closer to home, the dusty, forgotten embrace of the attic. Young Leo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened more than it spoke, had been tasked with finding his grandmother's old quilt. The stairs creaked a familiar protest beneath his feet as he climbed, the air growing thick with the scent of aged paper, cedar wood, and the faint, sweet ghost of dried lavender. A single cobweb brushed his cheek like a feather as he pushed open the door, the hinges groaning a low, rusty irk. Moonlight, pale and silvery, streamed through the small, round window, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes. Boxes piled like sleeping giants, and forgotten furniture wore shrouds of white sheets. Leo's lantern beam cut through the gloom, finally settling on an old, humpback trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle with age. That's where Gran said the quilt would be. He knelt, the worn floorboards cool beneath his knees, and carefully unbuckled the straps. The lid lifted with a sigh of released air, revealing not just the promised quilt, folded neatly atop layers of yellowed letters and lace, but something else nestled beside it. It was a small, oblong box, no larger than Leo's hand, crafted from dark, polished wood inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl swirls. It looked like a tiny treasure chest forgotten by time. Intrigued, Leo lifted it out. It was surprisingly heavy for its size and cool to the touch. His fingers traced the intricate patterns until they found a tiny, almost invisible catch. With a gentle click, the lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, wasn't jewelry but a miniature scene. A perfect, tiny forest glade carved from wood and moss, complete with minuscule trees, a sparkling silver thread of a stream, and a hollowed-out acorn serving as a cottage. At its center stood a tiny figure, no taller than Leo's thumb, a little wooden badger wearing a neat waistcoat and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He held a tiny lantern. As Leo watched, utterly enchanted, the little badger blinked. Not just once, but several times, as if waking from a long sleep. He stretched, gave a minuscule yawn that sounded like the squeak of a mouse, and then peered up at Leo with bright, intelligent eyes. "Goodness gracious," the badger exclaimed, his voice surprisingly resonant for his size, like the low chime of a distant bell. "Has the moon turned blue? Has the sun forgotten to rise? Or has someone finally opened the whisperwood box?" He adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at Leo. "You don't look like a goblin or a grumpy gnome, bit tall for a squirrel, though." Leo, heart pounding not with fear, but with a kind of breathless wonder, managed a whisper. I'm Leo. I was just looking for a quilt." "Quilt." The badger chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "Practical, I suppose, bit drafty up here, isn't it? Percival Thistledown, keeper of the Whisperwood Glade, at your service." He gave a formal little bow. "Been trapped in here since, when was it? The great dust storm of '92. Time gets rather fuzzy in a box." He tapped the side of his head thoughtfully. As Percival spoke, Leo noticed another movement. From behind a tiny carved toadstool, a flash of brilliant blue darted out. It was a tiny finch, her feathers shimmering like sapphires even in the dim light. She landed lightly on Percival's shoulder, tilting her head to examine Leo. "And this," Percival said proudly, "is Zephyr, bit flighty but her heart's in the right place. Usually, Zephyr, say hello to the giant." "Chirrup, hello, giant." Zephyr trilled, her voice a cascade of bright, clear notes. "Did you bring crumbs? It's terribly boring in the box between adventures. No worms. No seeds. Just dust bunnies, and they don't taste very nice." She fluffed her feathers indignantly. Leo couldn't help but smile. No crumbs, sorry, but what is the Whisperwood box? How did you get inside? Ah, Percival puffed out his tiny chest. It's a convergence point, lad, a tiny pocket of the Whisperwood that's the most peaceful, secret forest there ever was, mind you anchored in this here box by old magic. My job is to tend the glade, keep the pathways clear, and ensure the Whisperwood song flows freely. His face fell slightly. Or it was, see that little silver stream. He pointed to the thread of metal. It should be sparkling, singing a soft, constant melody, but it's gone quiet, dull, like a forgotten bell. Leo leaned closer. The silver thread was dull, lifeless. Why? Blockage. Zephyr chirped urgently, hopping from foot to foot on Percival's shoulder. Upstream, a grumpy old rock fell over after the last big shake. That's when the trunk got moved, I expect, and now the songwater can't flow. The glade is getting sleepy. Sad. She drooped her head melodramatically. Percival nodded gravely. Indeed, the song sustains the Whisperwood's magic, even here in the box. Without it, well, the glade fades, we fade, just whispers on the wind. He looked up at Leo, his spectacles gleaming in the lantern light. But you open the box, that means something. The Whisperwood chooses who finds it, usually someone with quiet courage and a listening heart. Leo felt a flutter in his stomach. Courage. He wasn't brave like the heroes in storybooks. He got nervous talking to new people. What needs to be done? The blockage needs clearing, Percival explained. It's just upstream around that bend in the miniature riverbank, but the path is narrow and the rock is heavy, too heavy for me and Zephyr alone. We need, well, a giant. He looked meaningfully at Leo. The journey wasn't measured in miles, but in heartbeats. To help, Leo needed to enter the Whisperwood glade within the box. Percival instructed him to hold the box close his eyes, and breathe in the scent of old wood and lavender, listening for the almost sound of the block stream. Think small thoughts, Percival advised. Think of dandelion seeds and dewdrops. Leo did as he was told. He breathed deeply, the familiar attic scents filling his senses. He focused on the cool wood of the box against his palms, the faint, musty scent of the velvet lining. He listened beyond the rustle of the attic dust, beyond the distant tick-tock of a grandfather clock downstairs. He listened for the silence within the silence. And then he felt it. A gentle tugging sensation, like a moth drawn to a candle. He felt himself, not shrinking, but the world within the box expanding around him. When he opened his eyes, he was kneeling not on attic floorboards, but on soft, vibrant green moss. Towering over him were the miniature trees, now majestic firs and whispering willows. The silver stream, now a proper brook, gurgled sadly nearby, its waters sluggish and gray. The air hummed with a faint, melancholic energy and smelled richly of damp earth and pine needles. High above, Zephyr darted like a blue spark against the twilight sky of the miniature world. Remarkable. Percival declared, now standing beside Leo's knee, looking perfectly in scale with his surroundings. You've a knack for it, lad, right? The blockage is just beyond those ferns. He pointed with a tiny claw. The path was indeed narrow, winding alongside the brook. Leo moved slowly, carefully placing his feet to avoid crushing delicate clusters of glowing mushrooms or tiny star-shaped flowers. He could hear the distant purr of what sounded like a very contented, very small cat, though he saw nothing. The air felt safe, wrapped in the quiet magic of the place, even though the task ahead felt daunting. Around the bend, they found the problem. A smooth, gray stone, about the size of Leo's fist in this scaled-down world, had tumbled squarely into the narrowest part of the stream's channel. Water pooled uselessly behind it, stagnant and silent. See. Zephyr landed on the stone. Big grumpy lump. Leo knelt beside the brook. He tried to push the stone. It didn't budge. He tried again, grunting with effort. Still nothing. It was wedged firmly. Frustration prickled at him. He wasn't strong enough. He looked at Percival, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brute force isn't always the Whisperwood way, lad, the badger mused. This stone, it didn't mean to fall. It was just resting when the big shake happened, probably a bit embarrassed and stuck. He peered closely at the rock. Look here, see that little crevice underneath? If we could just give it a nudge there, towards the bank, rather than trying to lift it straight up. Understanding dawned. Cleverness, not muscle. Kindness, seeing the stone not as an enemy, but as something that needed help too. Leo scanned the mossy bank. He spotted a sturdy-looking twig, smooth and strong. Carefully, he picked it up. It was the perfect length. Okay, Leo whispered, more to himself than anyone. He knelt again, not pushing the stone, but gently inserting the end of the twig into the crevice Percival had pointed out. He braced the other end against a solid root on the bank. It was a lever. Zephyr, Leo said softly, could you fly down and give the top of the stone a little push, just as I press down on this stick? Chirrup, can do, giant. Zephyr zipped into position. Ready. Leo took a deep breath. He pushed down on the lever with steady, patient pressure. It creaked slightly. Zephyr fluttered her wings furiously against the top of the stone, adding her tiny strength. Percival braced his small back against the stick, pushing with all his might, letting out a determined little huff. For a moment, nothing happened. Leo kept the pressure steady, not jerking, just patiently leaning. Then, with a soft, wet slurp, the stone shifted. It rolled smoothly, almost gratefully, out of the channel and onto the mossy bank with a gentle thump. Immediately, the pooled water surged forward with a happy gurgle. It rushed over the pebbles, sparkling like liquid diamonds as it caught the ethereal light of the glade. As it flowed, a sound emerged, not loud but profound. A deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a cello played very softly, intertwined with the bright tinkle-tinkle of water over stones. It was the Whisperwood's song, flowing freely once more. The effect was instant. The grayness lifted from the water, it ran clear and bright. The moss beneath Leo's knees seemed to glow greener. The tiny flowers perked up, and the air filled with a sweeter, fresher scent. High above, the purr grew louder, a comforting rumble. "Hai che," Percival exclaimed, dancing a little jig on the moss. "Splendid, absolutely splendid. Patience and leverage. Knew you had the right stuff, lad." He beamed up at Leo. Zephyr zipped around Leo's head in joyful loops. The song, chirrup, hooray for the giant. Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the exertion, but from a deep sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought a dragon, but he'd helped. He'd listened, thought, and used kindness and cleverness. The glade felt alive, peaceful, and safe again. As the song strengthened, Leo felt the gentle tugging sensation return. The towering trees seemed to recede, the moss beneath him softening back into the feel of the attic rug. He blinked, finding himself back in the dusty attic, the Whisperwood box open on his lap. Inside, the miniature glade was vibrant. The silver stream sparkled, and tiny lights like fireflies danced among the trees. Percival waved cheerfully from beside his acorn cottage. Zephyr did a quick happy loop-de-loop above the glade. "Thank you, Leo," Percival's voice drifted up, faint but clear, like wind chimes on a breeze. "You've mended the song." The Whisperwood remembers its friends. Remember, courage often wears quiet shoes, and kindness can move mountains, or at least grumpy rocks. Visit any time. Just maybe bring a crumb or two next time. for Zephyr. Chirrup, please, Zephyr added. Leo smiled, a wide, warm smile. He carefully closed the lid of the whisperwood box, hearing the soft click of the latch. The comforting hum-tinkle of the song seemed to linger faintly in the air around him, mingling with the crackle pop of the fireplace downstairs and the wind's gentle shhhh outside. He found the quilt, its familiar patchwork patterns feeling extra cozy now. As he carried both quilt and box downstairs, the tiny, magical song echoed softly in his heart, a reminder that extraordinary secrets and quiet courage could be found in the most ordinary corners, like a dusty attic, if only one remembered to listen. The hearth fire glowed, wrapping the room in warmth and light, a perfect reflection of the peaceful resolution found in a little wooden box. The last embers settled with a soft hiss, a gentle lullaby for the night. In the quiet, sleepy village of Amberwood, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a young boy named Kael. His cottage stood at the very edge of the woods, where the whispering pines seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Kael would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and pop, a symphony of warmth and light that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. But tonight was different. Tonight, as a particularly stout log split open under the heat, something unusual tumbled from its heart. It was no ordinary piece of wood. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of ripe apricots in autumn sunsets. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, comforting like a hand held in friendship. Kael carefully picked it up, marveling at the way it seemed to breathe in his palm, its light ebbing and flowing like a tiny, captive star. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary ember. It felt alive. That night, as he lay in bed with the ember resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow painted shifting patterns on the ceiling. And in the quiet between heartbeats he heard it, a faint, melodic hum like a distant song carried on the breeze. It was a sound that spoke of ancient forests and hidden pathways, of mysteries waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The next morning, Kael awoke with a new restlessness. The ember still glowed softly beside him, and its hum seemed to have woven itself into his dreams, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. After a breakfast of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey, he bundled up in his warmest woolens, tucked the ember safely into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny fairies. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden flowers. But Kael did not wander aimlessly. The ember in his pocket seemed to guide him, its hum growing slightly louder when he chose the right path, softening when he hesitated. He walked for what felt like hours, the world around him shifting from familiar oak and birch to older, grander trees with bark like wrinkled parchment and roots that sprawled across the forest floor like sleeping serpents. The light grew dimmer, the air cooler, and a deep, resonant quiet settled over everything. It was a silence that felt sacred, not lonely. And then he saw it, a door. It was woven into the massive trunk of an ancient willow, its frame formed by living, bending branches, and its surface an intricate tapestry of moss, lichen, and shimmering spiderwebs that caught the light like dewdrops. It was a door that seemed both part of the tree and something altogether magical. The ember in his pocket flared warmly, its hum now a clear, inviting melody. Hesitantly, Kael reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a path descending into soft, dappled darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world that unfolded around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He found himself in a vast, subterranean grotto, but it was not dark. The walls and ceiling were studded with crystals that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, blues, greens, and gentle golds that shimmered like captured starlight. Giant mushrooms, their caps as wide as wagon wheels, dotted the landscape, emitting a soft, rhythmic pulse of light. A shallow stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water clear as glass and filled with tiny, glowing fish that darted like living sparks. And there, sitting by the stream with her feet dipped in the water, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing glimmer of the oldest forests. She was humming the same melody that his ember had sung. She looked up as he approached, but she did not seem surprised. "You found the heart ember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I wondered when it would call someone new." Her name was Leora, and she was the guardian of this hidden world, a place she called the Glimmer Deep. She explained that the heart ember was a fragment of the forest's oldest magic, born from the first fire ever kindled under these trees. It occasionally found its way into the world above, seeking out those with kind hearts and curious spirits. "The ember is fading," Leora said softly, her gaze falling to the glowing stone in Kaelin's hand. Indeed, its light seemed weaker now, flickering uncertainly. "The balance above is shifting, the old trees are forgotten, the streams are choked with silence. The Glimmer Deep draws its strength from the health of the forest above. If it weakens, we weaken." Kaelin's heart ached. He thought of the woods he loved, the quiet groves and chattering brooks. He had not realized they were in pain. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leora smiled, a small, sad thing. "The ember chose you for a reason. It believes you can help, but the way is not easy. The source of the fading is a mystery, a quiet sorrow that has settled over the land. We must find its heart and soothe it." And so began their journey, not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate exploration of both the Glimmer Deep and the woods above. They walked together, Kaelin with his warming ember, Leora with her innate connection to every root and stone. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories, Kaelin of his life by the hearth, of baking bread with his grandmother and listening to the owl's call at night, Leora of dancing with fireflies and understanding the language of trees. As they traveled, Kaelin began to notice things he had never seen before. A patch of ground where nothing grew, though the soil seemed rich. A stream that flowed clear, but where no frogs sang. An old oak, its branches bare despite the season, standing lonely in a clearing. Each place felt heavy, burdened by a silence that was more than mere quiet. The ember would grow warm in these spots, its light pulsing slowly, as if in sympathy. It was near the silent oak that they met another unexpected friend. A small, elderly badger, her fur grizzled with age, was digging patiently at the base of the tree. She paused as they approached, looking up at them with wise, dark eyes. "You feel it too," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "The loneliness." Her name was Thistle, and she had lived by this oak for many seasons. She told them that the tree had once been the heart of a great gathering place for forest creatures. But over time, as animals grew scarce and humans kept more to their villages, the meetings had stopped. The tree had withdrawn into itself, its sorrow seeping into the earth around it. "It's not just this tree," Thistle sighed, settling onto her haunches. "It's many places. The forest forgets its own songs." The three of them sat together under the oak's skeletal branches, and Kaelin felt a profound sadness wash over him. It was not his own but the tree's, a deep, weary loneliness. Without thinking, he drew the heart ember from his pocket. It was glowing faintly, its light a pale, hopeful yellow. He placed it gently against the rough bark of the tree. A soft warmth spread from the point of contact, flowing up the trunk and down into the roots. The ember's light grew brighter, steadier. And then something miraculous happened. A single tender green leaf unfurled from a twig above their heads. It was small and fragile, but it was alive. Thistle let out a soft, amazed breath. Leora placed her hand on the tree, closing her eyes. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers it is not alone." They realized then that the mystery was not one single thing to be fixed, but many small fractures in the spirit of the forest. Places of forgotten joy, of abandoned connection. The fading was a loneliness that had taken root. Guided by the ember and thistle's knowledge of the woods, they visited these places one by one. A meadow where no rabbits played anymore. A bend in the river where the kingfishers had nested for generations, now empty. Each time Kael would place the ember there, and its warm, persistent light would seem to awaken something, a memory of community, of shared life. And each time the ember itself grew stronger, its light more vibrant, its song clearer. It was as if by healing these lonely places, they were feeding the magic that sustained it. Throughout their journey, the friendship between Kael and Leora deepened. He taught her how to whistle using a blade of grass. She showed him how to listen to the stories the wind carried in its arms. They shared quiet meals of foraged berries and nuts, their laughter a new, joyful sound in the quiet glades. Thistle often joined them, her gruff warmth a steady comfort. Kael found himself changing, too. The boy who had been content to simply watch the fire now understood its true nature, not just as a source of warmth, but as a gatherer, a storyteller, a keeper of hearts. He understood that transformation was not always a dramatic burning, but often a slow, steady glow that nurtured new growth. One evening, as the three of them rested in a soft hollow carpeted with moss, the heart ember suddenly rose from Kaelin's palm. It hovered in the air between them, spinning slowly, its light now a brilliant, steady gold. The melody it hummed was no longer faint but full and complete, a song of wholeness, of balance restored. It floated to Leora, brushing softly against her cheek, then to Thistle, touching her nose, and finally back to Kael, resting once more in his hand. Its job was done. "The forest remembers its song," Leora said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Thanks to you." But Kael shook his head. "Thanks to us." He looked at his friends, the forest guardian with mossy hair, the old badger with a heart as soft as her paws, and the magical ember that had brought them together. It was never about one person fixing everything. It was about remembering to listen, to care. The next day, Kael knew it was time to return home. The path back to the woven door felt familiar now, no longer strange or frightening. At the threshold he hesitated, looking back at Leora and Thistle. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Leora smiled. "The forest is always with you, Kael, and so are we. Listen for the hum in the hearth, look for the light in the leaves. We are never as far apart as it seems." Thistle nudged his hand with her wet nose. "Visit the old oak," she rumbled. "I'll save you the best blackberries." With a final, grateful look, Kael stepped through the door and back into the familiar woods of amberwood. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He walked home, the now dormant heart ember cool and smooth in his pocket. It was just a stone again, but the magic it had carried was now a part of him. That night, as he sat by his crackling fireplace, the flames seemed to dance with a new, knowing light. He could almost hear a faint, familiar hum woven into the pop and hiss of the burning logs. He knew with a calm certainty that the forest was healing, that he had helped, that he had made true friends in unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the events of his journey replaying in his mind like a sweet, lingering dream. The warmth of the friendship, the gentle guidance of the ember, the quiet triumph of healing, it all settled around him like a soft, comforting blanket. Outside his window, an owl called into the night, a deep, soothing sound that spoke of wisdom and watchfulness. In the distance, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak, now sporting a brave crown of new green buds. The world was as it should be, connected, remembered, loved. And as Kaelin drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the true magic was not in glowing embers or hidden doors, but in the willingness to listen, to care, and to reach out a hand in friendship. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its light flickering across the room in a gentle, rhythmic dance, keeping watch over the boy who had learned to hear the song of the world and who would never feel alone again.